All right. All right. Hello, everybody. Hello. Um, yeah, dude. Just waiting to see if we're actually here. But yeah, guys, what's up? Um, dude, muted?
Right.
No, I'm not. Fuck you, Nabi. Fuck you. You know what? You get this now, okay? You get this. That's what you get. This is what you get, okay? Fuck you. What's up, everybody? What's up? What's up, the top head dud? What's up, the glitch people? What's up, monstrous? Um, what's good, everybody? It's been a while, dude. It's been ages, man. It's been ages, dude. I just never go live anymore, man. What's going on, dude? What's fucking going on, dude? What's up, Remnant? Ugh, it's over. Oh, I have your character up. Whoops, did not mean that one, dude. Fuck. Dude, yep, as you can see, a little unprepared. What's up, Netherlist? You haven't played my game yet, so I'm watching. No, fuck you. Fuck you. But, anyways, what's up? What's up, Fishy? What's good, everybody? So, today, there's a little bit of a guy that's, it's been a little bit of an issue, okay? This Anthony guy, okay? This guy, I've had, like, a couple run ins before, the usual. I've had, him to deal with him with a little bit with some Lio stuff. Then there's some Blackish stuff that he got in the way with, like it being a little bit of like a tedious guy, a tedious fella, if you will, right? And I don't think it's any secret that I'm chill with Blackish and Lio. Consider them to be good friends of mine. And yeah, no, I think just to kind of like really just preamble a little bit, just to just really so that we know the type of guy that we're getting into, right? With Lio, he believed that Monstrous was an abuse victim of his, so he retweeted that and just ran with it, which was fucking insane. He thought that Rosa Call was brand new in recent times. It was like, oh, people gotta see this! And he was like a couple years late to the party, so great stuff, as usual. The guy considered giving $700 to Lily Orchard for a debate, and the most he did was $2 just to say some snarky comment where he like just pushes up his glasses. Um, then we had with Blackish, he he false accused the guy of being a lolicon. And tried to say that Blackish was saying that all VTubers are lolicons. You watch it, and it's just not true. He's been combated with this multiple times, and yeah, no, he has a tendency to kind of twist some narratives. So it's actually kind of insane. Like I remember that even Anthony tried to say that Blackish was trying to call him Jewish, and the only reason why he conceded was because Fauci said, no, that's more on side than it is on you. And he was like, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So, yeah. And then, and then, fuck me. As you guys saw last stream we did, we went over Otterly Noah stuff, which Otterly Noah has false accused Shamu and Nicandros of doxing them, false accused Morale of being a pedophile off of no evidence, and he walked that back instantly on a Dicker stream. Those allegations kind of got swept under the rug, though. But then Otterly Noah plagiarized a few people. I believe it was Shamu, maybe Nicandros, and Ryle Kittenhouse, and I think there was someone else. And then there was the fact that they coerced an artist to false strike a critic. And yeah, they just have a very laughable hug box, Otterly Noah does. So before the coercing for the strike thing, it's like what was really bleak is the fact that like Anthony like knew the situation. He was in the chat the whole time he was on the Dicker stream, just sweeping for this guy. And it got to the point that when it came to Otterly Noah's response video, he said, like, essentially not to admit to plagiarism, but just to say that you cited the wrong sources, which is insane to me because that's not what happened. All right? That's just not what happened at all. All right? Like, what happened was Otterly Noah took like stuff from Shamu, at least from like, where it started, took Shamu's Tectone video and framed it as his own and bragged about being the most viewed video after stealing work and framing it as his own. But Anthony wanted him to say that he cited the wrong source. Very slimy and just inaccurate of what happened. This guy actively swept for Noah and lied about it, lied about like some things to protect this guy. And then, as soon as we get Otterly Noah considering to sue Anthony, that's a little bit like, it gets bleak. I will say Anthony started to cut him off a little bit before that because, well, I'm not going to lie, coercing an artist to false strike a critic is a little hard to sweep for. But he knew the guy was loony. He knew the guy was crazy. He knew the guy was doing all this stuff and still kept him around. And I'm not going to infantilize this guy to pretend that he's not a grown fucking man. Both of them, for that matter, because fuck Noah too. I'm not going to pretend that they're not grown men that can't make decisions for themselves. Anthony knew full well what Otterly Noah was capable of and was doing, and still tried to help him sweep so that he could protect and save his career. That was an intentional decision. Not accidental, intentional. And I don't know, I'm kind of tired of seeing Anthony constantly make these intentionally bad decisions, right? Whether it's not calling out Psy's degenerate server where adults are being sexual around kids because that's more ammo against Lio Convoy. Whether it's basically pedo jacketing Blackish as a lolicon and has been disproven by that but won't walk back the claim. Whether it's just lying after lie after lie after lie. This guy, when does it stop? Well, I'm not going to say anytime soon, because we're going to get over go through some stuff where the guy has even lied about myself. But before we get there, I want to get into some context first so that we can get to like the Remnant stuff, because he kind of he just objectively lies about Remnant 2 in a community post. And I want to check his video to see if he is as truthful as he claims. Okay? So yeah, we're going to go and watch this video. Okay? Let's get on with it. Here we go. But yes, for those of you who don't know, this is Remnant777. And yeah, he does some commentary topics here and there. He does some political takes. He's a religious fella himself, right? He made some videos that Anthony did not really care for too much. I've seen Remnant around in Himpleton spaces. I've talked with him a few times. The guy, I don't really see any red flags with the guy personally. I think he's alright, like pretty chill. But then, yeah, we're going to go into this and segue. No left-wing art is not mentally ill. A response to Remnant777. And I'm going to speed up this video because Anthony's voice is... But yeah, let's get into it, fellas. Let's get into it.
What is good art? Expressive, perhaps? Emotionally resonant? Something powerful that sticks with you. But is good art merely the style, the technique you incorporate? Or is it something deeper? Something that enriches the soul? And can you look at something and go, yeah, that art kind of sucks. That art looks unfinished, but they can do this to improve. Is there such a thing as objectively good art? Well, if YouTube's to be believed, then hell yeah there is. And if you don't follow the guidelines, your art is mentally ill. Something I'm sure is just a euphemism for wanting to say the certain gamer word that's become popular online. The subject of today's discussion is YouTube video essayist Remnant777 and his video, Why Left-Wing Art Looks So Mentally Ill.
And I did talk to Remnant. Some of these videos were taken down just in case. He was worried about, like, I believe, if I remember correctly, he was worried about it being, like, false claimed, not specifically by Anthony, but just in general. So these are not up anymore. So we're just going to have to go off the relevant clips and see if he makes decent arguments.
As well as his response to some of his critics in regards to this video. The core of this thesis is in the title. Remnant777 believes that leftist art is demonstrably mentally ill, which is to say, it breaks from the traditionally accepted form that is accepted in artistic circles, that being composition, lighting, anatomy, etc. However, in doing so, Remnant777 exposes a great weakness of his, and indeed most right-wing critics who attacked leftist art, in that he really can't explain what's wrong with the art he says is so terrible.
Let me ask you, why is it that left-wing art looks, frankly, for lack of a better term,
mentally ill?
It's like these drawings come out of
Lol.
a factory. They all look the same. They all have the exact same themes, the same color designs, the same misshapen faces, the uncanny look to it. Why is this?
Now, you're all smart enough to realize the irony of a man saying that all leftist art looks like it's made in a factory, when he is in fact using AI art to communicate the factory itself. It seems kind of ironic that this guy is critiquing art for being the same, when, as we'll see later on, he encourages all artists to draw from the same set of techniques and skills that he believes are the height of aesthetic pleasure. But of course, he runs into his first error here as well.
Dude, this is already reminding me that, dude, this is going to be just like the Ethan is online video, isn't it? Bro, modern art is bad. No, it's actually not. If you think about the political content, dude, I hate these arguments. Like, fine, I'll engage in them tonight. Why not, right? Because whatever, right? But I think you could, generally speaking, just look at a piece of art, and if it looks aesthetically pleasing and you like it, that should be realistically enough. If it looks like dog water but just has like a good backstory to it, that doesn't magically make the art piece good. Like, it doesn't make it aesthetically pleasing. It can make the lore interesting, but it doesn't make the canvas piece interesting. Or, like, it doesn't make the canvas piece appealing just because, oh, it had, like, a good backstory. Like, I hate that point. Because you would want me to... It's essentially going to, like, force me to go, like, oh, that looks like fucking dog water. But it's like, well, actually, if you think about it, the artist was going through a very tough time in their life and was very suicidal. So they were going to actually jump off a bridge. So this stick man about to jump off a bridge is actually a metaphor for suicide. And it's like, okay, that doesn't make the stick man look any much better. I mean... Poor artist, I guess, lol, but like that doesn't make the stickman like it doesn't make the stickman look any more appealing. But yeah. Also, fuck me. Okay, dude, come on in. Not you, Remnant. Run away while you still can, but a co-host for tonight. Oh, all right. What's up?
Hello.
Oh, I could hear you, bro.
What's up?
Hey, man, we're gonna get into some political art tonight, okay?
Oh, I can't wait to get into some politics.
Yeah, our favorite stuff, okay? It's happening on the big screen. But yeah. Dude.
I'm a returning viewer, a returning guest even.
Yeah, true! Yeah.
I live!
Wait, hold on. Remnant didn't even say every left-wing artist is mentally ill. True!
Alright, so catch me up on what's going on. Catch me up.
Well, we only were like 2 minutes through, but we're going through the point of left-wing
okay.
art is mentally ill. It's essentially the idea, or whatever, like, you know, Anthony's about to like make the point, from what it sounds like, going to be like, well, the art is actually really interesting when you consider the lore behind it and the meaningful message. And it's just like, seems like one of those. It seems like one of those.
So the pretentious little motherfuckers, you're saying. Just pretentiousness.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the Ethan is Online's video, but we're gonna...
Yes,
but let's get into it.
Is it bad to have art that is flawed? I'd argue no.
We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents.
Misshapen faces, misshapen designs, colors that don't match quite right. There are many iconic artists that did all that too. The example that comes to mind immediately is, of course, Vincent van Gogh. In his era, He was criticized for breaking convention. He was criticized for his globs of paint he just layer on the canvas, the way he didn't actually draw things as they were designed or look like, really. He made flowers look like big flaming torches in the grass. He made faces look twisted, misshapen. The clouds and the stars don't look like actual stars, but it communicates a feeling. It communicates an idea. This is how Van Gogh saw the world, and through his art we get a sense of how he interpreted certain elements at play. By changing the dimensions or altering the dimensions, it draws it.
Is he going to try to make the argument that, like, 3 paint lines on a piece of canvas is the same thing as a Van Gogh?
If he
does,
that's gonna be so cringe.
because you're reaching so hard to say that, because at least Van Gogh stuff resembles something in like a very abstract way. I don't think globbing a whole like paint easel where it looks like it's just a napkin for all your paint is, you know, creative.
True. Wait, hold on. I didn't even say it was mentally ill. It looks that way. I mean, fair enough. Like that would just be a See, this is the problem that I have with like artists take on art. Isn't it the point of it meant to be subjective? Like I like I have a subjective opinion on it. Yeah, like, oh yeah, it looks fine. It looks decent. I like this because it appeals to my interests. Like, I feel like there's a lot of subjective takes that it comes into here. I feel like the only objective take you can make is that it was an art piece. Like
Real
like
reality.
yeah, dude. Wait, what the fuck, Nabi? What are you saying here? Me drawing Femes represents how I okay, buddy. We all know what you
Ace, you got to do something about these people. You can't have everybody trying to bang you. It's weird.
Yeah, well, I just picture it like I'm a rock star. But anyways, let's keep going.
Oh, okay.
Let's keep going. Oh, hold up. Actually, one more comment. And he got there after years of critiques and help from other artists, and they're an era that taking inspiration at A-Space. True. Guys, the gay furry is basically the Mona Lisa. Yes. 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 Anyways, let's keep going.
Attention to certain features of said art. Now, is that to say that the art he shows is good? Well, I'd argue, no, not at all. It looks like there could be a lot of things can be improved upon it. However, he's also highly selective of which pieces he's choosing, because I'm pretty sure these are made by actual teenagers or middle school students.
What a fucking... You're pretty sure? That's one hell of an assumption, bro. Yeah, Remnant was just rubbing his hands together, looking for children's art to make this evil point to say that they're mentally ill. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck kind of point was that? Okay. Dude. Yeah. Also, thank you for the 5. Wood with Femes. Fuck you, Sneaky. Fuck off. Yeah. Anyways. No. Dude. This is bleak. Well, let's keep going.
Do not be accepting any $10,000 donations to make yourself get facial feminization, Ace. I will hurt you.
I don't wanna. I want to stay a cis straight white male for as long as I can.
What? You don't want to be a finster? You don't want to be a finster?
Anyways.
Well, I thought about it for a long time and examined these drawings to figure out why they have that common style or theme to it, and to figure out what causes this. And I came to some interesting realizations.
It's not hard to criticize this art. It's flat colors, it's very, very bright, maybe a little contrasting in terms of design, it's unclear what the eye should be drawn to, things are kind of roughly sketched out. Remnant doesn't show the names of the artists on screen, so we can't exactly go and check how old they were when they made the art.
Okay. What? Dude, are we like just pretending that
really?
Yeah, are we pretending that adults just can't make bad art too? Like it's
I went to New York before. I've seen the shit that they display. You cannot make these arguments.
Yeah, dude, like
be real.
Do you think that the older I get, if I don't practice at this at any point, it just increases on my skill level with age? Like, what the fuck are we doing, bro? Also, yeah, thank you, Remnant, for the 5. Actually, he was pretty wrong. Yeah, thanks, Remnant, for that confirmation. And thank you, Sneaky, for the 5. Better watch it, Gubby. I got Discord Hitman on speed dial. Yeah, Chaotix will be a future stream, buddy. Okay, relax.
Oh, no.
Relax. Fucking hell.
We see if this is a case of a young artist who had to grow into their craft. We're not given any context. That's the problem here.
But before we dive in, I want to clarify. I'm not saying all left-wing art is weird or ugly or mentally ill-looking. No, frankly, the majority of art is dominated by the left. People who are higher in openness and creativity predominantly tend to be more left-wing. But I noticed something. For the mass abundance of left-wing art that looks disabled, frankly, I haven't seen that right. I haven't seen
this. Oh my. Disabled, frankly.
Oh yeah, also that's a good point. Yeah, if he showed the tags and he's calling it mentally ill, what do you think's gonna happen, Anthony? Do you want do you want him to, like, you're just gonna accuse him of sending harassment, like, to these artists if he showed the tags? Is that what you wanted to do, Anthony? Is that what you wanted to do? You wanted to go there and say, these are blank fucking colors, dude. You could do so much fucking better. You can't keep getting away with it. No, but look.
Yes, he can.
Look, I'm not going to pretend. I'm pretty sure. Like, we'll have Remnant on later, and we could have, like, a chat for sure. But I'm pretty sure the guy is fairly, at least a little right-leaning. Maybe, so it's like, I'm not going to, like, pretend, right? Like, he doesn't have certain opinions that, he would have. Sure. But, like, I'm not going to shame him for it either. But, yeah, no, like, this is just going to be like his opinion. There's going to be some political takes we're probably going to get into. It is what it is. But yeah. Wait,
It's your Nazi Istafon.
Yeah, dude. Cloudy as a dog. Let's not do that, dude. Oh wait, actually, why does that look like Cloudy? No, this does look like Cloudy. Remnant, what did you do with Cloudy, bro? What did you do with the polyamorous bicycle, Cloudy? What did you do, Remnant? Were you lonely one night, Remnant? Were you lonely? Anyways, false accusations out of the way. Let's keep going.
Of weird art that's almost childlike looking come from the right.
There's a lot to unpack here. First off, how do you define weird art?
Who cares what political side someone's on, bro? Well, it's only important in this context because Anthony's left-leaning and Remnant's right-leaning, so to understand some of the disagreements, that's going to be important for context's sake. But yeah.
Really specific in how you exactly detail that. But for that matter, you haven't seen a lot of weird art from the right. Well, allow me to help you out. These are Pepe memes.
There's no way. There's no way this motherfucker used Pepe and Soy Jacks as a counter argument. There's no way.
No. This is the best art you've ever seen, man. Come on.
Dude, also, I'm getting tired of this game. Sorry, guys. No clicker heroes tonight. But dude, this is so bad, bro. This is so bad. You couldn't have found something that was obviously made the way it was for memes. Come on, man. Come on.
For that matter, you haven't seen a lot of weird art from the right. Well, allow me to help you out. These are Pepe memes. These are Wojaks. These are extremely common among the right.
These are memes! They're meant to look like that to be funny! They're memes!
No.
Guys, alright, one of you artists, can we make like a coping Anthony Soyjack? Please, we need to really like appeal to the right wing, okay? Can we Also, when did fucking like the Soyjack memes become a purely right wing thing? What? Brother. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude.
What is it called? The Chud Jack one is a pretty good one where you see it often. Was it called, in left wing spaces where they make it, like wear Nazi t-shirts and shit.
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I feel like both sides use it respectfully, for the memes.
I will say.
Yeah, what's up?
This is it more than the other. We'll say that.
Yeah, maybe, but it's still like.
Still, yeah.
Bro, yeah, fuck me. Thank you for the 5 middleman. I don't think Remnant and Anthony are working from the same definition of art. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yes, Chud is literally a left-wing Wojak. True. It's
true.
It's due to their u/origin and 4chan. I guess, but like, it's very clear that like when we're looking at artists holding pride flags up, that's not a mocking context, that's a showing of self-identity. But when the right wingers use these soy jacks, it's clearly to mock. It's clearly to mock an ideology. So it's like, obviously the art's going to be made in different quality sake for different reasons. Like, brother, I swear to God, if I see one more Pepe,
They're actually very frequently used among the right, as well as these lazy AI drawings.
Oh my God. Okay. So we got the AI Studio Ghibli art. I'm not gonna lie. Look, I don't really care about the whole AI art thing, but like, if I'm gonna be honest, blaming it all on right wing, dude, I'm not, dude. I see a lot of left wingers do it too. I don't really care. I don't care if either side does it, but I don't really like, marginalizing it all specifically to one group. But yeah, sure. Whatever. This is gay. Let's keep going now. Fuck.
That are done in the Ghibli style. All of this is indicative of right-wing art, and all of it is stolen. It is reappropriated. It is mimetic. The reason why you don't see too many quote-unquote weird artists from the right is that most of the quote-unquote weird artists who produce that kind of art aren't actually making the art themselves, but taking something that was made by someone else.
Wait, whoa, wait. So, Anthony, do you understand what you just did? Do you understand what you just did, bro? Your claim is the reason why you don't sit on the right wing is because the right wing steals the art. Which side would they be stealing from, Anthony? Which if it's not the right wing, which side are they stealing from, Anthony? Like, bro. Did you just play mental gymnastics to just agree with Remnant's point? I'm going to, like, flame myself, bro. Dude, this video is so bad. This video is so bad. Dude, this is what happens when your side's cucked, bro. This is so bad, bro. This is so fucking bad. But yeah, here we go.
And claiming it as their own. In other words, it's a cowardly approach. At least with these unfinished drawings, you can make the argument that they at least put their names behind it, that they're willing to stand behind their art, even if it is unfinished, even if it is a learning experience. With the right, it's very often taking something else that someone else made and claiming it as your own. I mean, I have as much evidence for that claim as you have for yours, so who can say who's right?
The people I've spoken to who make art in the right wing, it's very polished, it's higher level, or at least not intellectually disabled like this.
I'm very...
Could not put a better image. Oh my god.
No, you know what's worse about that
Who make art
image?
in the right wing, it's very polished, it's higher level,
You know what's
or at least
worse?
not intellectually
That's supposed to be Alec Gunter.
Oh my god.
That's the worst part.
Oh my god.
disabled like this.
I'm very curious why Remnant thinks that this Templar art is right-wing. It's been around for at least 10 years as a meme, repurposed over and over again for various different purposes, but the original artist does not seem to be credited anywhere. It looks professionally painted, it looks pretty clear, it's definitely not AI, it predates AI technology being able to create this kind of art, but I have a hard time figuring out how it's right-wing if you can't even figure out who the artist is. How do you know it's a right-wing piece of art?
I'm gonna take a caveman leap, probably because it has something to do with religion. That's
That and war to a degree.
yeah.
Like colonization. Like,
Yeah, like this is an image that would be glorifying the ideology. So
yeah.
it would be really weird if someone who disagrees with the ideology would be glorifying it. Would be probably the angle we're going with.
Yeah, if anything, that would probably be, what's it called? Like, it would be drawn in a different way where, like, the natives are savagely beating the, what's it called? The, Templar into the ground to, like, show a dominance in some way. It wouldn't be the Templar winning over them. That's just, like, that's how you kind of can tell.
Yeah. But yeah, let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Quite frankly, it looks very corporate. Even if you know the artist by name, it's very clear that Remnant does not. As such, it's very difficult to say if this is right-wing art or...
I don't think of, like, high-quality, like, painting-looking art. I think of, like, that stupid Kroger shit. That's what I think of when I think of corporate.
So wait, if this is around by your own admission for over 100 years, and you're saying it's corporate, what company made it then? Or what, like, big group made it? I don't know. Like, I'm confused. Like, I guess we're just making speculations about it, but
yeah,
whatever. I guess whatever, dude. Fuck me.
Isn't. It's also hard to say if the art in question that he showed is right-wing or not either, because we do not know who the artist is. For all we know, it could be art made to make fun of a left-wing person. We don't really know, because quite frankly, Remnant didn't.
No, that was made by Alec Gunter's artist, and that was for their that was their banner. So there's not much speculation there. That is a fan. That's a piece of fan art. So.
And like going out on a limb, it doesn't look like it's made to really make fun of somebody. Is
yeah,
it? Like,
I mean, it doesn't.
Have you seen the Wojaks to make fun of trans people? You're telling me that?
No, yeah. If it was bigger gut, maybe lots more hair. You know, hair falling out of the head.
The shirt would be off, and there'd be massive chest scars that are like really like red and like sorish looking. Like,
yeah,
there's a lot of things you would see if it was a mocking piece of art. Like, it wouldn't look like a normal guy.
True. But we already know that this was made by one of Alec Gunter's mods or whatever.
I do not live in the fucking South.
Oh, what's up, Lyle?
You will not be finding my location.
Dude.
I think he's still mad about yesterday, like last time.
This has just been like this has just been a bunch of like non-slop.
provide a name to associate with the art.
Foreshadowing is a literary device in
Which begs the question, why? Well, I think there are many answers to it. One of them has to do with the fact that whenever you get into art, it's to be expected that you make drawings that look like this. It's pretty common. Most people start off by drawing what they're doing, especially considering if you want to draw something on a higher level, you have to understand that thing you're drawing. You have to understand the anatomy.
There's a lot to unpack here. First off, we finally have a citation of an artist, Walap, also known as Wang Ling. Wang Ling is a very prolific artist. He has a webcomic and everything. He's well known for his composition, his use of the color gray and monochrome color techniques, as well as the detail in shading and lighting in his fantasy art. He also makes his art in Blender and uses CG art to produce his art. So it seems kind of odd comparing a pencil sketch to art rendered in a computer program using tablets and state-of-the-art technology to produce multicolored, multi-shaded works, doesn't it? Also, Wang Ling teaches art, so we're talking about an art instructor versus art students.
Well, but the point that they're making is that they know what they're doing. So, like, there is a reasonable... Like, wouldn't someone who knows what they're doing, an example of that person, wouldn't that be a great example to use a teacher? Like, obviously, if they would know what they're doing if they're teaching it. Bro. I don't know.
I mean, if you got a public school system, some of these motherfuckers...
Dude. I mean, yeah, obviously you can't compare like a sculpture to like a piece of paper drawing, sure. Or you can't compare like, you know, that because they're respectively different fields. It's like why you can't compare a painting to maybe like, I don't know, like an aluminum foil clay model or whatever the fuck. Like I'm trying to remember exactly what I'm like referring to with that. It's like you take like the it's like you take some like wire and then you put some like aluminum foil around it and then you like put something else on it. I don't know. So basically, you get the point. Different niches for different branding of art. But yeah, this just feels like a bunch of semantical arguments. But you know, fine. We'll keep going. Anthony. You're winning, bro. You're winning.
Potentially not even students of art, but just amateurs. You see, that's the difference here. You're comparing a professional artist to a casual artist. Wang Ling produces his art to sell it.
If you want to make a portrait?
Yes, he's using it because he just said someone that knows what they're doing. Yes, you would fucking use a professional, and he just said that they don't know what they're doing for some people that started. No shit.
And don't those types, though, that still draw, like, those, like, really, like, much more simpler pride art type things also sell it as commissions as well?
I think so.
Like, they sell it as well.
See,
I see it all over Twitter.
The thing that's like blowing my mind right now is that Remnant quite literally said that the cause of this is like some people that are just getting started and don't know what they're doing, and then they say that there's some people that do know what they're doing, and then uses this example. And yeah, you're acting like that wasn't said, and this is a rug pull when you make the point, even though that point was already established. Like, what the fuck is the point of this? That was already said. But yeah.
Oh, Christ, he's here.
Oh, who's here?
So,
yeah.
Raylolin.
Oh, boy.
I have decided that I will not, in fact, dox you.
Oh, thank you. How kind.
Instead, what I will do is I will make sure somebody takes over all of your social media accounts and post the worst possible thing ever that you will never be able to come back from. Do you know what that is?
I already do it, so I don't know what else you can do.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Do you know what it is?
It would be Smash Bandicoot, and it'd probably be him spamming that Pikachu.
No. I didn't say I'd be giving it to Smash. All right.
Somebody.
All right. I have ethics. What I will do is I will make sure whoever I have take it over does nothing but talk trash about Woody Woodpecker.
Why? Why Woody?
I will watch all of Brazil come together and annihilate you down to the smallest of atoms, and you will be no more.
Dude.
Is there a reason specifically of Woody? Did they like Woody that much?
A dude got jumped 2 years ago by all of Brazil Twitter because he asked who even cares about Woody Woodpecker. So you'll probably have a few cartels having a hit on you by the end of the day. So yes, they do.
Well, you see, I'm going to go to Mexico, and I'm...
Cuts out.
They already got him.
I can get the cartels to help.
He's coming back.
No. The Mexican cartels will not save you when you are a Woody Woodpecker slanderer, because they know about their other friends on the other side of the planet or wherever, lower to south. They know that you do not mess with somebody's favorite fictional character. Because if you were to talk trash about Goku, they do the same to you, and there's that respect there, you see. So you will die.
But I still like Goku.
You like Goku, yes, but if you disrespect Woodpecker, they are not going to protect you from the Brazilians. That's not
I
how
do
that
not know
works.
who Woody Woodpecker is.
It's all right.
Woody
You will. Don't worry. Don't worry, little guppy. You're gonna be fish fry by the end of it.
Oh, guppies! I love guppies. They're a great fish. They're really cool and colorful.
No,
Did you know they're
are what you
live
eat.
bearers? They have tons of little babies. It's weird. They
None of
give
this
birth
will-
like most fish.
None of this will save you. They will kill you.
Ooh.
Did you know
After
that
they-
also Malays are also
They
live
will
bearers?
also
Pretty cool.
take you to Brazil.
Oof.
Ooh, they have a lot of cool fish down in Brazil.
You'll be seeing them plenty, buddy. You'll be seeing them plenty.
No.
Ooh. Actually smoked, but yeah.
Damn, I'm dead.
I don't know how the fuck we got into Woody Woodpecker, but we're gonna go back to
What's the Brazil Gestapo to jump me?
yeah, you're cooked, bro. You're cooked. But now we're gonna go into political art discussions. Okay, our favorite.
You have
All
to
art is
understand
political.
The skin, the eyeballs, the mouth, the nose, the ears, all the rest. You have to study all of them. That's not even talking about hair and the different hairstyles you can have. So when you're making drawings about people, it's very challenging. Your drawings by default are going to look really bad.
I see no difference. I see no difference.
Yeah, well, Remnant, why you hating, bro? I'm just seeing. It looks like it's the same picture. Brother, fuck me. Oh, thank you for the 2. The cartels had a ceasefire when Tariana passed. Nice. Bro,
It's amazing.
brother, let's keep it going.
Remnant appears to fetishize realism in art.
What the fuck? How the fuck was that fetishizing?
I'm gonna goon realistic art.
When did he say that, like, oh, just get my rocks off to this? What the fuck?
I love busting nuts over the Mona Lisa. That's
What?
why they have it sealed away. You gotta keep it away from me.
All he said was it takes a... You showed a clip of him just saying something factually true, that you would have to study the parts of the body to anatomically accurately present them. What the fuck? Does any person that do this type of art is just fetishizing it? Because they're learning about details of how to draw it better and more accurately and more realistically? What are you on about?
Okay, I don't want to be rude, but it sounds like big words are being used for the sake of big words being used, rather than like.
Well, I
being, like-
authentically disagree with this authenticity and authentically need you to authentically shut the fuck up. Okay.
Well, you see, salt shouldn't be called salt. It's potassium. Fuck! It's
Yeah.
potassium chloride.
Fuck. Dude.
Come on. Just speak simply. There's no need of this like big words to make you sound smart. It's just talk like a normal person.
Dude. Yeah. Oh, okay, Embre. I get it. With the wire. Right. Yeah. Oh, it's called abstract art? Fair enough. Yeah, I just literally forgot the name.
I fucking hate abstract art.
Yeah, I fucking hate abstract. But yeah, no. But what the fuck, man? Dude.
Crediting realism as being good. This, of course, ignores that many artists avoid realism or use exaggeration to draw more attention to certain traits. For example, in a lot of superhero
It's not fetishizing realism to say that it takes a lot of time and energy and effort to get
Why
it
does Superman's
accurate.
face look
Just because it's like,
Why
avoiding
does
realism.
Superman's face look like that? Hang on.
Yeah, he looks a little goofy. But no, it's like, dog, just saying an objective fact about realism is not fetishizing it. Like, I'm not opposed to art that looks, less realistic. I mean, fuck, I like the JoJo show, and let's be real, those body builds are not accurate by any demeanor. But I also find it very impressive when an artist, because when someone accurately draws a human, you're not just seeing a human. You are just seeing hours and hours of time and research being put into how to do it that way. And sure, it does look aesthetically pleasing to me. So, yes, maybe it's an appreciating the effort type of thing for me. Maybe. But that's not fetishizing it. I like art like this too. I love comics. I love comics with superheroes and characters. Like, some of them that don't look realistic, some of my favorite characters don't even look like fucking humans. Okay? Like, that's great. I love Hulk.
Like the guy's silhouettes, they don't look human. They're funny though.
Yeah, but it's but yeah, this is just insane. This is actually insane.
What do you mean? People love busting over the Mona Lisa, dude. Like they love fetishizing realism.
True.
Comics, for example, you will see characters who are more triangular to appear more villainous, broader
Sure.
shoulders and boxier bodies to encourage the visual of strength, whereas you might see rounder bodies being used to be more friendly.
Yeah, that's friendly, all right.
These are artistic techniques
Sorry, chat.
that are independent
Always
of
dab it
actual
up.
human anatomy and more impressionistic. Impressionistic
Yeah.
artists are very, very influential in the field and are quite frequently around. Even the artists that you cited use impressionistic details to spread the feeling that you have when you look at art. Therefore, yes, while anatomy is important and musculature is important, it is not the only factor to consider.
But where did he say that? Where did he say that it was? You're just fighting ghosts right now. You're making straw man. Unless, you actually have a clip where he says, realistic art is the only good art, and, I get epically fucking mogged within the matter of minutes. This is just, a jumping of the gun, because the clip you showed
I
just
was
did not
wondering,
have that.
where is this going? I'm so confused.
Yeah, this this just ain't it, bro. And even, right?
It's like a tangent. Where is this going?
And I would go as far to say that you still would need to understand realism in order to, build around that. You would still need to know how the parts are drawn so that you can take that and implement your own way of doing it. Right? There's still that research there. Yeah, maybe it takes more effort because you understand it, but you're trying to make something more wacky and, cool and whimsical with it. But he's just not, I'm not seeing any argument where it's it's the only way. Yeah, dude. This is actually insane to me, bro. But yeah, fuck me.
And in fact, by fetishizing realism over impressionism, you actually limit the types of art you can create.
But the reason why we see this abundance of shitty art coming from the left is because they don't have self-awareness. It's tied into their philosophy. They don't believe that there's good or bad art. They believe there are preferences, but you cannot objectively say one piece of art is good or bad, or one is better than the other.
There's no way we're using Sonichu, bro. I did not need to see
Okay,
Sonichu.
come on, that's legendary.
Yeah.
Sonichu versus the Mona Lisa. Which one's more influential, dude? I'm leaning towards Sonichu.
Dude. Dude. Fuck me, man.
You can't. It's subjective, meaning they don't have any shame for what they create. They can't look at it and say, this looks like hot garbage. I don't want to show people what I made. Their little doodle, according to their own philosophy, is not any better or worse than Michelangelo's paintings. You can't say that. You can say,
You see, let's be real here for a
little doodle,
second.
according to their own philosophy, is
Maybe,
not any
you know-
better or worse than Michelangelo.
Maybe we could see a little bit of a difference here. But if an artist draws like this in my server, as long as you're drawing my characters, I'll always sweep for you, okay? I got you guys. Okay. Anyways.
You can't say that. You can say he's more skilled, you can say the drawings took more time or they're longer, but you can't say objectively any of those things make his paintings any better. That's the philosophy. You can say the drawings took more time or they're longer, but you can't say objectively any of those things make his paintings any better. That's the...
Well, I mean, one is just better though, right?
It's just straight up is.
Yeah, I mean,
Put my shit against it, I'm gonna say theirs is better 100% of the time. It's just
yeah,
fact.
no shame to this dude or anything, right? But it's one is just objectively just better because of the time and skill that, they have.
Oh god, you're bad.
Wait, hold on. I'm not here to swing at you, Raylo, Brazil will take care of that. Are you telling me that this sloppy-jawed, okay with kids accessing porn, little leftist wannabe freak is sitting here saying you can't say one piece of art is better than the other? Is he actually saying that?
Yeah.
Okay, here's the problem, all right? Now, we could get into the argument of subjective versus objectivity in art, because there is a point to that, but this is the same slack-jawed, worthless, slope-forehead moron who was trying his best to find the art I did for comics that I worked on through a different company because he wanted to, and I quote, prove that I'm not good at anything I say I am, which is funny because I'm the biggest hater of my art than anybody else. But now he's on here trying to say, brother, I will smoke you. But brother,
no, I'm saying as an artist, you're the one who's the biggest critic of your own art. That's just how
okay,
it
good.
is.
I thought you said you, you don't hate it more. I hate it more. No, and now he's trying to say, well, you can't really say that. Unironically, Anthony, if you're listening to this, when I do eventually swing on you, I'm going to make it a point to murder you from orbit. I'm going to use a space laser on that giant dome of yours that is like 90% hollow air. This is absolutely asinine. Bad enough that he justifies kids accessing porn and has no problem talking sexually around children in its said server, justifying it via, it's just a meme. How about somebody memes you upside your head with a brick? God, I hate this man. This pretentious little weasel. Somebody needs to just find him in the street and beat him to death with bricks.
Jesus. Yeah, I don't think
man, minors accessing porn is the most legit okay thing ever.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that this Lio guy doesn't really care for this Anthony guy too much. I don't know, just a hunch. Just a hunch. Brother. Fuck me.
The philosophy we're working with, and that kills motivation and growth.
True.
Remnant, that is by far the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard a person say. If Remnant actually understood the culture that produced these arts, you would realize how everything he just said is total bullshit. Artists on Tumblr aren't merely critical of technique and style, they actually assign moral failings to you if your art does not conform to their expectations. There is such a thing as right and wrong, and most likely, you're on the wrong side of it if you're in that particular space. Don't believe me? Just talk to the Steven Universe fan art community. They bullied girls to the point of almost ending their own lives over objective failings with their art. Or
why the fuck would you... What the fuck is the point of saying that art had like a moral failing? Like, I've never heard of these cases where it's like you give them like a fucking philosophical essay of like why their drawing was bad. That's kind of...
They don't do that, but to be fair, they will just get angry over crazy fucking shit that doesn't make any sense. But like, yeah, I get what you mean.
Dude. Yeah, dude, what the fuck? I gotta disavow that. It's okay, Remnant. If Anthony, takes your positions on how you conduct yourself and just like treats it like another person's actions as yours, that just makes him more disingenuous. Okay, salute emoji. Okay, dude, fuck, dude. Okay, here we go.
subjective failing. The thing Remnant doesn't seem to understand is that, yeah, they are objective criticisms to make about art and subjective criticisms to make about art, but they're still, at the end of the day, criticisms, and people are not going to hold their tongue if they want to complain on the internet, whether it's in right-wing spaces or left-wing spaces. Subjective flaws can be extremely loudly shouted, and it can be a moral failing for making these subjective flaws. Artists will not hesitate to give you feedback on your art and tell you exactly what they think.
Alright, let me see the example you're using.
Artists...
I would like to say that the first and foremost, this compilation was not created by me. You can thank Skidgy on Tumblr for that. For those of you unaware of some Tumblr's biggest, hottest messes, I present to you best Tumblr scandals. This is a list of wild stories from the Tumblr community with links that give a general idea of what happened and how all is usually written in the middle of the drama. No more pesky forgotten details. What does this have to do with an art piece? Like, what, the artist ended up being bad? Like, I mean, if the artist or the platform, like, the company's decision ended up doing something bad, why would that affect the art piece? Like, that's looking what this example is saying. Unless I'm, like, also, misunderstanding.
This is also 8 years ago.
Yeah, like, I have no idea what the fuck he's bringing this up for. But, yeah, no, anyways, let's keep going.
Will not hesitate to give you feedback on your art and tell you exactly what they think.
Wait, so this whole segment's called The Left Doesn't Criticize Their Own Art Since When? When was that point ever made? Did Remnant say that in the video? Because you didn't show a clip of him saying that. Are we just fighting a straw man again? I'm so lost here, bro. What the fuck is the point of this? LOL?
I'm trying to figure it out. Like, I feel retarded in a way because I'm like, am I just not following?
Yeah, what?
Remnant.
It's not just me.
It feels like he's like thinking that he put like a whole piece of context or is imagining all these arguments, and instead of just leaving them as shower thoughts, he just put them in the video.
Yeah, it's less like a conversation happening and more of like two people saying two completely different things.
Yeah, dude, just. Yeah, he's definitely... Is this a red herring? Nah, but... but yeah. Yeah, fuck me.
just said actually means anything. Because, quite frankly, it doesn't matter if something is subjectively criticized or objectively criticized. At the end of the day, people will still talk with their entire chests to tell you what's wrong with it. And, quite frankly, it's not about motivation.
Yeah, that's could you not make the argument that Remnant's doing that right now? I mean, I don't understand this, man. Like, yeah, art pieces are going to be criticized, whether it's just, oh, I think it would have looked better with shading here or whatever, right? To, how the fuck do you support this ideology? I don't know. Like, I think the range is like very different, and lengths of severity. It's like, but I've never seen the point where Remnant's like, the left never criticizes itself. It's like, where? Did you just make that up?
Like, I'm trying to follow what's being said here. I'm like trying to figure out what links up to it.
Yeah. Dude, fuck me.
It's often about pushing someone down. Many artists in left-wing spaces have been known to have...
This teenage artist was bullied off of Tumblr after making a webcomic about white privilege. Okay? What the fuck is the point of these arguments, bro? This has nothing to do with what Remnant said. Dude.
What is going on?
Fuck me, man.
Bullying campaigns to pressure artists into never producing art again if they feel there's a moral failing to it. This is well documented. This is not subjective or a lie. You can look up the fucking harassment campaigns that have happened on Tumblr because an artist drew something slightly different than how a singular person thought it should be drawn. Further, nothing you said actually addresses the actual reason why Wang Ling's art looks like this and a pencil sketch looks like this. Different techniques, different programs, different mediums, different levels of experience, and different intentions for the art itself. A piece that is intended to be sold as merchandise does not have the same scrutiny with it that a fan artist on Tumblr might have.
While on the other hand, if you have a...
That's... Okay, sure. Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
That's fair.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you're a corporation making something and you're trying to sell it, yeah, the quality should be way higher than someone making a fan art off of their own free time because they support your stuff.
Or even not a corporation, just a person who's like planning to sell art. You're going to work a little harder because otherwise, you're trying to make it as appealing as possible. You're just going to make it better.
All right, let me read this. In general, I do argue they have less objective standards, and that allows them to better cope with themselves. Yeah, but, like, I don't think you've ever made the argument that the left never criticized their own art. Like,
yeah.
That's not the same.
Like, we're confused.
Yeah.
He's, like, attacking a point that wasn't really even made.
Yeah, it's like he just made up... Like, again, this just feels like a straw man on his end. But, yeah, fuck me, I guess.
Right-wing person, someone who says there's good art, there's bad art, and it's not simply a subjective preference.
Wait, hold on. So what is wrong with the art on the right? Can you explain that? As an artist, you can clearly explain what's wrong with it. If you say, well, it breaks from traditional form and structure of the human body, well, is that a flaw? They're deliberately doing it. When grading art, you don't necessarily say, how does it...
What's up?
Just a little bit. I want to look at the sprite again. Hang on. I think the hand is backwards. It's bugging me.
Wait, hold on.
I'm not joking.
The hand backwards?
Chin, I think
it's not simply a subjective preference.
It's backwards.
Wait, hold on.
Wait, hold on.
No, never mind. It just is in a really weird position because who the fuck holds their hand like that when they're thinking? It's the other way around normally.
Is that backwards?
I don't know. It's not backwards.
It's not.
But, like, he's put his hand around.
That's not natural.
Do that. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, no, I'm trying to do that. Like, I'm physically able to do it right now. That's just no one comfortably does that.
I was about to say, it's not natural. I thought it was weird. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just a weird tangent I had. I just had to say it.
Yeah, no, fair enough. That's the whole point of, us art critics here,
This piece here, it doesn't have shading in the hair in these exact places, specifically at the very top where it would be really shiny. So I need you to currently go and gut yourself, and please send me $45 more after, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
So what is wrong with the art on the right? Can you explain that? As an artist, you can clearly explain what's wrong with it. If you say, well, it breaks from traditional form and structure of the human body, well, is that a flaw? They're deliberately doing it. When grading art, you don't necessarily say, how does it fit the rules? You need to understand what the intentionality of the art is, and if it accomplished the goal the artist set for it. What got in the artist's way when trying to produce their results? Is lighting an issue? Composition? The color catches the eye, it draws your attention to the parts the artist wanted to draw attention.
Yeah, but what if the goal was, I want everyone to say it's bad? Like, does that magically make it good when that comes through, though? Like,
what if the goal was, I want to make something as fast as possible to sell it for a fuck ton of money?
Yeah,
Like, I guess that's art if, like, somebody literally did almost nothing and then, like, sells it for, like, $45,000. I guess it's good art then.
yeah,
Okay.
dude, they got me. The Rage Bait
They
group of
got me,
artists stepped
boys.
in. Dude, I didn't think of that.
too. So what's wrong with it? If your only argument is it's not a perfect representation of a person, that's a shitty critique to make because it doesn't actually tell you anything. Like, yeah, no shit, it's not. It's not trying to. Are you going to complain about a picture of a rock that doesn't look exactly like a boulder you found in your backyard? No, of course not, because that's a stupid thing to say. Also,
Lol.
one piece of art is a sculpture. The other piece of art is a painting. They are two different mediums, once again, with different techniques employed to produce the art. You cannot compare the two because that would be as stupid as saying, hey, this book with words on it is not as visually interesting as a blockbuster film with $100 million budget. It's
I guess.
Oh, no, this is apples to oranges. This is apples to oranges now.
Yeah, that might
Because
be
you're
his
trying
point,
to
though.
writing. Okay, I was about to say, like, this is writing compared to that, where we're talking about two different art forms, but, like, I don't know.
Yeah, because,
I feel like
to be fair with
it's more
Anthony,
of a
right? I can get behind the point I even made earlier. Obviously, a painting is going to be different than a sculpture, right?
yeah.
Very different. Sure. And obviously, art that's made for fun is going to be judged and scrutinized differently than art that is made for, selling, right? Those are just objective realities. The problem I'm having is this is just not addressing what's being said. Like that.
Yeah, like, I'm trying to figure out where this is going. It's just
Yeah, like
on.
wait, hold on. Someone's saying something really funny that's catching my attention. Hold on.
Wait.
Thank God we got the right-wing art of Anthony Gramuglia Rice.
Oh my God.
Thank God, fellas. Salute.
Got an Ant Jack. Oh my God.
Dude, this is awesome. Thank you, Top Hattie. Thank you. Dude, this is great. Fuck me. But yeah. Yeah, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Fuck me.
really fucking stupid to make this critique.
He has a larger incentive to grow and develop the skill. And he's not going to show you all the times he messes up or creates hot garbage, because he knows that's trash.
It actually sounds like he's a fucking coward if you don't be fucking perfectly blunt about it. Yeah, no, not wanting to show your art and works in progress to other peers is actually pretty fucking cowardly, because that means you're too insecure to post imperfect art to learn from your mistakes. You see, that's how artists grow. They make errors and get feedback on said errors. If someone isolates themselves and refuses to listen to any feedback on even their incomplete art, they'll never grow as an artist.
I mean,
Hang on.
yeah.
Like, okay, all art is imperfect. Like, if you're not posting any art, yeah, that's. I don't even know if that's cowardly. It's just you're keeping it to yourself. Like people like to keep like a public image of like how they look, to a degree. It's like, I don't know. It's like, I think you're just being a little excessive here to say that not posting sketches is cowardly.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. I guess like I wouldn't consider it cowardly, but like when I do pixel art, I don't show like when it's just like a couple of pixels. I think that it's a lot more satisfying to look at when it's done.
Yeah, like when you post on Twitter or something, like post your art, you're gonna probably post the more finished thing, or at least a really far along one, instead of like, oh hey, I quickly doodled this in the corner of my paper. You're probably gonna show something with more time in it, because that's just what you're gonna do.
Yeah.
Why would you post anything else?
Also, I have to agree with this chatter here. All right. Now we need a Giga Chad remnant, please. Now, yes, we have to conform. Now we have to conform to the right wing and make a Giga Chad remnant. One of you guys, you were on it, okay? I believe in you.
Got this.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Not wanting to show WIPs, is not like a sign of cowardice or because people are not entitled to see it. That's like, it's not mandatory.
Call somebody a coward for not showing something they're working on.
Yeah, like that's not. Yeah, that actually feels entitled to be like, we should be able to see your work in progresses so that we can criticize it and make it better by our own subjective means. Like the fuck?
I objectively would say it's more cowardly if you immediately took down your art the second it got criticized, because that would make more sense to be considered cowardly. Because the second you get any pushback on this thing you created, you fold. It's like you had no faith in it to begin with. That would be cowardly, but like, it's just it's excessive to think that just not wanting to post something that isn't finished, or even something that's just, for fun, just out of nowhere, is just, cowardly. It's not. It's just silly.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you want to show your WIPs, go for it. If not, I don't think you should be forced to, or called a coward if you don't. That's
Yeah.
kind of gay. But
Very.
yeah, anyways, let's keep going. Salutes.
Yeah.
In other words, your hypothetical right-wing artist is going to be stunted because he refuses to show his works in progress and instead thinks he can criticize his own art objectively. But that's simply not true. An objective critic is someone who is not emotionally compromised by knowing the effort it took to produce said art. You need another perspective to grow.
He knows it's bad, period. It's as if I took a selfie every time I took a dump on the toilet. Or I posted all the embarrassing moments in my life. Oh wait, the left also does that too.
Buddy, are you unaware that the right posts their fair share of L's too?
I skipped college.
Got kicked out.
Yeah, I know. Me and Nick dropped out.
I'm so glad that they expelled me.
No, I'm missing shit. No, it was a blessing, man. I've no education.
I literally
Okay,
thought
now
it was
this is just like Nick measuring over who's
Come on,
part.
man. I saw those freaking videos. We know how you felt at first.
doing this rant right now. I wish I was walking around the dining hall.
Isn't this the guy that ran over someone in the streets, dude? Like, this clavicular person's crazy, bro.
I never kept up with this clavicular guy. He just came up out of nowhere, I heard. And isn't this like the guy is like doing a bunch of facial surgeries or something right now?
Maybe. Hold on. Someone's saying check art
Oh
tab.
god, here we go.
Fuck you, Nobby. No, I'm not. I don't like
Stop!
Little Pony, bro.
I hate this. Stop,
Guys, we have to have a serious chat, Nobby. Okay? No more femme art. Okay? It makes me want to jump off a bridge every time I see myself drawn in certain ways. Can we please get more Chad aces? Okay, we need more.
Ace, if you jump off a bridge, can I take over your live streaming career?
I mean, lol.
I want the money. I want their money.
Guys, I'm emo, not a brony. Very different. But anyways, let's keep going.
You're brony, not a game. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Like a normal kid, like a normal motherfucker, hanging out with my buddies in college. Even if college is the dumbest fucking thing known to man, I wish I had that experience, and you guys took that away from me.
This isn't uncommon to the left at all, so it makes perfect sense. Why wouldn't they post their hot garbage, shamelessly, seeking validation from other people, which is very funny. They'll post it online, expect validation and praise. They'll seek it out, and then they'll get mad at you if you're honest and you say, well, there are some things you could have done better, which is flawed. If you're showcasing your art and you're opening up yourself to positive praise, you should also be opening yourself up to criticism. Otherwise, you become delusional.
There's something ironic about a guy saying that the left can't take criticism, and then his immediate next video is a response to the criticism from this video calling his criticism.
I made left-wing artists angry at me for telling the truth. Did you watch it? Are we going to go over clips of it? Please?
Well, I'll tell you this right now. There's no red bar, so you can assume there's a decent chance he didn't.
Lol. Yeah. Dude, thank you for the 2.
Yes, Metal Man.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Metal Man. Left, right, we can all be cringe. Salutes. True. For
Don't do the Roman salute.
for every Nick is not green, there's always a Sneeko. Okay?
Yes.
Yeah, that's just how I'll put it. For every Keffels, there's always an Andrew Tate. All right, we I don't think that there's like an objective like perfect side. There's always going to be bad actors and bad people on either side, or just laughing stocks and punching bags.
A crazy thought, Ace.
Yeah.
There's great thoughts on each side. And shamelessly siding with one side and dick sucking so hard for it makes you a fucking retard. Am I crazy?
Gulps. Well, the problem is Anthony has proven from time to time again that he does have a sides cuckery issue. And
No, really?
you see, the thing that's kind of annoying with sides cucked people is if you even give like just a little bit of fairness to the opposing side, people will look at that as like a switching sides thing. And it's like, no, you're just objective.
Yeah, it's like you can agree with them on 379 out of 380 things in that one thing. No. Now you're all the way down on the other side, idiot. What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Yeah, dumb.
But yeah, no, it's sides cuckery will always be gay and cringe. And that's why us neutral lights will persevere. No, but
You fucking retard.
Is this the Remnant video or Ants? So far it's Ants because it's just the start of it. Then we'll go over Remnant's Ant video. But first, there's going to be like a little intermission in between of looking at like community posts and comments because it's important.
There's something very funny about that. You just can't make this shit up.
Alrighty, so I released a video a couple days ago. It's called Why Left-Wing Art Looks So Mentally Ill. It got a lot of comments, a lot more than I expected. And I thought about it and I thought it would be entertaining and enjoyable for both the people who made these comments and other people who are just curious for me to make a response video. A lot of you made the exact same objections, so I can just clear it up all here and I don't have to make an individually written up response to all of them. And hey, you also get to be in the video.
But to that I say, he already has a defense built in.
I'm making this video
He already has a defense built in? Lol?
right now, and they're gonna...
I mean, isn't that how, like, just having consistent standards work?
Pretty much.
Dude.
You wouldn't really have to think about a defense like that deeply if, you know, you're not just going with shit on the fly. If you have a consistent, like, moral foundation, people that, like, poke at your moral foundation are probably going to have a, you know, a generated response from you that you're going to often give just to defend the foundation. That's just kind of how it works.
Yeah. But let's hear Remnant's preconceived defense, you know, because that's totally what it is.
And hey, you also get to be in a video.
But to that I say, he already has a defense built in.
I'm making this video right now, and there are going to be people in the comments saying, my opinion is trash, I'm wrong. Imagine if I posted this video and I said, nobody in the comments is allowed to tell me I'm wrong. I only want praise from my good audience members. That's delusional, that's insane. But that's what they're doing with their art.
Buddy, let me explain.
How is... So he's accepting it.
Wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah, how is that wrong? He's saying quite literally, people will disagree. That's all he's saying.
Dude.
And he's saying it's not going to be a hug box. He's going to say, yeah, go fuck ahead. I don't care.
Yeah, so what happened is he's accepting that's going to be a reality. It happens, and he makes a video responding to it. What's wrong with that?
But to be fair, he's also saying that the people who make that art won't do that. But that's an extended point to it. I will point that out. I'm not going to act like he didn't say something else.
Dude, I want to hear what Anthony has to say, man.
I'm curious what to hear.
Yeah.
Something to you. You named and shamed your critics, but you refused to name the artists you're...
Oh, my... Dude. Well,
what?
You gotta prove that the point exists, right? Like, I don't think you need to... So, to make the point with the art, you don't need to, like, tag the creator of the art to make the point that he was making. But with the critics, you have to show that the comments exist, unless it just looks like you're fighting strawmans, which, trust me, Anthony, I know you're used to. But, actually, you're actually proving exactly why he should not have put the tags of the artist in there, because you slimy little fuck. You slimy little fuck. Now you're gonna make a harassment point. That's what you're doing right now.
I was gonna say, if he put the names of the artists there, it'd be like, yeah, look at you. You're shaming all these artists in this video, and you're going to have your fan base go and harass them. That's what you would fucking say.
Dude.
He's objectively criticizing something, and then he's showing his critics, and you're complaining that he's not showing the things he's letting people make the things he's criticizing. When that's not anything relevant to what he's criticizing. He's criticizing the thing directly being made, whereas his critics, he's addressing directly, which is a different thing entirely. He's addressing their comments and the people behind the comments saying it.
Dude, this is unfortunate stuff.
Criticizing.
Come on.
Do you see the problem here? You're willing to put your critics on blast on your massively large channel, those who have no platform, and yet you're afraid to name the artists so that no one in your video can just look up the artist to see if they've improved or how old they are.
Okay, no, that is disingenuous as fuck. No, he's not. First of all, he's not going over the whole artist. He's talking about the subjectively about the pieces. He's talking about the pieces. And second of all, he doesn't need to fucking show the people he's criticizing, because he's criticizing the art directly and only the art. And when he talks about the people talking about him, he is talking about them. And who knows? It's not like all these people are random complete shitters. Maybe one of them has a few subs or anything. Like, I don't think it's fucking crazy to put and show comments in a YouTube video.
Yeah.
Like, you're just reaching so much there.
Especially with something so low stakes. Like, what's the worst outcome realistically, that more people just are inclined to disagree with the comment? It's the person's not going to, like, fish around and, like, be like, I need to fucking look for this person, look fucking deep into this fucking comment. No, like, what the fuck? That's insane.
And the worst thing with a comment, if they don't have any platform, they hit mute on the comment.
Yeah, this is...
Like, these people have no platforms, then nobody's going to be following them anywhere else.
Yeah, this is wild. Wildly disingenuous. Wildly disingenuous, but... Yeah, let's keep on hearing you spit, Anthony.
effectively targeting your critics with your channel's platform, yet you're refusing to allow the artists to speak for themselves by demonstrating improvement. You act like they don't improve, yet you can't demonstrate that they have been stagnant.
And I say art in quotation.
Well, did you want the art to just like the artist just to like respond to the video being like, I did not really like this at all. Like, what the fuck?
Not
Okay,
even,
I'm not saying they
even just
can't.
that. I don't think Remnant even said that they're completely stagnant. He's just showing the fucking art.
Yeah,
He never made the argument they are completely stagnant and this will never fucking change. What did he even allude to that? He was just talking about how he objectively dislikes this type of art. Like, am I crazy for even pointing that out? And second of all, you're proving exactly the point we were trying to make, where if he did cite the fucking artists and point them out in the video, you would immediately go, oh, you're inciting harassment against them, because you did it with fucking comments.
Yeah, this is just ridiculous, bro.
Silly.
Fuck me.
Because that's just what we call any drawing people make today. You didn't make a drawing, you didn't make a sketch, you made art in quotations.
You're comparing a pencil sketch of a face, a caricature that's more animated in style, to anatomy sketches to the Mona Lisa. You do realize that Da Vinci also had anatomy sketches, right? Very prolifically. Do you think that that's like all of Da Vinci's art was the Mona Lisa? Like, what are we doing here? Like,
did he say
did
all
he
of Da
say
Vinci's?
that?
Dude,
Did he fucking say that?
dude, how many times are you just gonna like twist someone's? It's really mind blowing to me. Like, this guy is willing to twist people's words and put words in people's mouths on something such as low stakes on the opinions of art. It's really crazy. This actually makes a lot more sense that why he's in drama. He just lies about people constantly
For no fucking reason.
I think this guy might have a problem. Like,
he's showing art as B-roll and immediately goes, well, you actually must then only believe that Van Gogh only made the fucking Mona Lisa or some stupid shit like that.
Yeah,
Sorry, Da Vinci. Why did I say Van Gogh? Anyways, you know what I mean.
Yeah, you see, like, again, I can understand that, yes, a painting and a pencil sketch is going to be different, but then you went on to a whole fucking different point. It's like, did you think that Da Vinci only made the painting? It's like, where the fuck was that said?
Yeah.
This is... Dude.
This is silly. Like, why would you go out of your way to be just so fucking disingenuous?
Dude, Remnant says that there are differences, by the way. Yeah, because that's just objectively the case. Like, brother.
hell, what's even the flaw with the other two pieces of art? You keep saying they won't listen to criticism, but what's your criticism?
Did
like,
he
what are you trying to say?
Flaw?
Dude.
Am I crazy? Did he say there was a flaw?
These were shown as examples of good pieces, as opposed to the fucking furry Breaking Bad. Did you miss that? Like, how? How are you this bad? Dude, fuck.
What's your point?
Did he? I don't see him directly going, hey, these two suck and the Mona Lisa is great and was always going to be infinitely perfect. And these two are impossibly horrible. He never even said anything close to that.
Dude, this is ridiculous, bro. Yeah. Look, it's very clear that this guy doesn't like this art, but you guys should remember to like, up, and subscribe if you haven't already, okay? And remember, I've set the dono goal to be that if you reach the goal, we'll look at more Anthony content, okay?
Oh, fucking
winks. But anyways, you know, shilling aside, let's go and fucking lose brain cells, okay? Let's do it.
Oh, it's mentally ill. Well, what does that mean? We know you just want to say a certain word that starts with the letter R, but even that doesn't tell us what is actually wrong with the piece as you perceive it. For a video all about how artists can't take criticism, you're not actually showing what criticism they're supposed to take.
I mean, one time I was in a chat room, somebody posted their picture, their art, and I pointed out the things that I liked, and then I pointed out the things that they could have done better on. And then everybody attacked me. By the way, they were left-wing, and said that
okay.
I was wrong for pointing out what they could have done better, which is delusional. You might as well just...
I mean, I would just say, Remnant, if you don't show your logs, then, like, you know, it's whatever. It's just, It would be nice if you showed your logs, for example, but if you don't, then that'd be a little, that's a meh. Yeah, the point is a little weak. But, sure.
Tell everybody, hey, only compliment me. Imagine how delusional you would sound if you said that in any other context.
You see, even assuming this actually happened and isn't made up, I have to ask, what was the thing you told her? Did you tell her her art looked mentally ill?
I mean... Dude, yeah.
Okay.
Hold on. It was actually to show the people that that people call everything they make just as art. It wasn't even a show to say the others are bad. It just reserved the term art for work that is some of the best. Yeah, so those 3 examples that you showed were all examples of good art, not comparing the 2 drawings to the painting.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, Remnant. Honestly, I would have just said show screenshots here because now it's
Yeah, that's the best thing.
because like that now it's
Now
like
you're running with hearsay. We're just running with hearsay there.
yeah,
I don't
because
know.
well now like Anthony is going to like make a lot of speculations of like, well, did you say that it was like fucking garbage? Did you say that it was actually like fucking like if you draw this something like this again, you're just gonna kill yourself? like we're gonna like that opens that up, but
Yeah.
but yeah.
Or did you give meaningful criticism? Maybe you can change the coloration or shading or composition of the piece. Something tells me you didn't, because you've been incapable of providing specific feedback on any pieces of art this entire video thus far, and we're over halfway through it already.
It also ties into the philosophy about how beauty is subjective.
Lol. Yeah, I mean, yeah, again, it just left it open for interpretation. There's not really much I could do with that.
Yeah.
It's word versus word, but yeah. Beauty is subjective. Let's get into it.
Everybody is beautiful. Everybody is a 10. Everybody is amazing. Unless you disagree with them, then they call you ugly. Beauty is subjective to these people. I made a video talking about how beautiful women are crazy. A lot of the comments simply said beauty is subjective.
Fucking hell. Oh god.
Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Didn't have
That was
screenshots, lol, since it happened a long time ago when I made that video, but it was basic stuff like contrast. Fair enough. Fair enough. But
I would have said, personally, if you're gonna do that, maybe just try to replicate such a thing without being inflammatory, I guess, is the best way to do it, and like
Yeah.
put that as proof.
yeah,
Because I assume the video was in like production for a while.
true.
If it's such a like a prolific problem, you could probably replicate it in like, I don't know, 20 minutes.
Who's the tin can on string? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Notice I censored her name? Yeah, fair enough, man. But, fuck.
To these people. I made a video talking about how beautiful women are crazy. A lot of the comments simply said beauty is subjective. Which is bullshit. It's demonstrably false, and I can make a video about that in the future. But that doesn't fit their worldview. They try and force this idea that beauty is something that they can equal.
What the fuck?
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Yes, there is some subjectivity into it. Like, when it comes to preferences, right? Where someone's like attracted to tall people or short people, maybe on the scaling of like, 3 to 7, out of 10.
But as a baseline, like there's clearly a reason why some people are considered more beautiful than others. It's just
Yeah,
overall, people believe in a certain way, and that's just how it is.
Yeah, there's a reason why. Okay, let's just say there's a reason why some people become male and female models and some people don't. Okay, like that. there's reasons. But yeah, fucking out, lol.
Lies. If they simply call people beautiful, it makes them more beautiful or something like that. Beauty is whatever we call it. And we don't want ugly people to feel bad, right? So let's just lie to them.
Here's the problem with his argument. Ultimately speaking, you can't prove something is objectively beautiful. You can argue that there are traits that are commonly seen as attractive culturally, but those traits do not always carry over from culture to culture. Different people in different societies, different locations.
Oh my god, yeah, this is just objective. Okay, not
so
even subjective.
Can we objectively say, if we're going to argue like that, can we objectively say there are some traits in this world that are more than likely going to be considered super beautiful amongst 90% of the population? Yes. So objectively, 90% of the population is going to find some people more beautiful than others.
Yeah.
That's just how it is. We can run this fucking stupid schematic game all day, but you're dancing around the main point of, yes, in general, people are going to find something more beautiful than others, so thus it is objective. It just is.
I could argue it is objective, but he never included it. Lol. Dude, I will say, this ain't even subjectivity anymore. This is just objective. Yeah. Anyways.
See things as objectively beautiful or not. The Venus
sorry.
of Willendorf was seen as beautiful in the ancient era it was constructed in, but that's different today. Or is it? Who fucking knows? I don't fucking know. Point is that if you argue that something is objective and has to be perfect, then quite frankly, you're maybe making a few errors there. Case in point, look at all people with Mar-a-Lago face. All the conservatives around Trump who have altered their face cosmetically to adhere to a standard. Most people think that's fucking weird looking. It looks plastic. Take a look at Clavicular, a guy who's completely reshaped his body to looks max. The average woman I've spoken to thinks he looks creepy. He looks...
I mean, let's be real.
You can say that he objectively looks creepy. Why are we doing this shit?
Wait, so whoa. We're doing this example of most people think it looks creepy for the internet, but for Clavicular, you're saying women that you've talked to, which
And you
how
said,
many
what
women do you?
talk to? Like,
Yeah, how many women do you even talk to? Like, is it 2, 10?
now we can do your stupid little gay thing where you start going, well, what did you say to this? What did you say to that? Okay, well, what photos did you show? And how many people did you talk to? We can do the same fucking things. Now you have to bring up receipts. You see how dumb this is?
Yeah. Well, also, does you have a source for those women? True, Remnant. Yeah, true.
You can't make this like these arguments where it's like, okay, proof. What did you say? Then you have to back it up yourself. You can't just immediately 2 minutes later do the same fucking thing.
Yeah. Like, I mean, look, I'm not gay, but like, let's be real. Clavicular is going to be a conventionally attractive guy. Okay, that's kind of the point. That's how he got the following. That's clearly, that's a part of like why he gets like a lot of simps and stuff like that. If you're really going to try to sit here and tell me that this is like an ugly man, you're probably just delusional. Like I don't know what to tell you, man.
Frankly, I will say this: AC probably paused in a really bad frame.
See, this is peak masculinity.
Looks weird. He looks like a plastic doll. Everything he's done to look more attractive might actually kill him. In the end, it's hard to say. I think personally pumping your body full of steroids and drugs may cause some health issues, but what do I know? The point is that these are subjective.
Yeah, and you could discourage that. You could discourage that type of like decision-making skills, but that doesn't change the aesthetically pleasing appeal. All right, that's not going to change that. But yeah. But yeah, anyways.
Opinions of beauty that these people are so insecure about, they have to convince you they're objectively correct. And their insecurity prevents them from listening to anyone else who disagrees.
These people, they don't believe the things they say, period. They don't. They view their compliments as an act of charity. I'm being charitable and kind and encouraging these people to feel good about themselves by calling them beautiful, to feel good about the things that they make. It's not honesty. It's also easier to make art if you're a left-wing person. After all art is on the same level. There's no such thing as good or bad art. It's simply preference. Meaning, whenever I make my shitty crayon drawings, I can show it to everybody, expect praise, say to myself that it's on the same level as Michelangelo's statues. And now I don't have to work. I don't have to spend those years developing those skills, put hours and hours into one drawing. I don't have to do any of that, which is pretty insane if you think about it. I would bet that this mentality we have, it breeds mental illness. It breeds delusional people about how they view themselves, about how they view their arts, their work. If you don't see reality for what it is, if you think that these two images are just as beautiful or just as amazing, that's delusional and insane. That's mentally ill. And the left is breeding this.
I'm going to be honest, you're conflating a lot of different things here. You're taking art that is clearly from an artist who's inexperienced and comparing it to a different artist from a different era, using a different medium to produce something very different for a commercial purpose. Did you think that Michelangelo's sculptures were made just for the sake of it? No, they were done because he was commissioned by a client to make it. Hell, you're so stupid you don't realize that the art that you're talking about isn't even a painting at all. It's digital art made in the computer that had access to different tools to render a different visual effect. A crayon does not have the same capabilities that Adobe does. You're so foolish you think there's no difference whatsoever between those 2 points.
There never was that argument. I feel like we're just looping the same. He doesn't know the difference.
I was about to say, like, where did this fucking come from?
Look, I mean, I will say
he was making like the argument, at least from what I've understood, is there is objective things that make something beautiful and objective things that don't make things beautiful, and then saying everything is objectively beautiful is stupid.
Yeah, like this.
Like, that's what I got out of that.
Yeah, bro. It feels like you're gonna make an argument that could be fair, and then you just go like off the deep end.
Yeah.
Fuck me, man. Whatever. Let's keep going though.
And you compare a person's face following plastic surgery, following reconstructive surgery that they elected to do, with a kid's crayon drawing. This is inane. This is...
No, he clearly compared the fucking left and right image. What the fuck are you talking about?
He was talking about how some things objectively look better. He was not comparing it to fucking art. You imbecile. Oh my god.
Dude.
He was trying to use another medium to show you how this applies. My fucking god.
Dude, this is mind-blowing to me. Fuck.
Is beyond stupid. This extends into the realm of what the fuck are you actually talking about?
Well, on the other hand, people...
What the fuck are you talking about?
You're trying to make a bullshit fucking shadow arguments like he's comparing a real-life woman to a fucking piece of art when he's comparing the same woman after cosmetic reconstructive surgery to show there's objective things that make something fucking beautiful. There's a big difference.
Brother, This is so stupid, bro.
Who are right-wing, you don't see as much trash from them because they understand when they make trash and they're simply practicing. I'm not making art, I'm practicing my skills so that one day, maybe I might be able to make a moderate piece of art. That's how they view it. The left, any little shit they take on the canvas, that's a piece of art right there. That's why there are so many people just like this online. And again, I'm not saying everybody who's a leftist makes horrible looking art that looks mentally ill like this, but I'm saying that's why there are so many people who have this exact same uncanny, weird art style that looks intellectually stunted, as if a child made it, or an adult that is mentally impaired. That's why we are seeing these things. And that's it for this video. I didn't go into detail of what art is or what beauty is. I can demonstrate what those things are and prove it. But if I did, this video would be so long. They deserve videos in themselves. And if you'd be interested in those things, be sure to give this video a like.
So here's the thing, of course, that we're kind of neglecting here. Every single piece of art he showed in this video featured some form of LGBTQIA imagery. The implication here, of course, is that you're not criticizing the art for its physical qualities, because after all, if that were the case,
He's gonna say, "Oh, you're a lay homophobe." He's gonna immediately pull out bigotry instead of just saying, fighting and attacking exactly what he's fucking saying. Oh my god.
Yeah, and he's.
Are we actually gonna do this? Are we actually gonna fucking do this?
And he's obviously done this with other pieces of art that isn't LGBTQ stuff. We literally saw some earlier. I don't think that the furry Breaking Bad was anything to do with the gay agenda. Okay, let's.
Are we really doing this, Anthony? Are we really fucking doing this?
Yeah,
are we actually gonna pull out this fucking argument and go, "Well, you're a bigot and you just hate this art because it's gay"? Are you really gonna do that instead of actually addressing and like fighting exactly what he's saying? Because it's clear you're trying to go and set that up because that's your a big stunted, amazing wedge and just stab the stone and say, "I did it. I proved he's a fucking homophobic retard, so he's wrong," instead of actually just addressing what he's saying.
Yeah. To end the stream off, I gotta listen to In the Closet again. Dude, yes, we will, because I have to show Roland the amazing diss track that Blackish made on Anthony Gramuglia before having his channel just shot down to the ground. Okay.
Oh God.
It's actually pretty solid stuff.
Read it out. What's
I'm
wrong
ready
with
to
the
see him say he's a bigot. I'm ready for him to do it.
Ready?
What's wrong with the shading? Hell, I've criticized the art more effectively than you have, and I'm just responding to things you presented to me. No, the real thing that you're pointing out is that you're conflating LGBTQA identity with mental illness.
What?
There we go. There we fucking go. Oh my god.
Dude.
I see. You cannot fucking criticize anything with gays in it because that means that you must think they're mentally ill fags and not that you think the art sucks.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god.
Remnants is not Remnant, sorry. Metalman says, I don't 100% agree with Remnant either. See, I
don't either, but
you see, I think the beauty of it is that, like, the beauty of having these art takes is that we can have subjective opinions about differences of, like, how we approach these type of conversations. The least I would ask of Anthony is to actually address the points rather than making them up in his head and addressing that. Because that's clearly what he's been doing this whole video. But yeah, fuck me. I don't think he hates LGBTQ. We'll ask him when we interview him, okay? And just to be fair,
even then, he didn't even say anything. Even if he does, he didn't objectively fucking say anything in this video that could be smeared as that way. What he was doing is directly talking about art pieces. Anything else, and it wasn't fucking here. Clearly.
Yeah. Oh,
so
sorry.
Massive straw man, just massive.
Yeah. But yeah, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going.
Conflating the fact it has gay flags in it with them being mentally ill. After all, if the problem were that the colors were flat and that they weren't necessarily vivid or the shading was weak or the human anatomy wasn't perfect, you'd highlight that.
Right there
Instead,
to the left. Right there to the fucking left. That was not even LGBT flag art. Look at it. It's fucking right there in your own fucking section, you retard. You put it in there. How could you do this?
It's over. It's over, bro.
You fucking idiot. You literally showed an example that directly disproves. Oh my fucking god.
Don't worry, I could just say I'm gay to own him. I mean, Remnant, we got this, okay? We know you are. Yeah, no.
Like, I don't see any pride flags on the bunny woman, do I? I don't fucking see it.
I mean, honestly, okay, like, I know someone's in chat said that they both sound pretentious. I don't think you could have these type of conversations about the subjectivity and objectivity, like good aesthetically pleasing points of art, without sounding like you're going into some deep philosophical route. So, I mean, fair enough if you feel that way, but obviously there's real ways to, like, you could study into this stuff. There's lots of things to know. There's lots of things to learn about it. There's like literally like whole like there's courses to get into it for if you want to like learn more in depth about it. But obviously I don't take those courses. I'm gonna be just as simple as that looks decent, that doesn't, whatever, and move on. But yeah. So yeah, I get that. Lol.
Barely vivid, or the shading was weak, or the human anatomy wasn't perfect, you'd highlight that. Instead, all the art you show that you say is left-wing just has a gay flag on it. That's the only indication that it has any implication
even made the
of being
sweeping
left-wing.
statement again to say all art he showed when he fucking showed in his own little B-roll footage right when he was talking about this, that there was a piece of art that didn't even have any flag in it. You fucking idiot. At least put your B-roll to show what you're saying. At least do that, you fucking retard.
Yeah. No, for sure.
Or at least don't use your grand sweeping like assumptions. Say most of the art. Then you have a point. Most of the art is a more fair thing to say, but not all the art. You're a fucking idiot for saying that.
Yeah. Fuck.
But then again, he did have a second video. Maybe he elaborated more there as to what his points actually were.
I'm going to leave timestamps to everything I address. And some of the most popular objections were...
Hold on.
There as to what his points actually were.
I'm going to leave timestamps to everything I address. And some of the most popular objections...
Okay. This is rage bait. You use art by kids. This is homophobic. Cartoons are not bad art. You only showed beginner art. What do you mean by mentally ill art? You use AI art by making your own opinion invalid. Art is subjective. Beauty is subjective. Replying to more. I mean, let's see. You used art by kids. That's just a speculation made by Anthony. And like that, like I said earlier, you could just make bad art and be a grown adult. Like, growing older does not make you magically better at like some art niche. Like, that's about like experience into it. So just because you see bad art doesn't mean you have to assume it was made by a toddler. But yeah, I mean, I feel like we've been like looping a lot of these arguments, but let's see it. Let's get into it.
All right.
What is art and what is beauty? I address both of those, and I also address other separate comments.
Now, I really don't care about him being rage bait or some shit like that. I'm going to really hone in on the stuff that I think are worth discussing to see his response to feedback. I think that enriches the original argument quite a bit, and I think illustrates just why it's worth poking further at this.
So, let's go over the comments. One of the comments I just want to start off with is, people claim this was rage bait. It was not. The reason for this video was, a lot of people on the right, and people who are also artists, had this exact same feeling, that a lot of left-wing art that's mainstream, it looks so weird and it has this uncanny style to it. And I thought about it for a long time, and I finally came to a conclusion as to why that is. And that's why I made this video. It was more to address what a lot of people have been seeing and thinking about. There are people on the right, and I've talked to them, they all say the exact same thing. It looks weird, it looks mentally ill. That's where I got the idea from.
You know what, actually, that just makes you sound like a hive mind who can't think for themselves. If you all have the exact same opinion, that's kind of sad, if I'm going to be honest with you. You have to enjoy the exact same thing. You have to
really going to make the hive mind thing right now? We're going to do this? That's like really... Okay. Because now we can go and say, hey, you know your little group of female friends you talked to about clavicular? Yeah, they're all a hive mind because they all had the same take.
Yeah, it's
stupid to say hive mind. It's just a dumb buzzword. It's just a dumb buzzword.
It's
I don't
either,
like it.
Yeah, hive mind if it it goes against your point, mutually agreed upon stance if it's something that's for your point. This is dumb, bro.
Yeah,
this is dumb.
It's fucking dumb.
Yeah.
To one of those opinions. And why is it that every time you say the art looks ill, it's because it has a different pride flag on it? It's almost like there's some commonality with what you're talking about. But you're an objectively intelligent reasoner. You're not just a simple homophobe who's trying to justify and polish up your bigotries with some fancy words that you don't actually use correctly, right?
And I actually thought most of the views would be from people who are right-wing and would agree with me. It was more to answer their question they already had. But I guess a lot of people on the left saw this and, well, they didn't like the video, so now we're here. Which is fine. I don't have any issues with people disagreeing with me. I find it enjoyable.
Is that why you titled your video, I made left-wing artists angry at me for telling the truth?
Have you ever heard of clickbait?
How about it's an inflammatory title to make people click it? It's clear you didn't watch it, so you don't actually know what's in the fucking video. Let's just be honest there. Unless you started using clips and you just for some reason didn't show that you watched it, which is weird. But okay.
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, he is trying to show clips from here, but it's like that's just basic clickbait. Like like that doesn't mean that he was angry. It's like, do you think like when people make videos and like drama things, it's like this guy finally responded? Do you think that they're actually like, you know, going like, oh fucking finally, dude, holy fuck, man? Or do you think it's like dramatized just because it's clickbait? Like I don't know, man. Like this weak point.
Seems kind of funny how, you know, you can criticize everyone else, but when they criticize...
If I could throw my hat into the ring, the reason left art, aka anyone that isn't conservative, is so uncanny is because they weren't compressed into a box that dictates a specific art style. I mean, if you want to make that stance, I mean, I don't know. I'd have to like see more because I don't casually look at, you know, right-wing, left-wing art.
Yeah.
But obviously, if one side and one ideology glorifies a certain type of art style, like if it is true that right-wingers glorify the Renaissance art style, but the left wing doesn't care for it too much, it could be just as something as simple as that as to why the art looks wildly different. If they want to do something different, which it's fine. I'm not gonna like say that you have to conform to like an old like art style, but I don't think that there's anything wrong with enjoying it either.
Yeah.
Like I don't really like that he called it fetishizing it. But yeah. Also, wouldn't Ant thumbnail for this video also clickbait too? Well, let's just
say that.
Yeah, you could say that. Hold on, let me actually just double check because it's been a minute since I've seen the thumbnail. You know, it's actually probably been like an hour. Lol. Dude, are you gonna actually kill him with a pencil, Anthony, or is this your real feeling?
That's weird.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah, I digress.
Says you right back, it's, you know, they're just mad. They're just upset I told them the truth. This is so fucking pathetic, dude.
Some of these comments are long, and because there's so many comments, I just want to skip to the points of their objection. For this person, they say, the art you have shown here is obviously beginner art, as well as made by children. It isn't actually, which is funny. In fact, one of the prime examples of what I was talking about, the weird art style that looked intellectually disabled, he's a leftist YouTuber who made videos about me. He's a Marxist and by no means is a child. Unless he has children make his banners. He's very bad at art, but he's certainly not a child.
Oh, buddy.
Oh, we're about to hear an anime monologue, dude. It's actually so fucking over.
Oh, you fucked up in a way you don't really know. So I actually know Alec Gunter, actually. We've talked a few times. Alex started as a right-wing content creator who shifted left over time. So if he spent more of his life right-wing, but then shifted left-wing, what do you think that means? He came from the same place your artists came from. It's funny how that works out, isn't it? Also...
But he didn't make the art.
Just because it's his banner doesn't mean he drew it, or for that matter, is an artist at all.
It's okay, you just acknowledge that and just like fuck to your point. Okay.
Compared professional art.
That was a really stupid point.
Yeah, like you just fucked your point.
You didn't need to make that point if you knew it wasn't made by him, then because then all you have to go is, well, for one, this wasn't made by him, and then go proceed to show that. You just made that monologue for the sake of making that monologue.
Yeah, that just kind of wasted everyone's time a little bit. Good one.
Thank you.
Lol.
To amateur art and thought we wouldn't notice? In fact, amateur art by someone who was raised in a right-wing situation, was right-wing for a very long time, and thus should have developed the same skills you argue is inherent in...
But you just admitted he didn't make the art, so what the fuck is this point?
Okay, so tell us who made the art. Why are you doing this?
Dude.
Why would you tell us, actually, he didn't make the art, and then monologue, and then not tell us? Who fucking made it?
Dude, this is...
Why would you do this?
Dude, this is so fucking stupid.
In right-wing
because
art.
You know what? What's funny? It probably would prove his fucking point if he probably told everything. That's probably why he's not telling us.
Well, are you gonna?
At the very least, it's my guess.
Are you gonna show us a tag and credit the creator who made it, Anthony? Are you gonna do that? Are you gonna do that? Can we see?
Guess what? None of that even matters because Alec didn't do the thumbnail. I know this because I fucking asked him. It was one of his mods who did it. So
okay, yeah. So.
Okay.
There we go. It wasn't Alec. Point destroyed. Absolutely obliterated even. Anyways.
Even your entire point, attributing the art to Alec, is completely bullshit because he didn't do the art.
And he never said it was made by Alec.
didn't do even the barest amount of research, did you?
And I would look for...
Okay, no, hang on. Who is the person who made it? You made this big stink earlier about not showing the artist. Who is the fucking artist? You just said he's a mod. That doesn't help us. Show us the fucking person's online presence if it's that big of a deal. Show us. I want to know who fucking made it.
Yeah, he won't, but it's like, it's very clear. It's very clear. Remnant even speculated that it was like made by like someone else. But you're making it seem like he false accused him of making it, lol. So you gave us a self-own and a bad point. Great stuff. Great stuff, dude.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, spectacular even. Is his mod a child at A-Space? I don't know, man. Hopefully we get an answer to this soon.
Because that's another thing. If the mod is an adult, then that would come down to what he was saying, where it's not children's art. If the mod isn't if the mod isn't a child, because that's his whole point, is it's not art made by children. So why didn't you directly address that?
Yeah, this is dumb, bro.
People who weren't children. I feel like that would be bullying. If you only got art explicitly from children, that would just be bullying in my opinion. And that's not the point of this video. I don't doubt that some of these images are made by children. And if so, that's by mistake. But if I saw any indication of age on Twitter of them being a minor, I wouldn't use their art because, again, that would be very disingenuous. And that's not the goal. The point is, though, if you are left-wing, you cannot say that their art, these drawings that they make, are any better or worse than high-level, amazing, beautiful art. You can't, because art is subjective. You can't say that there's good or bad art. And if you disagree with me on that, that's fine. Then what I'm saying doesn't really apply to you or your beliefs.
If they're not kids, then prove it. Give us the names for every artist you...
He just...
You should have proved it just a second ago. You didn't. You just danced around it and left it.
Dude, this is so
You had the ability to prove him so wrong. You had the ability to prove him wrong. Why didn't you do it?
Bro.
Why hide it? Why withhold information? I guess you think that we're going to trust you.
You just did the same thing, you fucking jackass.
His whole stink was, oh, actually, no, this is probably stuff made by children because this guy didn't actually even make it. It was made by one of his mods. Okay, is the mod an underage person? You didn't actually fucking tell us anything.
Brother.
And odds are, if it's a moderator for somebody, guess what? It's probably an adult.
I'm so mind blown by this.
Your word, but I don't trust you, that's the thing.
But that was one point I was making in the video. But this person is very kind and courteous. You can read the whole comment here. Very kind person. They also asked, what exactly makes a piece of art left-wing or right-wing? Is it simply the subject matter being depicted or the political leanings of the artist? This video was mainly commenting on the political...
Notice how, like, Remnant is even saying that this person's very kind and fair.
I was about to say.
How would that send harassment?
Yeah, I was about to say, he was being very cordial and saying, okay, well, this person was being kind and actually trying to have a conversation with me and actually having dialogue. He didn't attack this person in any way.
Yeah.
He's being just direct.
Brother. That's stupid.
This is fucking rough.
It's so fucking over, dude. Holy fuck.
I really hate these fucking things where it's like, ooh, left versus right, because it's always some sort of fucking gay identity politics every fucking time.
It just goes into sides cuckery, dude. I don't know. I think you could objectively realize if there's a bad ideology, a bad action, or a bad person without having to do this, like, dick measuring contest. Like, that's why it just gets so annoying. It's just basic levels of nuance. But, yeah. Whatever. Let's keep going.
Political leanings of the artist.
Again, how do you know what the political leanings of the artists are? Just because they have gay flags doesn't actually mean anything. As seen with many groups that are finding that it's kind of difficult to be gay while working with a right-wing organization, there are many people who are gay who also are more conservative. They end up getting their faces eaten by the leopards that they vote into office, but hey, they do exist.
Next comment is KFC3P.
Yeah, is that common?
So, no, hang on. So if you're saying that there's gay people that are conservative and stuff, right? That would invalidate your point earlier that all the, he's trying to associate, mental illness completely with the LGBTQ and by saying that it's all leftist art because all gays must be leftists or whatever you're trying to like point out. If they're not all, leftists and there's some that are conservative, that would mean that there isn't really a correlation between leftism and LGBTQ. So you really couldn't make that argument that he's just trying to frame his whole pedantic speech about art just as a vague way to be homophobic. That's just, stupid.
Yeah, this is chopped. Yeah, let's keep
So I'm
going.
just confused why you even make this point.
Yep. Let's keep going. Pat said.
are blatant homophobia. No, it isn't. And I tried not to overuse tons of gay flag drawings. I mean, if they had a gay flag in their drawing, it's safe to assume that they're left-wing. But one, that puts me in danger of YouTube. I'm not trying to say, hey, gay art is mentally ill. That's not the claim being made. I used it in the thumbnail because it conveys the idea, hey, this is left-wing art. Right-wing artists aren't known for having gay flags in their drawings. Because it's one of those tricky situations that's hard to win at. Because if I put a bad drawing, people don't know it's made by a left-wing person. You can't. Only I do because I was looking into these Twitter artists. But if I show gay flags in their drawings, which makes it undeniably left-wing, now I'm just homophobic. Now I'm hating on gay people. What do you do? That's a sticky situation, but I still wanted to make the video and get across my point.
None of this changes the fact you targeted primarily, exclusively, LGBTQIA artists and art.
What?
You said primarily and then exclusively. Which one is it? You can't say both. You can't say both. My God.
Dude,
Because we saw art pieces previously that weren't exclusively LGBTQ, and you fucking know it because you put as B-roll, you fucktard. You gotta stop using all these all-encompassing words when it's not fucking true.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. Shit. Yeah, I don't know about that. If there are gay conservatives, why are conservatives always so obsessed with trying to ban gay marriages or say they're groomers or some prep? There's actually a lot of explanations for that. A very simple one is that not all conservatives are gay. Second one, sometimes there's such thing as a self-loathing person. Sometimes that it could extend to that they hate themselves for being the way they are and they take it out on everyone else. Or another thing is that the gay people just don't participate in that ideology. There's a lot of different angles you can go about that. But yeah, other than that, they want the gay marriages to themselves. So yeah, that's the real answer that they won't tell you. But yeah. Anyways, let's keep going.
They were, in fact, mentally ill, and that's the only way you can identify them as left-wing. All of that actually proves it's very homophobic, because you're targeting and being bigoted towards and making assumptions about the people based on what their sexuality is. Yeah, that's homophobic. That's textbook homophobia. Even at your most generous perspective in saying,
Go back now. And go back to where he's showing all those art again, and look how like a good third of the art isn't even flex.
All of that actually proves it's very homophobic, because you're targeting and being bigoted towards and making assumptions.
And then you have that. Is there a gay flag in there? I don't see a gay flag.
Yeah, I don't see any gay
assumptions about the
teetering on the line.
You say it's gay flag, yep.
Yeah.
And
people
then
based on what
why is this? That doesn't look gay.
their
sorry,
sexuality
a fourth of the art there. Sorry, a fourth of the art there. Oh no, sorry.
Not gay.
Another one. Where's the flag?
That's homophobic.
No flag. Sorry, half of the art.
This is.
Thank you.
Yeah. So this is a little bit like
why would you choose the B-roll that directly counters yourself? It's so easy to go, well, he's clearly not talking about all fucking gay LGBTQ art when you show in the fucking B-roll yourself that there's stuff he's talking about that isn't that. Yeah. At least if you're going to strawman somebody and try to make them look bad, do it in a fucking professional way by not showing shit that directly fights your own fucking claims.
It's so
at least be disingenuous correctly, you fucking dumbass.
Lol.
That's textbook homophobia.
Up gay.
Even at your most generous perspective in saying, oh, well, right-wing people don't like gay flags. Okay, then you're saying that the right is homophobic. You know, like, what implication are you trying to...
Well, maybe, maybe some of them, but, like, sometimes they don't draw themselves like that, and I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Whatever. It's whatever. It's what happens when we go down sides cuckery, but whatever. Yeah.
Cross here.
I disagree with Remnant and Ant because art is just simply subjective and we all have the differing measurements for it. But I'm more against Ant because he's being an arrogant asshole about it. I mean, fair enough.
Pretty much.
Thank you for the gift, Metal Man. I know what you fucking are.
You're not doing yourself any favors, so you might as well just shut the fuck up. Shutting the fuck up is a free action that can spare you from possibly shoving the entire boot that you're licking down your fucking throat.
And a lot of people say that I have a bias towards real...
What the fuck was that for?
He's currently fighting the demons in his head that are saying this guy is completely attacking gay people only, so he's currently getting very angry and, what's it called?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that wasn't even.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that wasn't even targeted to Remnant. That was just like targeted to him. Like, dude, wait, hold on. Dude, I'm gonna be fucked up and evil. Paste. So yeah, okay. And then yeah, guys, I know I'm fucking hilarious. I'm fucking hilarious.
Something holy, so you might as well just shut the fuck up. Shutting the fuck up is a free action that can spare you from possibly shoving the entire boot that you're licking down your fucking throat.
And a lot of people will say that.
Anyways, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know I'm hilarious. I'll be here all week. But yeah, anyways.
I have a bias towards realism or semi-realism, and all the bad art I use is simply stylized cartoons. One, these aren't stylized. There's a difference between bad art and style. A person who is very skilled, who can draw very realistic art, but they choose to draw cartoons, that is style. It's a choice. But the people who cannot be realistic, and they simply draw cartoons because that's the best they can do, that's not a choice, that's not a style. They have the inability to make great art. And you can tell because the images I used, they weren't simply cartoons. Their faces, the proportions, the structures of the drawing, they were all off. Anybody who actually does art can tell there's a difference between very bad art and someone drawing cartoons. There's a clear difference here. One is intentional, the other one doesn't know what they're doing. And those were the examples I used in the video.
What about the Cubist art from Picasso you showed then? That was clearly made by an artist who demonstrated that he understood how to draw human anatomy properly and chose to be a certain way. See, that's the problem here, isn't it? You thought we'd only think about the specific artwork you showed, but you showed other art too, from artists who demonstrably actually know what they...
Yeah.
But his argument wasn't this entirely at all, I thought. I'm confused because, like, he's talking about how that wasn't stylized, but that's all they can draw, whereas this guy clearly has the ability to go stylized because he knows how to draw differently and, like, sculpting stuff differently. So I don't know, it's like another apples to oranges type thing.
Yeah.
It's like, no.
Dude.
Doing. Also, what about those anatomy sketches? How is that bad art?
Oh my god, we're going back to
but he
fucking
didn't
again.
He used it as good examples, you fuck.
And displaying realistic art shows, hey, if I draw anything else, it's a choice. I already got to this high level of realism. It's at the end of the day a proof that you can create real, amazing art. That's what it is at the end of the day.
I don't think you actually understand what good art is. I'm gonna give you an example. Here's a picture of a building's side, right? You see that stair leading up, door, all that.
Did he just say something? Say this art is objectively good. Did he just say that art is objectively good?
Maybe. Hold on. Let me replay.
But he said, "Here's some good art." He doesn't know what good art is, so here's some good art.
Right. Yeah.
He just said,
hey,
"What?"
Yeah. Sorry. I was just gonna. Yeah. No. I get it. I get your point. Well.
Nah, fair enough.
That tickles you. Haha. Sorry.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Create real, amazing art. That's what it is at the end of the day.
I don't think you actually understand what good art is. I'm gonna give you an example. Here's a picture of a building's side, right? You see that stair leading up, door, all that. Yeah, looks pretty realistic at first glance, right? Now, someone else examined this art from this artist who I'm sure isn't important at all, and decided to look at the angles at which the windows were facing. Do you notice how all the windows and doors and everything are angled incorrectly? If it was particularly from a realistic perspective by someone who knew what they were doing, they would angle all of the image so it kind of had a focal point, so it was aligned properly. Yet it isn't. Everything is misaligned. The entire house makes no sense. Who is this stupid artist who drew this? Oh, that's my point.
Why would you fucking beat off Hitler of all things? Why?
Well, that's why he got kicked out of art school, bro.
Exactly.
Bro.
Why are we doing Adolf Hitler of all things?
Have you guys ever heard of separating art from the
artist? I think I know why he's fucking doing it, and I know it's because he's a disingenuous hack. He's like, oh, look at this guy that you like. His thing actually sucks, because that would be the only reason you're bringing off Adolf Hitler of all fucking things.
Notice how
he
got into like Hitler's art saying, let me show you an example of good art. Yeah.
He was making the argument that it's not actually good. That was his whole point.
I know.
Right. Yeah, sometimes just worshipping realism isn't enough. You might think, oh, well, my art is realistic. But when you actually...
Okay, so if we're just sticking to realism, right? First off, it was a failed attempt at realism, like you pointed out, because the angles were, it didn't make sense. But if we really want to do this, why the fuck? Why would you go for the worst art student ever to portray the argument?
And third of all, why are you bringing up a piece that, to my knowledge, he never even complimented as good?
Yeah.
You're basically putting words into his mouth saying, oh, hey, this is art you think is good. Well, here's why it's bad. He never even made the claim this art was good because he never even brought up this fucking piece of art. Attack something he directly talks about instead of some other random fucking thing he didn't even talk about. because that's clearly not what he was talking about. Because he brings up many examples, yet you will not talk about any of the examples he puts in his videos unless you're trying to call him homophobic or say that it's all subjective. Bring up one of the fucking things he was showing on screen and not Hitler art for some reason.
Yeah, brother, this is...
Like, that's just disingenuous. That was disingenuous as shit.
Yeah, I don't really like realism art because Hitler made some pieces. Oh, did. Okay. A nice one, buddy. Nice one.
You look at the art and truly scrutinize it, you realize that a lot of detail is hiding how poorly made the art is.
But they also claims that I only used beginner art. Let me ask you though, what do you mean by beginner exactly? Do you mean that they're on a lower level, or do you mean that they're just starting out? Because these people, frankly, are not just starting out.
I want to point and I want to say how ironic it is. He brought up art to try to argue with him. That was from a guy who got rejected from art school. Like, none of this, it doesn't work. I'm just trying to figure out how fucking dumb of a point that was.
Yeah.
That was really fucking dumb.
Yeah, dude, this is... Brother.
They have been drawing for quite a while, and my problem is they remain on this lower level consistently. They've created a large quantity of drawings.
First off, when someone says beginning, they mean they're just starting out. Also, what is a large quantity of drawings? I can draw 100 fucking drawings in a few days. Doesn't mean I have a lot of experience drawing. Doesn't mean I'm not a beginner. It's all about how many years of experience they have as artists. And we can't verify how many years they've had as artists because you didn't provide anything.
That look horrible,
We're
and they
doing
never
this
improve.
gay
That's the point of this.
semantics fucking shit again. Oh my god.
That's all this is, bro. How do we have like a...
Actually, you didn't define large quantity, so I'm gonna now go into a semantic debate about well, it could be this or this or this. You know, you didn't actually directly define it. It's just dumb. It's clear he's speaking in a more like, colloquial sense where like people would understand what a large quantity is. They have an idea. It's not being used to directly say how much. He would otherwise say so. And going on your whole like gay semantics shit about, well, actually, it's about how much this and this and that. It's just stupid. It is dumb.
Yeah.
Quit attacking stupid little things that don't actually change anything and actually talk about real fucking points he's making.
Dude, also, guys, I'll put it this way, all right, fellas. There is what looks like to be 12 minutes left of this video. Okay? If I get $20, I'll skip the rest of it because this is just looping a lot. But yeah, here we go.
This video. So yes, they're on a beginner level, and they remain on the beginner level, and they don't progress beyond that. That's the problem I have with it.
Prove they remain on the beginner level. You see, here's the thing. Just because an artist has a lot of drawings doesn't mean you chose to show a drawing that demonstrates their growth. For all I know, it could be an artist that you chose that has hundreds of pieces of art, and you chose their first one deliberately. I don't know, because I can't check your work.
Is this the case for all left-wingers? No, I'm not saying that, but
Thank you for the 5 middleman. Godwin's Law in action.
That was so gay. That point was so fucking dumb and gay. He's going back to the thing where it's like, well, you're not showing them getting better over time, and you're not giving me a source, and like, you're not showing me how many hundreds of drawings of this person. It's so fucking dumb.
Yeah.
He's doing that shit again.
Brother. Fuck me.
There's a group I'm specifically touching on that does, and that is seemingly allergic to growing or changing, to improving. They cope and they lie to themselves as to why they don't need to improve. And also, when I say this art looks mentally ill, what I mean by that is when you're on a lower level, especially when you're on a lower level, if you want to improve, you have to use a reference, because now you have a set in stone goal. You're clearly defining failure and success. If you don't have one, you can never really prove whether you succeeded or failed. But a reference, it's undeniably in your face.
This is revealing in ways I don't think Remnant intended, because it tells us he values whether or not art can recreate something more than anything else. He cares about art not so much as artistic expression, but as a duplicate of what is in front of him. In other words, he thinks artists should function like cameras taking...
Do you think that art can be made... like, there's always...
trying to say that he's... What the fuck type of point is that?
Like, there's always going to be inspirations and references, and simply just the idea of like a goal to meet. Like
and he thinks that
Dude.
Thus, if you think that not doing well and like drawing a reference bad means that he must only think of artists like having the ability to capture images rather than using it as a foundation to like, learn and understand the anatomy of something and understand how to draw, and then in the future use those skills to make something better and like creative and different and unique, is not something that's possible.
Also, dude, I was just giving something in DMs, bro.
Oh Christ.
Where's your art at? Where's your fucking art at? Dude, true? True? Like, dude, this is so real. All these art criticisms, and dude, it kind of reminds me of like, dude, you know, like fuck American Idol, right? And I think that's the right show I'm thinking of. And the main criticism that's always given to fucking Simon Cowell is like, well, how the fuck can you criticize my singing? You've never sang in your goddamn fucking life. Dude, that's like the energy I'm getting, lol. Fuck. Dude. Hopefully we'll see some of your art, Anthony. I'm sure he makes art, though. Like, there's no way he doesn't. There's no way he doesn't, you know? But yeah, fuck. Yeah. See, we got some good art of him right here, okay? But yeah, fuck.
Photographs. Based on this description. Maybe he doesn't mean that, but that's the message he sent across. That, or he wants artists to trace more.
So what I mean by when there's a mentally ill look is to say that these people are so delusional that they can't tell reality from their drawings. They look at their drawings and they say, this is amazing. Look at what I created. Yet it looks like shit. That means you're unable to see what you're producing for what it is. To them, these two drawings are equally as amazing. It's just a different style.
How do you know that? How do you know that? I'm just asking you, because you seem to be saying a lot about intentionality here, but you haven't actually showed what the artists are saying. We're getting all this secondhand from you. You're telling us what a multitude of other people who we can't identify think. How about instead, you show us the words of the artist?
Thor the Doge. The fact that you use AI art while saying this is noticeably degrading your credibility on this matter. Actually, I would not agree. I use AI art because it makes my videos faster to produce, and it does a good job at illustrating the ideas I'm trying to convey. It's a tool at the end of the day. It's nothing more than that. I don't think that these AI images are art. That's really what boils down to. And I can draw. I don't mean to toot my own horn here, but I can do realistic portraits. I wish I could actually show a couple of them, but they take time to make. And I have posted my best works on my social media, which I can't show because they get me doxxed.
Not gonna lie, I actually tried looking to see if he stole and took credit for the Omni-Man art. I can't find any results in reverse image search, so he probably did just sketch it in a book and photograph it. But even still, that doesn't change the fact that you still used AI art.
Okay, so he tried to disprove that it's his, and then he immediately goes, well, I couldn't discredit it, but even still, immediately going to trying to discredit it after he couldn't discredit it. That's so fucking gay. That is fucking gay. Just, come on.
It's very clear that he just doesn't like Amir. But yeah.
Like, really?
Yeah, I mean, like, if you use AI as a tool and not as, like, you know, glorifying it as, like, a replacement for artists, I don't really care, because the reality is, like, there's been, like, a lot of, like, scare tactics and fear-mongering with AI, and, like, look, when it steals people's jobs, yes, or if the goal is to steal people's jobs, yes, that, I could agree, is bad.
Yeah.
But we've been using the tool for years. We've been using the tool like way longer than we know, like even just to make fucking films with just simple upscaling. That's like an AI tool. We've been using this in cinemas for years. Now, the concept of stealing someone's art and framing it as like your own, that's objectively bad. Trying to replace real people in real positions with it, that would be bad. Yes, because we need those positions to be filled. And frankly, the quality is going to tend to be better from actual people, that's been proven from time to time again, rather than just typing things on a keyboard. But yeah, no, it's I don't really care if you use it as a tool, because like it does get used as a tool and has been fine for decades. Like it's only been an issue now because obviously it would be like if it's like replacing someone's job. Sure, that would be bad. But there's even like some agreements that some people have done where like even in commercials, celebrities will give permission for people to use their voices and use their likeness in fucking just like basic commercials, and they're not even doing any of the work. They just spoke into like a device for 8 minutes, and yeah, they just get their lines used and they get a royalty check. I don't see anything that would be wrong with that. I think there's ways to use these tools that it doesn't harm people, and that's fine. But I don't. I don't know. I don't
For
really.
me, my take is I wouldn't use it as like a way to like do background footage to like expedite my videos. I just personally don't like that type of thing. It's just not me. I don't like it, but
It's
you
just
know
fine.
what? I understand people doing it. I understand it. Whatever. That's cool. Like he clearly shows he can draw. He clearly shows he can make art. So like he's not like one of those people where like they do it because they can't and don't want to learn. Clear that. I'll say that.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, literally the only reason I hate it is because AI generated art is stolen art, which is fine.
Pretty much.
That is, yeah, that's fine to dislike it for that. That
Pretty much. That's my reason.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with that. But using it as a tool, I don't really care. That's a different purpose. Like, that's not stealing art. When you just use it as a tool. But yeah, no, I don't think that him using it in the background to speed up, like, background footage or whatever the fuck is gonna destroy his point. I feel like that's kind of a caveman take. But yeah. Anyways, smokes blunt.
If you are an established artist who knows how to draw, the moment you use AI art as a shortcut for your video, that's enough. Quite frankly, I'm not an artist, but I still commission artists to draw for my videos because I'd rather have authentic art than stolen assets.
He basically just said his entire point is invalid because even if he can draw, he uses AI art in his videos. That is so intelligent. I cannot believe that came out of a human's mouth. I cannot believe it.
Yeah, like, dude, this is
so when he couldn't disprove that he drew it, he immediately went, okay, well, how else can I say that he's wrong? Oh, well, I could just say, well, you guys AI art, so you're just a fucking idiot. You're wrong. That is so fucking dumb.
Yeah,
oh my god. You're just refusing to actually like go and like dive into the material and fucking rip at it. You just want to just use super easy gotchas rather than actually fight in a intellectual debate. You don't actually want to fucking do it.
Yeah, buddy. You okay?
Shut up. I'm stuttering like a motherfucker.
Look, it's okay, Leon. Okay? It's okay.
Leon, shut the hell up.
It's okay, Leon Kennedy. It's okay. Yeah. Anyways.
It's pumped out by a machine that look fucking terrible.
I might make one for this video, but no, I don't think it takes away from my opinions or the things I say. And I think if it rubs you the wrong way, from what I can see, the majority of the time, they tend to be insecure. One of the other objections they always made was art is subjective. And I mentioned in the previous video that I would talk about what art is. And I'm going to try and make this as short as possible because I want to get through more comments. But art is not subjective. Art, at the end of the day, is truth. That's what it is. It's being able to express truth. And it's very easy to prove this. People like to say when it comes to art, when it comes to paintings, when it comes to drawings, art is subjective. There is no such thing as good or bad art. It is simply taste. It is simply preference. This is untrue. And people commonly show with their own language, with the things that they say, that they don't actually believe this or understand it.
Buddy, you just said nothing whatsoever.
When was the last time you ever heard a person say,
lol?
So, okay, I guess. Just don't engage with it. Don't explain why he didn't say anything. Just don't engage with it. Hey, nice.
Okay. That's that point handled and, tied down. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Saves us time. Fuck. Yeah.
Big brain.
Fuck me.
That movie was bad.
As much as I'd love to indulge you with your EFAP audition tape, I already addressed the idea of objective criticism in media in another video.
If we can say so confidently, so easily, without even betting.
No, not EFAP. Stop. No.
Deny that movies, that acting, there is good and bad acting. What distinguishes them? This is key to revealing what art is, which is it's realistic. That is what art is. It's realism. You have to embody that character realistically as if they existed, and you're able to express that character for other people to see. And part of art is being able to express it well.
You're saying two contradictory things. Expressing something well does not always mean expressing it realistically. The problem is that you think realistic representation is the only way you can express something well, as opposed to using lighting, anatomy, composition, proportion, focus, all of that in a way that communicates the feeling of the art.
Actually, okay.
I'll give it.
I give Anthony that because, to be fair, yeah, you could have that's why even cartoons with unrealistic proportions could convey a point pretty well. So
expressions on cartoon characters' faces, how they could be extremely exaggerated to a ridiculous degree. That is a good way to get something across. That is exactly what we're saying, basically. So no, yeah, I'd have to give that to Ant. That's a fair one.
Yeah, that is fair.
Point. See, you could done that the whole video, but instead you wanted to do your gay little straw man bullshit. Why couldn't you just engage intellectually? I never will understand.
Well, let's see if he, keeps, the fair point.
I'll give you an example right now. The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari is regarded as one of the greatest films ever made. It's also incredibly unrealistic. There are shadows painted on the walls. Buildings are made deliberately in a way that does not look logical. However, it's meant to express the feeling of being in a nightmare. Another example, Goya's black paintings. All of these paintings are incredibly dark and incredibly distorted. They are deliberately unrealistic because they're expressing the horrors in Goya's heart, including this iconic image, which, by the way...
So with this, I use the incorrect words. With this, I believe the word is like synergy according to HO. So okay, at least, you're admitting to taking the L here with that one. That's fair.
Yep.
But yeah, fair enough.
Is not remotely realistic in any way whatsoever. However, you feel something when looking at it. That is the intentionality.
If you're teaching a class and you have 100 students and they all walk away with 100 different ideas of what you said, all 100 different conclusions, you're a bad teacher. It's the same with art. You have to be able to interpret reality for what it is. You have to be able to express reality for what it is. And you might say, no, art is subjective. It's whatever we want. It has nothing to do with reality. Then you can never claim that there's any good or bad acting. There are any good or bad movies. Yet we all do, and we have no problem saying that.
This is fucking stupid. There is good and bad acting, there is good and bad art, but it's not about whether it's realistic or not. What matters, what divides good from bad art, is if it properly communicates the idea, the...
Dude.
Isn't that what he's saying, though?
Wait.
Isn't that exactly what he's saying?
I just... Why do we always keep going back to Thick Eve, bro?
Why are we doing that?
Like, I'm not opposed to, looking at some nice Thick Eve, but like, bro. I'm streaming.
We keep going back to it.
I'm streaming right now. Relax. Oh, fuck.
Okay, we're gonna have to server mute you.
No. Oh, dude, what's up? What's up, Yen Raid?
Sounds like Yen dropped everybody in here.
Thank you, Yen, for the raid. But yeah, in terms of expressing the ideas, I messed up, but he literally is expressing what I meant with a few things I agree with. Fair enough. Yeah. Dude.
The artist is trying to communicate. Does this art successfully communicate what the artist tried to say? Is this acting, expressing the emotion in a way that makes the audience feel what the actor is feeling? If so, it was successful. If not, it wasn't. This has nothing to do with realism. It has to do with expressionism. This is an element that you seem to struggle with.
We know that art is an expression of truth. That's what it is. And that's why I didn't include it into this video. Imagine me illustrating all of that. That would take a long time. Now you can just look at this gameplay footage while I talk. And for the people who are saying, well, art is subjective, but there's still good and bad art, explain to me how this could possibly be the case. If art is subjective, what you're saying is what is good and bad art is different from one person to another. Because if you're saying that art is subjective, you're saying that it's different for each person. They have different experiences. They have different cultures, different values, different emotions when they're seeing or creating the art. And we're not holding art to an objective standard. How can you say it is more than simply a preference? That is what a preference is. So at the end of the day, you cannot escape the fact that if you say art is subjective, you're saying it's a preference. You can't say that there's good or bad art. You can only say, I like one, but not the other. The people who say art is subjective, but there's still good and bad art, don't know what they're talking about. But again, feel free to explain to me how this could possibly be the case.
The problem is you don't even understand why you're wrong. That's the tough part here. That's the sad part here. You're so
sad part? Okay. Well, dude, let's relax.
The sad part, you spent like almost an entire hour strawmanning the guy when you had a perfectly reasonable ability to actually make arguments.
Yeah,
that
like
is the sad part.
What I would say here, right? If I want to give like a counter to a take, I would say for Remnant, right? If the art is supposed to show the truth, right? And what would make art good, right, would be something to simply display that truth. Sometimes, if we're going to do art pieces of ideologies, I think it's commonly known that not all of us humans agree on things, right? Which is why we'll see different ideologies from right and left. So if this would get into the concept of a perceived truth. Sometimes there is no, like, the truth should be objective, but if you try to be, like, there's two different types of truths here. There's an objective reality, and there's you being honest with how you feel and what you agree with, which may not be aligned with the objective reality. So if you were doing what your ideologies were and had a really good art piece that conveyed that belief, right, would that art be bad or good? Because in your eyes, you told the truth with your ideology, and you represented with your ideology what your truth was. But if it doesn't align with objectivity of what the truth is, does that make it bad art or does that make it good art? Because the intentions behind it was to make something that was true to you. So, like, that is an interesting line of thinking I would go down, to be honest. I don't know. What do you think
Then you
about
have to get
Roland?
an argument, and if we're going to keep it, and we have to keep like that same like when mentality, then you have to start arguing. Well, which religion is the actual truth, and it would never get to an actual conclusion because nobody will ever fucking change their mind. That just doesn't work out in the end.
Yeah, yeah.
So
And
that's like a good way to put it right there. You just like if it at that point you really can't give a actual actual truth because you don't have a direct way of fighting it.
yeah, but I'm just gonna keep going. Smokes blunt. I don't have enough truth nuke certifications to give.
Once. This isn't fucking stage directions.
Because it's true to me, Roland. It's true to me that I'm smoking. This is like utterly Noah's script. Okay, I need tone indicators in my response.
Ace, are you /J or /SRS? Are you /J or S? Fucking hell. Garfield, are you /J?
Yeah. The fact that we don't agree on everything is what makes it subjective. We think things are good, we think things are bad, but the only real truth when it comes to art is that it exists. Yeah, I mean, I would actually say there's a lot of truth in that statement.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, when we say art is good, are we talking about quality or morality? See, I would like to just give the fairness of quality, personally, because if something looks aesthetically pleasing, then you can value the skill, the time, and effort it took to make that art piece, and you are appreciating that being put into the art piece. But if you care about this, and admittedly, I don't always care about a backstory with art or context, it may make it more interesting, but that's not really like my main appeal to art. If you care about that, then you would want something that would align with a story with a piece, or align with a lot of context, like of a real event. Morality, yeah, sure. With morality, it could be principles that you're looking for with the art. Now, not a lot of people scroll through art to see if it aligns with their principles, but they may like the art that perfectly demonstrates the way that they think because it is more appealing to them and it's more agreeable to them. It's something that they align with. Personally, I'm kind of just a simple guy, all right? I like the aesthetically pleasing stuff. I like that stuff.
I just like drawing funny shit. That's all I do. I just draw the funny shit and I laugh at it.
Yeah. But yeah. We keep going.
So caught up in these objective truths, in these specific narrow niches you have to conform to, that you're missing everything. You're missing the actual obvious answer. The artist wants to communicate something. They try. Did they succeed? What got in their way? What aided them along their path? This is true for all art. When we say art is subjective, that does not mean you think the art is good or bad. It means how well the message was communicated varies from person to person. This is why you fail, because you have to have...
Often when people say art is subjective, they often say it as a way to dismiss criticism about the art. That's not really... That's the problem.
Yeah.
It's usually used just to dismiss criticism. That's all it's really used for. So I can't really, engage any further than that.
Truth, Nick.
That's kind of like the whole point of it, that we're like, this is what we're arguing about.
But we carry on.
Art be good, or you have to have it be bad. This reductive thinking is why you fail as a critic. The rest of this is just him rambling and responding to small comments, talking about what it means to be objectively beautiful. Basic dog whistles I don't give a shit about. But I want to close...
Okay, really? You're going to use that fucking gay-ass terminology now? Really? You know what he's saying there, right? You know the little dog whistles thing when he said that? You know what he's fucking saying?
What's he saying, bro?
I have a feeling, considering he brought up Adolf fucking Hitler earlier, he's probably trying to say that he's dog whistling a certain look, an Aryan look is actually the objective correct one, I don't know, I don't know. Just a hunch.
Yeah. So over.
Close up with something right now that I think is important. I want to show you all my favorite piece of art, my favorite painting of all time. Ivan the Terrible and his son, Ivan. Now, this art depicts the incident where Ivan the Terrible
Look, man, I'm not disagreeing with you liking this art, but you cannot say that Remnant was fucking fetishizing realistic art and then use one that's obviously, rooted in realism. But whatever. Decent choice.
Cool.
Decent choice. I think this one is actually
let's see
pretty
what it says.
aesthetically pleasing,
That's
That
pretty cool.
yeah, like the people look realistic, it's got nice design, it's got nice flooring.
It represents horror.
Yeah,
You can see it in his eyes.
I could clearly tell that like this guy's dead and
The other guy's horrified.
yeah. A lot of parts of this art is like really nice and aesthetically pleasing. But I don't know, we'll see. We'll see what he actually thinks.
Killed his own son in a fit of rage. He supposedly, according to legend, smashed his son over the head and immediately was horrified by his own action. What strikes me about this painting so well, that I find myself drawn to it, is not the correct anatomy, because it's actually not totally correct. The eyes are too big for their sockets, the brows stretch impossibly far, but it creates what you think your face looks like when you're distraught. The expression on Ivan the Terrible's face isn't necessarily realistic, yet it perfectly captures the soul-crushing feeling of knowing you've done something irreversible, knowing you've done something impossible to ever fix. The anatomy aids in this, but it breaks realism. The lighting is not realistic, but it draws attention to what needs to be drawn attention to.
Sure.
It is not about realism here, but it is about communicating a raw, undying emotion of anguish, true anguish. And the more you look, the more devastating the image becomes. That is the image's power. That is its strength. And sure, you can point to marble statues of Romanesque men, but let's be perfectly honest. Is that going to communicate a feeling to you, or does this communicate a feeling to you? That is why I think art is so powerful. It communicates sensation in the soul itself. The way Remnant talks about it, it sounds more like he wants a stencil sketch of men's abs all over his room.
Okay.
That's kind of funny.
Okay. Dude.
Remnant, you gonna take this shit? He's calling you gay.
Yeah. Yeah.
In which case, I find it very odd he keeps making fun of gay people so much.
I thought in
There we go. There we go. So, yeah. That was Anthony's video. Yeah. So, yeah. He's calling him gay. Dude, how would you know?
That was funny. I'll give him that. That was funny. I'll give him that. It was funny.
Yeah. Is Remnant gay? Question mark. We'll see. Dude. But hey, there are some things I want to get into. Because Anthony, right, has been aware that Remnant was going to make a response video, right? And there was, so, I gotta spill some tea, okay? I gotta spill some tea. And there's no better way to do this than with some chill jazz music, okay, fellas?
Fuck, here we go again.
So, let's choose this one. Okay. And we turn it down severely. Okay. So guys, alright, time to spill some tea. So, it was one night, in a VC in Hempletopia. As you could tell, it was filled with people that were not so well known to Remnant. Remnant would be in this VC talking about tiny, maybe some small details about his upcoming video on Anthony Gramuglia. Now, he was asked a question, okay? Asked a question about the Blackish stuff. Now, if you are well aware, my dear viewers, you would know that Blackish had his channel terminated. There was many speculation. Personally, the theory I prescribe to is the fact that it was mass struck by the Vivzy Pop audience. What's up?
Can't hear the music.
It's okay, you don't have to worry about it. Okay. I'll turn it up just a little bit for you guys. But anyways,
There you go.
as you can see, it was a dark and stormy day. Blackish lost his channel. Rumors were going across the mill and speculation was afoot. But someone merely asked, are you going to talk about this, Remnant? Well, he said he wasn't sure. He was going to maybe talk about it very briefly, but there was a theory that originally kind of came from Blackish. It was one of his theories that it was Anthony that struck it. That was a theory that came from a speculation of his own. Now, I did disagree with this speculation, and there was no proof to suggest it. However, despite that, Anthony got pretty self-defensive, because what Remnant was not aware of is when he talked about this in a public VC, they twisted his words and ran to Anthony Gramuglia and said to Ant, "Dude, you're never gonna believe this. Remnant's gonna false accuse you of striking Blackish's channel." And then Anthony stood there shocked, afraid even. And he was like, "I need to do something about this. I need to do something about this instantly." And that's what leads us to this. The post from Anthony Gramuglia doing a preemptive response. Brother. See, this is a bit bleak, guys, because in this post, he does make a lot of speculation. Ace, I don't even know if what you are saying here is true. Well, you know. But here, we have Anthony saying, "It has come to my attention that Remnant777, in his long gestating response to me, plans on blaming me for Blackish's channel being taken down several months ago, merely because Blackish's final video that broke TOS started with him sending a plane crashing into my head." It was literally a green screen, bro. Like, it was not that deep.
Is he actually saying that it broke TOS? Because he fucking...
That's what YouTube said. That's what YouTube said. But, because YouTube did say that broke TOS, but it was reported for terrorism. And it's like, well, that's not terrorism. That's insanity. All right, like, to even, like, say that. But I digress. But, anyways. Then we got, "I could dismiss this as a baseless accusation, but I want to go one step further and completely ruin his response to me days before it drops by providing definitive proof this accusation's baseless." Now here's the interesting thing about this wording. Anthony says this, thinking that this Blackish point is Remnant's smoking gun. That's the...
I was about to say, hang on. Anthony, I'm gonna say one thing in the future. If you're such a big fucking brain, wait for the jester to make an ass of himself before you go, "Actually, don't make an ass of yourself, you fucking dumbass." If this was something that was gonna happen and you had this beautiful response to immediately shut it down, why would you let this motherfucker not post it? Why?
Yeah, it's
what's that saying?
Yes.
You never interrupt your opponent when they're making an ass of themselves.
Yeah,
never do that.
Let them take down their own selves. This is...
Yeah.
That was... So Anthony actually kind of fucks himself here. Because of doing that, he gave himself an opening of how stupid he looks. Right? And that's a problem. That's a problem here. I actually want to look for something too, but I'm not seeing it right away. But anyways, I'll just keep reading. "I previously provided his evidence a month ago, the first time someone claimed this." Now, no one really made any video saying that you objectively did this. Like, no one said that. Like, was it a speculation? Sure, because it happened to be an Anthony video that broke TOS and was smoked, and you instantly victory lapped it within the hour. It was gone, and his channel was gone. That's why the speculation was made. But I'm not saying you did it. I don't have any evidence to suggest that you did. But that's the reason why the speculation exists. But I digress. We move on. But then we go, "I have only reported 3 videos ever breaking TOS, 2 because Lily Orchard encouraged her audience to mass report myself, and Cy Scribbles because Lily admitted to deliberately breaking TOS by DMCA striking her critics fraudulently, and 1 by Ethan Van Skiver, I don't even know who that is, for targeted harassment against me for years before my first upload. I have no burner accounts. I had nothing to do with what happened to Blackish. I hope that didn't ruin your month's work right as it was almost done, buddy. And yeah.
Okay. Like, he's doing a victory lap right now. That's so fucking dumb. Really, man. That's so stupid. You're cheering like you just crossed the finish line when you are halfway through the race.
Yeah, it's a bit cooked. Now he shows his strike history, right? Sure, and it's the 3 videos that he's referring to. I can't can I zoom in more? It's not letting me.
Control plus.
No, try to see the full image.
I was gonna say, okay, fair enough.
Now here's the thing, though. So this is the problem I have with how he proved himself here. He has no burners or anything, right? This screenshot, he literally shows having a second channel. And he only shows us a strike history of his first channel. So, again, not trying to claim that you did it, Anthony. However, I would very freely say, why show us this strike history but not this one? Right after even saying, I have no burner accounts. That's just a lie.
Yeah, that's kind of dumb.
Yeah. So, yeah, no, yeah, it looks a little chopped on your end, buddy. Like that, you just lied in your announcement, and you jumped the gun with a rumor you heard, and decided to make a full statement out of it just to discredit a critic's video.
And do a victory lap.
Yeah, this is all fucking embarrassing. But yeah, he pulled a quartering, maybe so. But this is really fucking dumb. Again, because I have to be autistically specific with this guy, not claiming you did it, but I have no burner accounts, and you only show us the striking history of one account when you clearly have an account here. So, yeah. But yeah, A-Space, and he blames you for the rumor. Yes, I'm aware. I'm aware of that. That's why we're going to get into it. So, I have to turn this down a little bit. Actually, let me just, no, we'll just stick with the jazz.
Fucking hell.
So, we're going to start here. Where have I said I'm going to do that? Literally in my script for the video I have coming up, I said we don't know. Genuinely, whoever said that is lying. You have a really bad source for this, not even a pun or a joke. It was your comments on the responses to you where you kept implying that it had anything to do with it, which you did several times. And then, I got myself here. Do you have any screenshots or basis for this? I'm very curious to see what basis you have considering you made a public claim/accusation about a critic of yours. What was your source that leaked info about a video that's not even out yet? Where are the comments or claims you're referring to that Remnant made or supposedly claiming that the Blackish termination? Is there evidence for any of this? Please post if there is. Fair question, I feel like. Fair. But,
that's fair.
And then it's where? In my vid, I posted evidence on X. We'll look at that in a second. The evidence is your video where you bring up Blackish getting banned and draw a connection to me being involved while just saying, well, I can't prove he did it, but isn't it that odd? Which A, you could have just re-recorded before filming, or B, still opens the door up to an accusation which regardless merits a counter-argument. An accusation where you imply someone did something without offering proof is still an accusation by suggestion. So, here's the thing. Speculation is not an accusation. You could say...
No, it's not.
Yeah, you could say, well, I know what you're doing if you're intentionally doing the speculation thing. But you are saying here, this is his smoking gun, that you just essentially took his strongest weapon away from him before doing this, and saying that he's accusing you of this when you have no proof and you're going off of a mere rumor. But then we got Remnant saying, gotcha, so you were going off your emotions and claiming I'm making the accusation against you because I'm implying you did, quote unquote. Despite the fact that I flat out said on record that I said that is not what I am saying. Good to know. Yeah. And And then we got him saying, "No, I am saying you are implying I had anything to do with it. That's not going off emotions. That's responding to your implications and knowing your audience is going to spread misinformation because you are suggesting something without evidence. If your response implies any misinformation, it won't go unanswered, so consider that as you edit it." Brother. But yeah, we keep going. We got like our strongest soldier placeholders here saying, "Respond to Ace, low bro." And then he finally does respond to me. "Ace Space, you are account for spreading the rumor Remnant is echoing. If you want proof, read his live post a month ago. He suggests a connection despite there being no evidence. It's live now. Further, Blackish posted his clip from his vid confirming that. For some reason, in a response to my vid on his art vid, Blackish was relevant enough to mention, even though he had nothing to do with it." Yeah, and then we got this. "As far as I'm concerned, you were also spreading that story that I had to debunk thanks to your initial coverage of the Blackish incident. So here's the thing. I'm gonna lay out exactly what fucking happened. There was the rumor. I talked about the rumor. I disagreed with the rumor. And somehow, disagreeing with the rumor is spreading it. Spreading a bold accusation. That is the point that he's trying to make here. That is stupid. That is so fucking dumb. But no. Then we keep going. "As far as I'm concerned, so you haven't even watched my coverage. I know that claim has been speculated, but I have always said it was most likely due to mass reporting from the Bibsy fandom for the striking of his channel. But just because I did a stream discussing his termination, you are making an assumption of what I said. Tell me, how is that different or any worse than supposedly what Remnant did with the 'I'm not sure if he did it or not'? You just claimed I did something that wasn't even true, and for what? To be able to be proven false objectively? But yeah, of course, I would prefer a claim you made publicly be backed with evidence. That's how the space goes, but clearly given you just made a bold assumption of what you said clearly not having watched my coverage. You could see it that is a foreign concept to you." Lol?
Damn, just fucking backing him up.
Yeah. Dude.
I take it he did not respond.
No, he did. There's a bit of a back and forth. Thank you, Hippleton viewers. Thank you, Hippie, for the raid. But then we go on.
Faggot.
Ace Space, I don't think you understand the point. I saw your stream and felt you did what you had to. Felt.
Oh, felt. Oh, sorry. So now we're on the emotional part where you're not even in reality. You're just saying you felt something, so it must be real. You're a fucking dumbass.
Yeah, this is amazing. But you never reached out to me or to ask me for a statement on it. You never asked for counterproof and presented Blackish's statement to your audience, which means they, lacking your discretion, then echoed the accusation uncritically to me hundreds of times.
You directly disagreed with his statement, didn't you not?
Yeah, I did, and he's framing it as like full support of it, which is insane.
You displayed it to your audience and then said, "I think this is stupid," and he goes, "Nope. Well, you showed it to your audience, so that means that they must believe it." What a fucking stupid statement.
Yeah, and Anthony, I'm not gonna lie, you've been running from me. I still have a pending friend request from you, by the way. So, yeah, you could keep doing that, buddy. I'm not saying you fully formed the rumor, but you are a source of it. Whether intentionally or not, the reason I did not make a big deal of it at the time was precisely because I knew you tempered it. Dog, I went against it. Okay? The speculation, because I'm going to be real, Anthony, right? Again, not saying you did it, but the speculation is when Blackish is having beef with you, he makes a video on you, and that happens to be the video that gets reported and nuked. Yes, the average question is going to be, well, did Anthony do that? I'm sorry, that's gonna happen. Now, granted, you could prove that to not be the case. And you know what? I've even disagreed with you, like being the reason it happened. But again, I'm not perpetuating it, and you're taking my disagreement as spreading a bold false accusation against you. That's annoying. That's tedious, and it's just false and bad faith. But yeah. Hold on, let me keep going. I read out what Blackish said and disagreed with it. How in the world is that spreading a rumor? If anything, that would be stomping it out. But sure, if you want to be reached out to, then I would love to have a conversation, considering I would definitely have some things to ask, exclamation point. Best way of contact is through Discord. My tag is Ace Howler. Would love to chat, exclamation point. Yeah. Dude, I'm not opposed to it. He could come onto this stream right now and talk to me. Come on, Anthony. Yeah. I've been trying to, like, I have a discussion with you for a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. But you know what? Apparently, when it comes to me, acknowledging a rumor's existence and disagreeing with it, that's too much. But you could false accuse people of being lolicons, you could false accuse people of being abusers, you could false accuse people of making claims about you that just didn't happen. And that's supposed to be okay and well and dandy with everyone. See, you're just an inconsistent, hypocritical little fuck.
The irony that this is happening on a post where he, with no evidence or anything, said that somebody else's statement in our video is going to be that, only for him to say that you disagreeing with a rumor is you spreading a false allegation is fucking crazy. The irony is lost on me.
Yeah, it's fucking mind-blowing to me. Yeah, this guy's just lying about me, but whatever. Whatever. Yeah, I'll clap back. And then... continuing this, I respond to Ace, lol, bro. Why? Remnant has posted his evidence and it proves my point. Besides, Ace is accountable for spreading the rumor I had to squash. No, he's not, lol. He initially discussed Blackish's accusations toward me without doing his due work to reach out to me for comment. Ergo, he helped spread misinformation while being minorly critical of it. But you and I both know how. And then whatever.
Minorly critical. Minorly critical.
Yeah, no, he keeps switching it.
Why would he need to reach out to you to say he disagrees with a rumor? Why would he need to reach out to you for any more extra information when he already disagrees with it?
Actually,
that's fucking stupid.
I would take it one step further that this little slimy fucking arrogant fuck does not agree with it because, hey, I'm supposed to reach out to you before criticizing you? How about when you heard this fucking rumor about Remnant and what he was going to use in his video, did you ever reach out to him before making a public community post? Did you? I know the answer is no. I know the answer is no. You slimy, inconsistent fuck. You little weasel. So yeah, no. You don't have it.
Downplaying how you responded and talked about it as minorly critical is wild.
Yeah.
Outright saying you disagree with something is apparently minorly critical.
Yeah. And then that original comment I had, vanished, so I had to say it again. Ace Howler, add me, and we will chat if you feel like combating a rumor is spreading it. And then I put exclamation point. And here's his running statement. I'll be sure to add you when I feel like I have something worth discussing. That's code for I'm a little bitch and I'm gonna run. Because Anthony knows that if he ever comes onto any of my streams or has a direct call-in with me, he would get smoked. Because you know why? He can't twist any narratives, he can't be directly bad faith, his strongest suit is basically covering someone from afar and disingenuously twisting the narrative so that he looks good to his own audience, which is a fucking echo chamber that glazes him constantly. He'll never talk to me. He'll never talk to any of his other critics that have challenged him before. He'll never talk to Lio, he'll never talk to Blackish, he'll never talk to Remnant one-on-one, he'll never talk to me. Why? Because it literally benefits this guy to poke at you from a distance. That is why. Oh, you know what? Yeah, let's get Anthony Gramuglia on. Yeah. Okay, before you speak, I just gotta preface. No evil language. No last stream moment, okay?
No, it's me, and I'm Anthony Gramuglia.
Yeah?
Hey, it's me.
Yeah.
I got, my iconic trait is my big blowjob lips. You know me.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I just popped in. I think it's really funny how upset he is about rumors, false things being said about him. I think it's really funny. Yeah, no problems calling me a pedophile. I think that's really funny.
Exactly.
I think it's really awesome.
I know.
I love Ant. I'm having sex with him right now. He's here.
Dude. Also, what do you think about this one? No, I'm aware Ace said that. That's not my problem. You could say everything right, but also still spread a rumor by not debunking an allegation without evidence. Dude,
what can I say? That's classic me, I'm awesome.
Yeah.
that's factual, I guess. You know,
Dude, I did everything oh so right, but oh so wrong. Dude, it's so fucked up.
This Ant guy is. He really is something. I can't say. I actually love him. I don't know. It's great. It's just like seeing, you know, all these people attack him. So it feels so good. You know, I want him. I mean, I can't say that, but
Yeah, let's let's relax. Smoke's blunt.
I want to pop in, let you guys know it's me, and you can continue the rest of that. Hey, maybe Anthony Gramuglia. Hey, maybe he'll show up again. But I'm gonna go keep having sex with Blackish. So
Okay,
you can
buddy.
enjoy.
You know, I'm glad. You know, problem solved, dude. Anthony, we're good now. Okay, that was great. No, but but then, dude. But then, right? Actually, we'll get into that. We'll get into that after watching Remnant's video, because these are more for after Remnant's video. But yeah, no.
All right.
You see, this was evil. Okay, this guy was just slimy, shifting the goalpost and lying about me. All right, I can't. See, that's why I don't really like it when some people try to go around and say, "Oh, but he's just a little guy." All right, you know, he doesn't really know the internet space that well. All right, he just doesn't really know what he's doing. No, he does. He does know what he's doing. He's a malicious, lying fuck. All right, he's a snaky, weaselly little guy. Okay, he knows exactly what he's doing. It's all intentional. Like I said in the beginning of the stream, he's lied about Lio, he's lied about Blackish, and as you've seen, he's been lying about Remnant, and he lied in order to save Otterly Noah. This guy is a weasel. But yeah. I digress. Crash out aside. Yeah. No, I just don't really like this ant guy. But now we go into Remnant's video. Okay. You ready for this?
I'm ready.
Yeah. Here we go.
Here we go.
I think you should just clarify that detail Ace I mentioned above. Let me look. He offered to talk live on stream to me, but I declined because when started talking, he was fighting me on what I even claimed in the video and instead wanted to make a video debunking him. Sure, you know, there was that. My point is, Remnant, that instead of talking to you before perpetuating a rumor he heard, he decided to just make a community post, despite setting the standard that you should reach out to someone when you hear a rumor. So, yeah, it's still inconsistent on his end, is what I'm saying. But yeah. Anyways, Pat's head. We continue.
There's something ironic about a guy saying that the left can't take criticism, and then his immediate next video is response to criticism from this video calling his critics mentally ill. There's something very funny about that. You just can't make this shit up.
But you literally just did. You literally just made all of that up.
As much as I'd love to indulge you with your EFAP audition tape, I already addressed the idea of objective criticism in media in another video.
At the time, I had no idea who he was talking about here, but he seems to be obsessed over these people.
The problem is you don't
Lol.
even understand why you're wrong. That's the tough part here. That's the sad part here.
He is such a smug yapper. Don't you just love him?
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up is a free action that can spare you from possibly shoving the entire boot that you're licking down your throat.
Yep, that's who we're going to be dealing with today. Editor's note, I gotta include this. This is too funny not to mention. Anthony made a hilarious community post where he tried to preemptively debunk the things he thought I was going to say in this video. He thought this video was going to be me accusing him of getting a channel deleted for criticizing him. Spoiler alert, I wasn't going to accuse him, so I didn't have to change my video at all. I quote,
I could dismiss this as a baseless accusation, but I want to go one step further and completely ruin his response to me days before it drops, providing definitive proof this accusation is baseless. I hope that didn't ruin your month's work, as it was almost done, buddy.
This attempt he made to preemptively debunk my video was a disaster. His post didn't set me back whatsoever, like he was originally hoping, address any of the claims I make against him in this video. And worst of all, he leaked his YouTube email address to the public for literally nothing, because what he calls quote-unquote definitive proof didn't prove anything. But more about that near the end of the video. It's just too comical not to bring up. That's the type of guy we're going to be talking about in this video, and I hope you enjoy it.
Yeah.
Oh boy. So a few weeks ago, Anthony Gramuglia made a video on me called No, Left-Wing Art is Not Mentally Ill, a response to Remnant777, which is really funny because here he is to debunk the narrative that the left can't take criticism and that they aren't mentally ill. And to prove the left's mental stability, he hired a thumbnail artist to draw himself getting ready to stab me, which I'm gonna be...
Dude, that's so true. Bro.
Oh my god.
Dude. Bro.
Alright, I gotta say, I find the way this is edited very fucking entertaining.
Dude, this is awesome. This is awesome,
Oh
bro.
my
Dude, fucking based.
Honest, I don't know whose point he's trying to prove with that one. Mind you, what's even more funny is that a sizable amount of his own audience doesn't even disagree with the notion that left-wing art is mentally ill. They're just upset if you call it a bad thing. I swear, if I made a video called left-wing art is mentally ill, and here's why it's a good thing, they wouldn't even be mad at me. But the worst part about this whole video...
Mental illness is epic. Dude.
You gotta put that obligatory Steven universe on it too.
Oh, dude, that's awesome.
is Anthony doesn't even address what I
Dude, I love the cat just dancing.
Say in the video. Instead, he decides to be one of the biggest lying snakes I've ever encountered, which is a huge claim for me to make. Not only am I stating that he's misrepresenting me, but I'm claiming that he's intentionally lying about me, which requires evidence. It requires me to demonstrate that's the case. And ironically, most of this video isn't even me exposing Anthony. No, it's Anthony from a year ago exposing his current self. Everything his entire channel is built upon. The behavior he criticizes and calls grifting is exactly what he did to me, verbatim. Anthony cannot live up to his own standards he sets for other individuals. So in essence, this video largely isn't even me responding to his arguments. After all, it's kind of challenging to make a defense for things you didn't even say. So with those parts of the video, it's simply me clarifying my own position on the matter, while exposing his lies and manipulative tactics he employs throughout the entire video. It's actually very fascinating, believe it or not, because at the end of the day, if Anthony lived up to his own standards, he would have to call himself out as a grifter, as a terrible media critic, and according to himself, somebody that shouldn't be taken seriously at all. It's that bad. And to demonstrate everything I'm saying here, I'm going to show footage of him constantly contradicting himself throughout the course of his video and his entire channel. By the way, Anthony, if you're watching this, if you claim I'm taking anything you say out of context or misrepresenting it, prove it. I've seen videos of you criticizing other people and claiming that they're misrepresenting you, leaving out context or twisting things, but then you openly refuse to show any evidence for your claims against them.
It's funny how when you take ideas out of context, there's more to it than that. It's funny how when you only include about 5 seconds of a clip,
videos are the
leave out some key details.
Okay.
Why did you cut the clip that way, by the way, dude? Why didn't you show a little ahead of it, a little after it? What happens if you show a little bit more of the clip? Should I? I don't want to, I don't want to look at my face in that shot, but I digress.
He did this to see enemies many times. Just claiming somebody took something out of context, misrepresented you, or lied about you doesn't work here. You have to prove.
Yeah, because like I will just say, right, not to rehash, things from old nights, right? Not to rehash, but Verlolan probably knows exactly what I'm going to bring up. If we want to talk about intentionally lying, right?
Yeah, we could talk about this.
Okay, initial recommendation. You gotta say you were accused of plagiarism, then transition to the topic being not citing sources. If you avoid saying what the accusation is, that will become immediate fodder for anyone arguing against you. That is intentional. That's not an accident. That's not a whoopsie. This guy...
Yeah, telling your friend who literally admitted to plagiarism to not actually say he plagiarized, but instead use a lesser, softer thing to make it a little better... You know exactly what you're fucking doing, and this DM alone shows how deeply manipulative you are.
Yeah.
It just shows it.
Yeah. I think that alone makes the argument that this guy is not just some silly little fella that just, he just doesn't really know how the internet works.
I'm sorry, I messed up. I didn't mean to do that. It was an honest mistake. No, it's very clear you're a fucking manipulative bitch.
Yeah. Yeah, I just remembered Ant is friends with Sai, the same person who was shit-talking a few Has Been Hotel reviewers, and it happened around the same time. A friend of one of the reviewers had passed away. Okay, so the only thing I would clarify there is he's no longer friends with Sai. I remember documenting that a little bit ago. But yeah. Oh, what's up? What's up, Sliggins? But yeah, no. Is that a message from Ant? Yes, it is Blackish. Yes, it is.
Great message.
Prove it.
And it's a great one.
It's awful. It's like one of the worst ones. It's probably the worst one that was sent to Noah, to be honest with you.
It's basically it's like the smoking gun. You could point to him anytime and say, hey, we know how deeply manipulative you are. Every single time we could point to that because it's just so fucking...
Yeah. But yeah, we keep going. We keep thugging it out, fellas.
With you. But without further ado, let's begin.
What is good art? Expressive, perhaps? Emotionally resonant? Something powerful that sticks with you. But is good art merely the style, the technique you incorporate? Or is it something deeper? Something that enriches the soul? And can you look at something and go, yeah, that art kind of sucks. That art looks unfinished, but they can do this to improve. Is there such a thing as objectively good art? Well, if YouTube's to be believed, then hell yeah there is. And if you don't follow the guidelines, your art is mentally ill. Something I'm sure is just a euphemism for wanting to say the certain gamer word that's become popular online. The subject of today's discussion is YouTube video essayist Remnant777 and his video, Why Left-Wing Art Looks So Mentally Ill, as well as his response to some of his critics in regards to this video. The core of this thesis is in the title. Remnant777 believes that leftist art is demonstrably mentally ill.
Where do I begin? This guy who gets offended and thinks the word retard is a slur is going to debunk the idea that the left is too sensitive to take real criticism. He thinks I'm trying to subtly hint at the idea that left-wing art is actually retarded. Buddy, I said what I actually meant in the video. I think left-wing art looks mentally ill. If I thought it looked retarded, I would just say it. It ain't that deep. You're seeing patterns and noise, Anthony. You're overanalyzing these things. You're hearing words
honestly,
that were never
just
spoken.
straight up saying retarded just as a response, just baller, I gotta say it. It's just baller. Like, he's acting like you're too afraid to say it and just go, yeah. I say the word retard. I'm not afraid to say what I believe. And I'm telling you, that's not what I was saying.
True.
When he was criticizing what other people had to say.
She boils things down to a level that's overly simplistic when they should be complex, and overanalyzes simple ideas when they're simple.
Anthony's literally doing the "why are the curtains blue" meme. I'll tell you right now as the writer, Anthony, the curtains are just blue. There's nothing deeper to it. Anthony does have really good criticisms at times. It just needs to be redirected at himself, though. And this is a reoccurring theme with Anthony. He is very selective when it comes to what he actually hears and what he decides to ignore throughout the entire video. Because with Anthony, everything that I do say and don't say will be used against me, even if you deny the things he says. How do I know this to be true? Because I even flat out denied what he said. Because look at this clip. He proceeds to play a few seconds of my video and then cuts me off so he can respond to it before I could finish my thought. The exact same thing he accuses Animus of doing. Why is it that left-wing art looks, frankly, for lack of a better term,
mentally ill?
It's like these drawings come out of a factory. They all look the same. They all have the exact same themes, the same color designs, the same misshapen faces, the uncanny look to it. Why is this?
Now, you're all smart enough to realize the irony of a man saying that all leftist art looks like it's made in the factory when he is in fact using AI art to communicate the factory itself. It seems kind of ironic that this guy is critiquing art for being the same, when, as we'll see later on, he encourages all artists to draw from the same set of techniques and skills that he believes are the height of aesthetic pleasure.
I said in that clip, these drawings, they all look the same. Which drawings exactly? The ones I was showing on screen. Granted, in that isolated clip that you specifically cut out, people can easily walk away with the notion that I'm generalizing all left-wing art. The problem is, however, Anthony, this is a fully fledged written out video essay, and you knew everything I had to say before you even posted the video. And you knew I do not believe that all left-wing art looks like it came from a factory. You purposely cut and misrepresented that point, especially given the facts that I specify my point many times throughout the entire video. In fact, mere seconds after you purposely paused it, I say this. But before we dive in, I want to clarify. I'm not saying all left-wing art is weird or ugly or mentally ill-looking. No, frankly, the majority of art is dominated by the left. Remember, it's fine.
Brother. Brother Anthony. Holy fuck. Dude.
No, yeah, like a smoking gun about you just being so fucking dishonest with your editing. Holy shit.
Yeah,
that's rough.
Pack it up, buddy.
Wow.
Yeah, literally right after said, I'm not saying all left-wing art. Buddy, pack it up.
Literally even saying, even to a point, most art is left-wing. That is crazy. That is crazy.
That is, dude.
Wow.
You're chopped, Anthony. You're chopped. Holy fuck. That was bleak.
That one's bad.
Yeah. Oh, God. Dude.
Oh.
Yeah. Dude.
That's rough.
Fuck me.
When he takes me out of context, just not when other people do it to him.
It's funny how when you take ideas out of context, there's more to it than that. It's funny how when you only include about 5 seconds of a clip, you leave out some key details. Why did you cut the clip that way, by the way, dude? Why didn't you show a little ahead of it? A little after it?
Oh, that's so chopped.
He completely ignores it, even though I said in the exact same video that I don't believe that at all. It reminds me of that time when Aristotle was on Twitter, and he wrote, "It's amazing how much leftist discourse is just pretending to not understand things, thus making discourse impossible." I didn't even say that quote-unquote left-wing art is mentally ill. That wasn't the core premise of the video. We aren't even 1 minute into the video, and he's talking about things that have nothing to do with what I'm saying. He's purposely misrepresenting the core arguments of my video. The video is titled, "Why Left-Wing Art Looks Mentally Ill." What does Anthony say?
The core of this thesis is in the title. Remnant777 believes that leftist art is demonstrably mentally ill.
Anthony, can you not read? Forget media literacy. You're struggling with basic English comprehension. On a serious note, why did Anthony do this? Well, according to Anthony, he's already told us why, when he talked about dishonest and bad faith media criticism.
Bad media criticism's ultimate goal, though, is to supplant the original media in your mind. And the way they do that is by sometimes just making shit up.
Before I even had the
Wow. Dude. Wow, he literally just says everything that he does.
Dude.
Damn. That is rough.
Dude, fucking smoked.
like at a certain point, I think a lot of his videos are literally just him just speaking on like a third person, talking about himself. That's like the only way you could even make these arguments is he's only arguing about himself constantly, but he's like too stupid to realize it, or even worse, he is able to realize it, but he just understands how to frame it. That is wow.
Yeah, this is kind of fucking bleak, dude. Holy shit. Yeah. Let's keep going.
It's gonna be rough to watch if it continues for another 50 minutes like this. Wow.
Yeah, well, yeah, fuck, dude.
It's just rough.
He just... That's like one of the best ways to smoke a liar, is just to use their own words against them.
Use their exact own words to criticize them, because he's not even having to even do the fucking work. He's literally just able to find clips of him saying exactly what he needs to say. That's rough.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's taking this guy out in the backyard, bro. This is...
God damn.
But yeah, let's keep
To say
going.
anything in his video, he already intentionally replaced my core message of the video from why left-wing art looks mentally ill to making the claim that I'm saying left-wing art is mentally ill. Not only did he supplant the core premise of my video, but he exaggerated it to the point and said that I'm claiming all left-wing art is this way. He changed it from I'm talking about something I see within the left-wing art community, how and why I think left-wing art looks mentally ill, and changed my claim to I think all left-wing art is mentally ill, which is an absolute lie. I specified this many times in both videos that he looked at. He even intentionally left out the part of the video where I said I had a left-wing artist who helped me to drastically improve. In fact, one of the people who taught me, who was able to get my art to look better from this to this, was a leftist. She was a radical feminist, and she's way more skilled than me. At least if she still does art. I don't know if she does. But specifically in the video, I was trying to target and look at one specific type of style, which is this weird, uncanny type of style. I wasn't addressing modern art nor Soviet art, because one, Soviet art, it's beautiful. I love it. Modern art, everybody's talked about that. Why didn't you include that part into the video, Anthony? I guess it's because it doesn't fit the false narrative you're trying to push about me.
They'll either misrepresent scenes, omit key details to make their point land better, or in some cases, lie.
This is fucking rough. Oh my god. This is rough.
Oh, Jesus. Dude,
he has the fucking playbook about everything he does in every video. That is, oh my god.
This is... Oh, Jesus.
Dude, it's at a certain point where you gotta wonder if he's making a video, like, talking about somebody, like, doing something really bad. Like, he's just self-reporting in a way. You gotta wonder. Because everything he says seems to be a self-report. It's crazy.
Wait, what do you mean, Joshua Moten? I'm in an argument with Anthony. He can't understand to reason. Are you talking to him right now?
Yeah.
Dude. Ask him if he wants to come on.
Oh my god.
Dude, okay, but yeah, enough.
Didn't say the left as a whole isn't good at art, is mentally ill. I was talking about a specific problem and what it's causing that I see him on the left. And you have no excuses for this. I even said that I like Soviet art. It's pure propaganda that inspires you and causes an emotional reaction inside of you. It's extremely compelling. I can separate the artist from the art. What other evidence do we have, though, to suggest that this is intentional manipulation in line? He has gone on record to accuse other people of lying and misrepresenting the things he says, for getting the tiniest details wrong. Oh wait, did I say wrong there? I actually meant to say people quoting him word for word, and he simply misremembers what he said and then accuses them of lying. That's how bad this is. For example, Anthony one time made a video claiming that a lot of people only like Godzilla right now because it's doing better than Disney. And then when Animus quoted him on this, Anthony got upset and accused Animus of lying and misrepresenting his point, and claims that he wasn't talking about people in general, he was only talking about a specific group of them, being those within the culture war, despite the fact that he did not specify that.
He goes on to say people only talk about Godzilla in reference and comparison to Disney.
Okay, first off, huge misrepresentation of what I said. I said specific people involved in the culture war only reference Godzilla in reference to Disney, not people in general. So right there, you're already lying about my video and my argument.
Is that the only way they know how to talk about Godzilla is by drawing a connection to Disney. Because when it comes down to it, a lot of folks love Godzilla right now for one reason, especially in the culture war. It's doing better than Disney.
Unfortunately, Gramuglia seems to have this weird notion that post hoc rewordings expunge previous statements.
That's how strict he is with other people. Anthony will twist his own words after he says them, and then claim you're lying about what he said. This is how nitpicky Anthony is to detail. And guess what? I can be extremely charitable to Anthony and still prove he's lying. Even if we granted the idea that you were unintentionally misrepresenting the core premise of my entire video in the first 30 seconds, you simply conflated the idea that left-wing art looks mentally ill with left-wing art is mentally ill. Let's grant you made that mistake by accident. You're still a liar, Anthony, because there's no excuse for you to say that I'm claiming all left-wing art is mentally ill, despite the facts that I said numerous times that I don't believe all left-wing art is a certain way. You have absolutely no excuses for this. You are a liar. You live and die by the standards you set for other people. If Anthony made a video on himself pulling the same shit, you would jump on the bus instantly to call yourself a lying grifter and say that you're not even worth engaging with.
Honest criticism requires honest thought, and that doesn't always culminate in a dopamine hit to the audience.
I don't even have
What they
anything to
want
say most
is
of the
that
time.
dopamine
It's
hit
just
30 seconds in to continue watching.
This makes perfect sense. Anthony exaggerated and misrepresented my entire premise of the video in the first...
He's kind of smoking him right now. I'm not even gonna lie.
like normally it's like we have so much to say. I just genuinely feel like I'm watching this and just going, wow, holy fuck.
Yeah, like, I'm not gonna lie, Remnant's doing a pretty decent job right now. He's showing that he's taking clips out of context, he's showing that he's inconsistent by his own standards, and he's showing where he lied in other cases, and he's not a unique one. And yeah, he's making pretty solid points so far. This is a brutal hit.
This is like just straight old Yeller. Nothing else.
Oh, dude. He said he's not interested. Okay.
Fucking
yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna say this right now, man. You should have talked to me. I tried, bitch. I tried.
Mm-hmm.
And you did exactly what I said you would do. You would run because you know that if you talked to me, even one-on-one, you would fucking lose. Okay? You would fucking lose. That's why.
Yeah, no, Remnant is shown. Like, Jesus. Wow. Just finding anything. Literally everything he says, you have something for. That's just crazy.
Oh, let's see. He said, I quote, "I am not interested in calling in. I'm going to tell the story on my own terms on my channel."
Oh, so hang on. Let me translate to manipulative asshole speak. I am going to say things in a way that only my audience would cherish me for, because I am too much of a pussy ass bitch to actually get confronted by the truth and get fucking curb stomped for lying this fucking much. There you go.
Yeah. Dude. But don't worry, Anthony. Whenever you drop that, I'll be there.
Yeah, we're waiting.
Yeah.
I'd love to go over it.
I'll go over to Roland's been on the Anthony saga with me for 2 times in a row now.
So fun.
Dude.
It's so fun.
We'll do it again. All right,
Oh,
dude, it's over. All right, let's keep going.
yeah.
30 seconds to give that dopamine hit to the audience. It makes it much more engaging. By the way, he said all of this when he was talking about how people give bad faith criticism, what they do when they're grifting. Like, seriously, what am I supposed to do with this, Anthony? Do I have to explain this concept to you as if the temperature outside is higher than your own IQ? Just because something looks a certain way doesn't mean it is that thing. Holy shit. She's fat. Some might even say she looks like a whale.
Do you have a source for that claim that she's actually a whale? I'm not convinced by your argument that she's a massive aquatic creature. Do you even know she has the capacity to swim? I think you're just assuming that without any evidence.
Okay, bro. Ace, I sent you the whole thing? What do you mean you sent me the whole thing? Regarding what?
I think he might have sent you the whole DM logs of what they were doing.
Oh my god! This wasn't a public... What the... This guy's a fucking idiot. This guy...
What?
This was in a server.
Oh.
I thought...
No.
I thought he was talking and like,
One-on-one.
Yeah, one-on-one. Okay. Fuck me, man. Hold on a second. Now I'm a little excited. I'm a little excited. Okay.
Oh, you're about to...
Dude, look at this. Oh my
I'm
god.
ready.
I am not interested in calling in. I'm going to tell the story on my own terms on my channel. I think it would be wiser to debate him. I have a son who needs to be rocked to bed regularly.
Okay, you fucking loser. Don't...
Bro, maybe.
Yeah, you
okay.
have a son that needs to get rocked to bed regularly, yet you can spend all this time trying to think of elaborate ways to just fucking lie about people for hours.
Dude.
Really, you have the time. You fucking know you do.
Yeah, wait, hold on. Maybe.
Don't lie.
Okay. I don't have time to debate with anyone unless I plan ahead. Listen here, Anthony.
Dude,
You know what? Hold on. I've been saying a lot, been saying a lot. And you know what, Anthony? I'll say this right now. If you can give me a time that works for you, we could set something up. Okay? But, as of now, you still are avoiding me, man. I'm not gonna lie. But, yeah. Are you in British server? What, British Runner? Because if so, then I would be in his server. Yeah. But, dude, just very convenient. But sure. If you want to wait till your video is out, right? And then we could schedule time from there, sure. We can go from there, Anthony. I could wait. Okay? I could wait. But yeah. Anyways.
Don't keep him waiting, old friend. Don't keep him waiting.
Yeah. Fucking hell. Don't say that, Zebra. Call in, Anthony. We ain't gonna jump you. I didn't even know Anthony was in British Runner server, to be honest. I thought he was just in Malcords. But yeah, no, fair enough.
Hang on. He needs to rock his baby to bed, but he's still too busy on Discord chatting with randoms.
I guess so.
What the fuck?
Maybe he's like one-hand typing while he's rocking the cradle.
Yeah. You are such a great parent, Anthony. You are such a savior.
I thought he was not making any response at Ace, but no, he is. There are some messages I'm going to go that does confirm that. But yeah. Anyways. Yeah.
Disagreeing with someone. It's not saying something you don't agree with. It's when the criticism itself seems to fundamentally misinterpret the piece of media being discussed, even when it's supposed going through a scene frame by frame by frame.
Anthony, according to himself, gave terrible media criticism. Certain types of left-wing art look mentally ill, but that doesn't mean I said it actually is. The core concept of what I even insinuated was mentally ill in the video wasn't even art itself, but possibly the mindset behind it. The idea that beauty is purely subjective and that people purposely ignore and forego any objective standards to beauty. If you take that literally and you genuinely believe it and apply it in the real world, that comes across as pretty mentally ill to me. And remember, I even said that most people who claim that this is true don't even believe it. These people, they don't believe the things they say, period. They don't. They view their compliments as an act of charity. I'm being charitable and kind and encouraging these people to feel good about themselves by calling them beautiful, to feel good about the things that they make. It's not honesty. And you know who else has said people lie to themselves? You, Anthony, God. And you can't give me shit. But if you're arguing that there's subjectivity to beauty, especially when it comes to people and who you're attracted to, who you love, of course there's a bit of subjectivity to it. Yeah, but there's still an underlying objective basis for beauty. And denial of that, in my opinion, breeds this mental illness I refer to in the video. I would bet that this mentality we have, it breeds mental illness. It breeds delusional people about how they view themselves, about how they view their art.
What's up?
Ace, it sounds like Yen is trying to get it set up.
Oh boy.
Like settings, set a time up.
I mean,
oh god.
All right, Yen. If you want to set something up, then yeah, awesome stuff.
Oh, Christ.
Here we go.
Their work.
Dude, I feel like a React streamer. Just like, I feel like one of like fucking XQC just sitting on a chair watching a video because what do I say?
Yeah, no, fair enough, lol.
Damn, it's just packing them. I can't say anything else.
Dude.
For what it is. If you think that these two images are just as beautiful or just as amazing, that's delusional and insane. That's mentally ill. And I try to make that abundantly clear in the video. I think I did a pretty good job at it. All of this points to a problem though, Anthony. You literally built your career on YouTube off the idea that you're qualified to teach people on what the media criticism looks like. How to spot drifters, how to spot bad faith actors. Yet you intentionally make such egregious elementary mistakes to misrepresent me. This means you are not qualified to talk about these things. After this point in everything that you've done on YouTube, you shouldn't be giving any media criticism at all. Just stop. This is not your niche. You have done a disgusting job here. But wait a minute. Let's look at some real criticism he has for me in the video.
Remnant doesn't show the names of the artists on screen, so we can't exactly go and check how old they were when they made the art.
Just did. That pride picture is by... Thank you. That pride picture is by Mincha Draws. They don't list any mental illnesses. It was a person sharing it who did that. But this person lists their age, and they are 20 years
yeah.
old. The post was made last year, so they were either 19 or 20 when they did it.
Oh
is that too young? If you reverse image search it, you can find the artists. You absolutely can go check. It's just not true that you can't check.
Yep, that was a clip from Harmful Opinions reacting to Anthony's video. He was able to confirm it wasn't a child's drawing in about 2 minutes, while he was live streaming, mind you.
I like the alternative thesis. Leftist art is all made by children.
Oh, we got rated again.
Oh, thank you, Beckett. Thank you for the raid, Beckett.
You're just getting everybody's fucking shit right now.
Yeah, I'm still just going on. Still going on. Yeah, welcome Cope and Seethers, dude. We're seeing Remnant versus Anthony Gramuglia. Okay.
We're currently cosplaying as XQC and Pokemon right now.
Fucking hell. But yeah. Anyways, we keep going. Let's keep going. We're low. Gotcha.
Right.
Dude.
Right.
He even went a step further to say we can't even confirm if these drawings are made by the left.
It's also hard to say if the art in question that he showed is right-wing or not either, because we do not know who the artist is. For all we know, it could be art made to make fun of a left-wing person.
And what's even funnier is while he's saying that, he has a picture of Alec Gunther's banner, who, mind you, is a confirmed leftist who calls himself a communist and a socialist interchangeably. Whoever made this banner, we can't know for sure if they're left-wing or right-wing. For all we know, this person could be making fun of the left.
Are you not?
No.
Lol?
Which, to be fair, is a very interesting argument. For all we know, Alec Gunter could be a psyop by the government to create some more left-wing lolcows.
Okay. Okay, bro.
God.
Dude, that's awesome. Yeah, no, like, yeah, guys, don't even stress it. Like, don't, like, obviously, I'm not denying that. Like, I'm fully open to talk with Anthony. Fully. Don't even stress it, okay? He could just set up a time that works for him. Obviously, I wanted to prioritize his own kid. No shit. And then, yeah, we could have an online discussion. I think that would be fun. But yeah, anyways, let's keep going.
That would be great to see.
True.
This isn't something I already addressed in the video. He brings this up repeatedly, saying we don't know if these people are left-wing, we don't know how old these people are, and he waits all the way till this point of the video to even show that I did address it or what my response to that was. He acts as if this is an argument that I never addressed throughout my entire video. This is just some glaring hole I left unaddressed, even though he knew it wasn't. I even gave a verifiable example of this. He just purposely waits until he's like 30 minutes into the video to show what I said, when most of his audience has already dropped off. They won't even hear this. It's like many manipulative journalists who rely on you skimming the headlines of an article and just accepting the implied premise without reading it. Anthony operates in a similar fashion. Even when I gave verifiable evidence that it's not a kid who drew this, I gave an example being Alec Gunter's banner, which addresses his concerns about age. And what does he say? Did he acknowledge that I addressed this at all? No, instead, he goes on this like really weird, edgy anime rant, as if he was a shitty voice style for an anime. I mean, look at this timestamp. Remnant777 names one artist he referenced and looks like a fool. What?
Oh, buddy. Oh, you fucked up in a way you don't really know. So I actually know Alex Gunter. Actually, we've talked a few times. Alex started as a right-wing content creator who shifted left over time. So if he spent more of his life right-wing, but then shifted left-wing, what do you think that means? He came from the same place your artists came from. It's funny how that works out, isn't it? Also, just because it's his banner doesn't mean he drew it. Or
see, this is the thing that like really just like is a wild to me, because again, we have had apparently it proven that it wasn't Alec Gunter who made this art. So to bring up the fact that they were right wing and then went to left wing to try to make this point is just it's a moot point. Like there's
exactly you just said basically your point is fucking pointless. And then to go on try to like he was trying to like how it was like, well, all this art is probably from children and shit, right? And then go and say, well, it isn't made by this adult. It's actually made by this moderator of this adult, but never actually goes to like acknowledge the fact, the core fucking premise of the argument that it was made by quote unquote children, right?
Yeah.
He never actually talks about the age of the moderator that he apparently knows drew it. So he just literally says fucking nothing and acts like it's a gotcha. It's not. You have to actually show something that disproves the core premise of what he was saying.
Yeah.
Like, it's stupid.
Yeah. But yeah, anyways. Fucking hell, dude. Yeah, the monologue was kind of bleak, lol. It just shoots himself in the foot, but whatever. Whatever.
It was dumb.
Ugh, fuck.
Or, for that matter, isn't artist at all. You compared professional art to amateur art and thought we wouldn't notice? In fact, amateur art by someone who was raised in a right-wing situation, was right-wing for a very long time, and thus should have developed the same skills you argue is inherent in right-wing art. But guess what? None of that even matters because Alec didn't do the thumbnail. I know this because I fucking asked him.
It's the only way to see if it's real.
Yeah, it's like, bro, like, what was the point?
You just wasted like 1 to 2 minutes of our time.
Yeah,
That's all you did.
You wasted my time a little bit, but that's fine. Dude, also, I gotta show this just so that, you know, so yes, it is true. Yen looks like to be setting something up.
Oh god, here we go.
So we have Ant saying, potentially then, but I also plan on having a more formal response put together by week's end. And then Yen said, if you add me and get some availability dates, I could workshop some times. Nothing immediate needed. Got you. I did a thing. How are you more evil than me? Lol. Sure. Again, I have a vid I hope I can put together, compiling by feelings by the end of the week. Awesome. We could set ground rules, etc., etc., and you and Ace could talk in a structured format. Yeah. And honestly, Anthony, I'm gonna be like blunt here, right? If you want to drop your video first before having a talk, I fully understand that. Okay? I fully understand that. However, as long as you're still open to have a conversation, that's fine with me. That's fine with me. But yeah. Anyways.
Yen, you're amazing. Fucking W's.
Yeah, based Yen moment. Based Yen. But yeah, we keep going.
Alright.
He's in a piece of the notebook.
That clip is identical to that anime kid from Omegle.
And there we go. The obvious answer that I have known. You've proven me right.
Not this clip.
Look at you.
Wait, is that
Thinking
Anthony?
You have all the power in the world, thinking you could trick me.
It looks like
I've fallen for your illusion. How disappointing. So, you're gonna longingly gaze at me.
Bruh, are they not the same person? Either way, we can see why the video is so
my
long
God,
despite
okay.
lacking any real substance. I mean, according to himself, at the end, his entire weeaboo rant didn't even matter. This entire video of his is literally him fighting a fake argument with himself in a shower, and he turned that into a video essay. Anyways, I'm not gonna waste your time.
That's true.
The gist of what he says is that it was made by Alec Gunter's mod, and therefore I'm the
The only
What's
time he
also
woke
interesting.
up was at the very end. He literally only woke up from his little shower translucent, like, dream, was at the very end and made one good point, and then just literally shit himself again.
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy.
Fucking hell. Yeah.
Is that I
The
literally
soap
dressed.
bottles are embarrassed about this shit.
Dude. It's so fucking over, bro. But yeah, let's keep it going, pal. Let's keep it going, Pat's head.
This right before he went on that whole weird edgy anime rant. I literally said, he's a Marxist and by no means is a child. Unless he has children make his banners. He's very bad at art, but he's certainly not a child. Which is me acknowledging that it could have been made by somebody else who wasn't Alec Gunter. Maybe one of his mods. But again, Anthony never pays attention when it matters most. Because if he did, he would know that Alec Gunter's mods aren't minors. Which confirms the whole point of what I was getting to. An adult made this banner for somebody he knows is a radical communist. This was his profile picture not long ago. Alec Gunter in this drawing has a trans pride flag. This was when he was very left-wing. Use your head. Do you think that this banner was made when he was a conservative? Or the person who made it is a conservative? There is no doubt to what political affiliation and what age group this person is. And here's the thing with Anthony. People like him constantly ask for citations for things he knows is true. He's simply trying to waste your time. This is a leftist tactic. Constantly ask for citations and sources that are self-evident and true. For example, the banner. How do we know the person who made this was left-wing? Well, if you're genuinely this retarded, Anthony, and you need more evidence for something that's so obviously true, you could have just used the Wayback Machine. And you could have seen that before he had this banner, he was still a leftist variety content creator. Meaning, when he got this banner and it was made for him, it was made specifically in mind for a person that they knew was a leftist. And they were a big fan of this leftist content creator. Yet you never address any of that. You conveniently ignore it, because that wouldn't be good for your arguments. So to summarize, you wasted our whole time with that edgy, weird, shower debate monologue that didn't even rebuttal what I was initially addressing. Yet instead of acknowledging how any of this addresses your previous point about age, you shifted the goalpost. You swapped the goalpost from, we don't know what...
You didn't even rebuttal any of that.
Yeah.
You made him then look up to show you that actually this person was a fucking adult, so your whole monologue only made your argument even dumber.
Yeah, you're
making him look it up.
Yeah, dude, both
It's like,
both Remnant and Anthony worked together to take down Anthony's point, dude. It was fucked up.
that is amazing. That is fucking amazing.
Fuck me,
How do you know
dude.
this was made by a child? It actually wasn't made by the adult yet you're claiming. Well, and then dances around it like for 40 minutes. Then Remnant's like, well, okay, fine. This person is an adult who made it.
Dude, fuck me.
Their age
What
is
is wrong with you, Anthony?
problem to we don't know if these are art students. And to say these things about art students makes me a big meanie bully, plus something about bad media criticism. Yet ironically, mere minutes later, he goes out of his way to critique one of the most infamous art students of all time.
Here's a picture of a building's side, right? You see that stair leading up, door, all that? Everything is misaligned. The entire house makes no sense. Who is the stupid artist who drew this? Oh, that's my point. Right.
He was a student, Anthony. He was a student. I can't believe he did Hitler so fucking dirty. We never know how good Hitler could have gotten at art. All right.
What's funny?
Okay, harmful opinions. Okay. Yeah, he was disadvantaged by the system. That's why he got payback.
Oh my god. The Jews didn't let me into art school. They should never known how fucking great I would be. I'm gonna kill them all.
Yeah. No, but like
the fucking Jew.
But yeah, like if you just take it at like its core concept, he's shitting on a student, right? Like that that also
That is ironic.
Yeah, the worst student, yes. The worst student, not by art skills, but by actions unrelated to his art. Yes, the worst person imaginable. But yes, he used that. It's just for what? For what purpose? For what purpose? But also
Like I was saying, he was trying to I think he's been trying to insinuate through a lot of this shit that he was more right than he's saying, you know?
Oh, I know. Obviously, opinions of dude. Obviously, no, I'm joking around too. But thank you for the Ted Sneaky for dude. Yeah, dude, that was some pretty concerning stuff. Harmful opinions. We might have to call in and talk about the Holocaust. True. Fucking hell.
Is right after he says, "What if they're art students?" He instantly turns around to nitpick and criticize one of the most infamous art students of all time. He has no consistency. He has no standards he lives by. Everything that leads him is simply his political bias and emotion. He will say anything to try to get a dunk in if he disagrees with you, even if it means contradicting himself mere minutes later. Anthony really embodies the essence of the edgy, smug Redditor who's incredibly pretentious while being wrong at the same time. And he does all of this while LARPing about good faith behavior, good faith criticism. Yet he turns around and does this. I mean, one time I was in a chat room, somebody posted their picture, their art, and I pointed out the things that I liked, and then I pointed out the things that they could have done better on. And then everybody attacked me, by the way, they were left-wing, and said that I was wrong for pointing out what they could have done better, which is delusional. You might as well just tell everybody, hey, only compliments me. Imagine how delusional you would sound if you said that in any other context.
You see, even assuming this actually happened and isn't made up,
not only does he not believe the drawings are left-wing, but he calls into question my own personal stories and interactions with individuals. My story doesn't have the stamp of approval from Snoops. Anthony, you're full of shit. I could literally turn this right back around at you. After all, Anthony, how the hell do I know you even wrote your own script for this video? How do I know you didn't just pay some poor Pakistani $2.50 to write everything in this video, and now you're just reading off a script that he wrote for you? I need evidence, Anthony. Give me the evidence. Show me a recording of yourself under candlelight writing the entire script for this video. If you don't have that, I just can't believe that any of the videos you posted on your channel were made by you. I'm just not convinced by the lack of evidence you provide. Like, what are we doing, Anthony? Seriously, what the f are you doing? So what I mean?
Yeah, what I would say is, yes, I can understand the skepticism that could come with a story that's purely hearsay. But if you were truly a good faith actor, you would engage in the, thing with good faith, being like, okay, so if this did happen, then my argument based on this would be this.
Or even just say flat out, listen, this is a hearsay argument, and listen, it could be correct, it could be not even something that happened, so I can't really even fully I can't fully debate with this or talk about it, essentially. Like, that's the best way I would do it, is like,
look at the memes chat.
if you can give me something that we can talk about it, but like, all that stuff, that's the best way I would say it. I just say that you like quite literally can't engage with it.
True.
That's like how I would do it.
Yeah. Well, let's keep going. My work is done. I sleep now. Okay, yeah.
By when there's a mentally ill look is to say that these people are so delusional that they can't tell reality from their drawings.
How do you know that? How do you know that? I'm just asking you, because you seem to be saying a lot about intentionality here, but you haven't actually showed what the artists are saying.
Maybe the artist wanted Sasuke to look retarded. To be fair, it's possible. However, even if this particular artist was making the derp Sasuke on purpose, I can show you 100 million examples of someone failing. So it doesn't matter.
But since we're on this topic, I'll explain why I didn't cite who made the drawings. Not that it would even matter to Anthony, because again, he contradicts himself even with this point. He puts me in the position to say I'm damned if I do cite people, and I'm damned if I don't. For example, me simply responding to comments in a video is enough evidence for him to claim I'm putting people on blast, to be named and shamed, according to him.
Buddy, let me explain something to you. You named and shamed your critics, but you refused to name the artists you're criticizing. Do you see the problem here? You're willing to put your critics on blast on your massively large channel, those who have no platform, and yet you're afraid to name the artists so that no one in your video can just look up the artist to see if they've improved or how old they are. You're effectively targeting your critics with your channel's platform, yet you're refusing to allow the...
Hold on, real quick. Pause. Thank you for the 10, Lakari. Buy yourself the Killer Bean game with this money, little guppy. You earned it. Thanks, buddy. And thank you for
I plan to get it because I want to see how bad it is.
Lol. And thank you for the 5, Sneaky. Anthony, the bull is going to be here in a few minutes. His wife said, okay, bro. Okay.
No, that's fucking wrong.
Yeah, but no, the point is, he clearly, he made the point earlier about the art of being like, well, you didn't show the tags to these people, so we can't even verify. But then when he showed the tags to the comments, then he said that they were harassing them. And that is obviously what he was going to do if he showed the tags to the art. So yes, he did put him in a damned if you do and damned if you don't situation. And it's just very obvious to tell that. It's very stupid. It's very disingenuous. It's very malicious. And yeah, we carry on.
Artists
and frankly, the punching down argument itself is just something to just basically just dismiss criticism as is. It's just all it really is in the end.
Yeah.
Demonstrating improvement. There's something ironic about a guy saying that the left can't take criticism, and then his immediate next video is response to the criticism from this video calling his critics mentally ill.
I'm sorry, but that really gives the impression that the people I'm responding to in my video, he's claiming I'm calling them mentally ill. He's saying that I was attacking them, and I was angry with them. Whereas if you watch the video, you'll know that I was nothing but polite and kind to these people 95%.
Yeah, even in the clips that he showed, he said that this person was fair and polite.
He didn't have one bad clip of him, in terms of, his own, the way he conducted himself, whereas fucking Anthony is in part of his video just crashing out. It is crazy.
Yeah. Also, There's 100 of you here, guys. Remember to like, up, and subscribe if you haven't already, dude. It's been lovely having you here. Yeah, over 100. It's awesome. But yeah.
Of the video. Even in the clip that he showed from the video, I was nothing.
Yeah, more talking, gulps.
But kind and polite to the person. But that was one point I was making in the video. But this person is very kind and courteous. You can read the whole comment here. Very kind person.
Exactly, that was the one we pointed out.
These people on blast, not because it happened, but simply to keep his audience engaged.
What they want is that dopamine hit 30 seconds in.
Oh no!
Watching. They'll either misrepresent scenes, omit key details to make their point land better, or in some cases, lie.
He misrepresented.
That's so bad.
Oh god.
That's so bad.
Dude, he's just getting filleted like a fish. Jesus fuck.
Dude, I feel like I'm watching a documentary on like some fucking criminal and like how they got away with it and like into the mind of this crazy psychotic person.
Not even getting away with it. It's just talking about how he got caught. Literally just a documentary about how he got caught.
Dude, it's so
He's just
bad.
like, you're cutting to like the part where the guard dogs are just fucking mauling him.
Dude, it's so bad.
My entire video omitted the fact that I was kind with practically everybody in the video.
Robbers, like, instead of wearing masks, like the case where the robbers were like didn't have masks, so they just took Sharpie and fucking wrote on their faces, and they couldn't make it inside of the house, so they had to run away, and they were on video, so the police were able to catch them because they're the only motherfuckers in town with Sharpie on their face.
Yeah. Dude, that's awful.
Except for maybe one person, and he even lied and said I was calling my critics mentally ill, which is not the case whatsoever, because guess what, Anthony? You can disagree with me on art, and I still wouldn't call you mentally ill. And the reason why he did this is because when you're making a whole video about a nothing burger, you have to make things up to constantly keep people's attention. That's what he does. And let's hone in on what he did here. You effectively proved that you believe me simply responding to comments is shaming them and putting them on blast. Now, with that in mind, let's go back to the original video where I said their art looks mentally ill. I cited the people who drew them. I linked their names. Anthony would have rewrote the entire video and claimed I indirectly organized a whole harassment campaign against these people online, and that I'm responsible for everything that followed afterwards, which is precisely why I didn't put them in the video. If me simply being polite and kind to people is enough for you to claim I'm shaming and putting these people on blast, then what does that say about my primary video where I claim their drawings look mentally ill? And as for the thumbnail, yeah, a lot of people did get angry at me at the time, but there were plenty of people who also had sincere objections to the things I said. So I tried to engage with them, and they liked it. I personally find it pointless to write out the same response to like 10 different people who are making the same objections. You literally showed me giving examples of people saying identical things. Because again, I'm not attacking people, I'm simply responding to people, and I was extremely kind. This is why you couldn't show any examples of me attacking people. At most, I made one joke calling a person gay because they claimed that the great artists of the past were gay. That was it. Also, remember how I said there's no way to verify who made these drawings? Yeah, he even contradicts himself here too. Because if you paid close attention, many instances throughout the entire video, he claims he did look for the images. He did use reverse image search to fact check the things I said.
I'm very curious.
Yeah, I do remember
Remnant
that.
Thinks that this Templar art is right wing. It's been around for at least 10 years as a meme. Not gonna lie, I actually tried looking to see if he stole and took credit for the Omni-Man art. I can't find any results in reverse image search, so he probably did just sketch it in a book.
Yeah, he's proven that he is able to do reverse image search, but he's intentionally chose not to for the other ones. Harmful Opinions did, and found it in 2 minutes, but Anthony did not.
That's a really fair point that we missed, that he demonstrated he knows how to fucking reverse image search. That is, wow. That's rough, too.
Kicking, that's mean. But yeah, no, yeah, happy dancing cat, best cat. Yes. But yeah, don't forget the robber who used lemons think it will make them invisible. Yeah, dude, don't mention that guy, bro. Fucking hell.
Photograph it.
Why do I bring this up? Well, it clearly shows that Anthony has the ability to fact check the drawings and see where they came from, just like Harmful Opinions did in about 2 minutes during a live stream. So that really begs the question, why didn't he check the examples I gave for left-wing art in the video? Here's what I think. I think it's reasonable to assume, based off of what we've seen from you, you have reverse image searched them multiple times. And what you found was no evidence to suggest that they were kids. That's what you probably found. Because if you did mention that you looked into the examples I gave, it would reinforce what I said a whole year ago.
He never actually went in to talk about the age of the moderator, exactly that. Is that he found out it wasn't a kid. So he literally just wanted to make a straw man argument he knew he was fucking wrong about.
Yeah, because he kept insinuating that it could have been a kid, but obviously he clearly had the tools to verify that.
I mean, clearly, like, not directly actually proving if it was a kid or not, and most people won't actually factually check these things.
Yep.
He knows that he can basically a bubble argument that it can be easily popped if you actually cared, but a lot of people don't actually care to check these things. So he actually just made an argument of that realistically would hold no weight in actual debate.
Yeah. No, that's bleak, dude. It's fucking bleak.
I feel like that would be bowling. If you only got art explicitly from children, that would just be bowling in my opinion. And that's not the point of this video. I don't doubt that some of these images are made by children. And if so, that's by mistake. But if I saw any indication of age on Twitter of them being a minor, I wouldn't use their art because, again, that would be very disingenuous, and that's not the goal. Because here's the thing.
Right.
We know you would be the first to jump on that opportunity to call me a liar and accuse me of messing up severely. Yet you couldn't give a single example of this, despite all of this clearly being within your ability to confirm or deny. I wouldn't be shocked if Anthony looked through a couple of them, saw that they were adults or there was no evidence that they were children, and then ignored it because that doesn't support his thesis. Just gotta omit that because it really doesn't support any of the lies he puts out there. So from what I can see, none of this is implausible. This is very likely what happened.
Yeah, he just wanted to spit the idea out there that he could he's harassing kids. But
essentially. And
but
that was
he
the
doesn't
call.
want to prove it.
He was also wanting to put that out there as like well, all the art only looks like this because it's all children and not actually because, you know, it's older people, that you can't actually make that argument sweep it under the rug for. It just clearly was made as a argument to just straight up lie basically over anything.
Yep. Now we continue.
Editor's note, I went back to actually check the age of the people who made the drawings, and most of them give an age over 20 years old, while a few of them don't have their age listed. A couple of them, funny enough, that Anthony said looks like they were made by children, or maybe a novice art student who just started drawing, was actually made by a 40-year-old man who's made thousands of drawings that look exactly the same, and his DeviantArt account is over 15 years old. I also just looked into this person's political leanings, and it turns out they're a left-wing Democrat. They hate Trump and they like Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris. Anyways, back to the video. Friendly reminder, Anthony, everything that I'm doing in this video is simply holding you up to your own standards that you've held other people to. Next time, don't be so quick to call everybody you disagree with a liar or insinuate that they're making things up unless you're squeaky clean yourself, which you clearly aren't. To me, all of this is completely fair to say about you. This is simply Anthony from a year ago, scrutinizing the present Anthony. And I keep saying this each and every time, but it only gets worse from here for Anthony. Because right after insinuating I'm lying and making things up due to the lack of proper citation, a former friend of his known as Otterly Noah got exposed for plagiarizing.
Yes! We're going to the Noah stuff! Yes! My favorite guy! I fucking hate him so much. Let's do this. Fuck.
People and falsely copyright striking his critics because he was petty and couldn't take being criticized. And what's funny about all of this is Anthony was actively defending him all the way till the end until Otterly Noah admitted to everything. When it became undeniable to everybody else, Anthony jumped ship. The reason why I bring this up is because there was an abundant amount of evidence directly shown to Anthony that Otterly Noah was lying and pointed to the idea that he was plagiarizing people. Yet in spite of all of that evidence, Anthony still defended him. Why is that relevant? He will insinuate people are liars and misrepresenting things with literally no evidence to demonstrate his claims are true. And what about Cianimous? All it takes for Anthony to call you a liar is him misremembering things and then claim that you lied about him and then refuse to show evidence for it. That's enough to call a person a liar and claim that they're misrepresenting you. Whereas for Otterly Noah, you can have an abundance amount of evidence right in front of your face and he will still ignore it and defend his peer.
Yeah, because again, gotta remind you, Otterly Noah, false accused Morale being a pedophile, false accused Shamu and Nicandros of doxing his information, objectively plagiarized like 3 to 4 people. And that at least those were things that Anthony was fully aware of because he was in the chat and was still trying to help with his response. Obviously, Otterly Noah got worse with the false striking thing because, well, they literally coerced an artist and manipulated them into striking their critic. That's insane. That's fucking insane. But, yes, those first 3, Anthony was fully well aware of. Fully well aware of. In fact, even in response to the doxing and false pedophile claim allegations, he literally said, "This is a different topic." Okay? That's,
immediately trying to just shift the topic off of that because it knows it's fucking indefensible and would make him look horrid to talk about it.
Yeah, it was bleak. It was bleak.
And even after he was backed into a corner and had to give up and basically tell the truth that he plagiarized and shit, he directly advised and helped direct basically his response video to be in the most manipulative fucking way possible, try to shine him in the best light possible, while not actually owning up to a single fucking actual thing he did.
Yeah, because again,
he knows what he's doing.
I know I'm going to sound like a broken record here. Right? But I cannot stress this enough, man. I cannot stress this enough. Okay, initial recommendation, you gotta say you were accused of plagiarism, then transition to the topic being not citing sources. When that's just objectively not what happened. This guy intentionally knew what happened, knew all the context, but the intentional thing was, he twisted it. He twisted the narrative, he rewrote history in order to sweep for Noah, and to have him have this response be swept for. That is exactly what he did. Okay? That is intentional. This wasn't an accident. Oh, he wasn't just being a little idiot. He wasn't just being a little silly guy. This was intentional. Objectively. Pure malice. And there's literally nothing else that could be combated with that. This guy knew exactly what he was doing, and he deserved getting flamed for that. But yeah. Anyways, we keep on going.
It is obvious that Anthony is morally bankrupt. And how did Anthony respond to this astronomical up? Well, he obviously owned up to his mistakes like a real man and called himself a clown over a dozen times on stream. What a humble individual to admit when he's wrong. Here's the thing though, Anthony. I don't believe you're that stupid. Correction, we don't believe you're that stupid.
As of 3 hours prior to Adelino's career getting
Nicholas
irreparably
DiOrio.
damaged when he confessed to the strike allegations, I had sent this video right here to Anthony Gramuglia and sent him an example where he ripped this video verbatim. He downloaded Shamu's video, removed Shamu's audio, and replaced it with his own.
Law shelf specifically states that, quote, for a statement to be considered defamation.
To be considered defamation, it must be about the plaintiff. Even if the statement does not mention him or her by name, it can be actionable on grounds of defamation.
Yeah, okay, the only reason he found out the no evidence was where we were talking about it in Runners when the first Dicker stream was happening on the strike. Well, that was he was literally in the chat, in like Noah's chat. I know that was on the same Dicker stream, but he was literally in the chat, hearing everything, actively in there, and even engaging with like what was being talked about for like hours in there. So yes, he there is no like, oh, he just was in there for a second and left. He was
watching the whole time.
Yeah,
he was just fucking.
Yeah, and engaging with the points, engaging with the stuff. So yeah, he was definitely aware. Like, I'm not going to pretend he wasn't. He definitely was.
Right, so he had an example. There's no citation issue here. This is an example of ripping, shipping, and profiting. So I sent this to Anthony Gramuglia. His response to this was slow down making videos. That was the most important thing he needed to hear. In his rush to produce material, he took shortcuts, and he thought that was a desperation issue. And then I said, dude, I sent you a video of him downplaying someone else's work, ripping the audio out, and replacing that with his own voiceover. This is not a you're going too fast meme. He made a conscious decision to steal rather than take his own screenshot, blur it out, add some drop shadow. He did this because he obviously didn't expect to get caught and thought he could get away with it. Now, a couple hours later, Anthony Gramuglia would write, given this newest turn of events, it would appear my trust was misplaced. Yeah, suck a dick, man. All right, you were given every opportunity. You were given time. You were given more time than most. And you could not get to the point before all of this shit went down.
By the way, this isn't just me saying it ever right away. Even left-wing individuals.
Yeah. You were given more time than this. Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean the second part when he learned about the striking. Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, to be very clear, Jack of Slades. All I'm claiming that Anthony knew was the plagiarism, the false accusations of spreading docs around, and false accusation of pedophilia.
No, we're not talking.
Yeah, the striking thing, that was a nuke. That was a nuke that came out on Dicker's stream, and there was behind-the-scenes stuff building up, DMs and voice notes and, like secret calls, whatever, right? That was the nuke. That was a nuke that happened. Anthony did not have any knowledge of that before that came out. Okay, to be very clear. But yeah. Anyways.
Individuals who fundamentally don't agree with me at all, like Dickers, will admit this is true.
When Anthony says he didn't spot it because he didn't want to spot it, yeah, I feel like that's pretty true, right? I mean, I'm not seeing a lot in these DMs to paint the picture in my mind that Anthony Gramuglia was overly manipulated by Noah into this being a citation drama. Like, where's the stuff here to say, yeah, just don't download somebody else's video in its entirety and then clip out the portion that you want to nick, yeah? Maybe don't do that. Maybe don't watch somebody else's video, copy the transcript, and then slowly reword their arguments while keeping their footage on screen. Maybe don't do that. Yeah, maybe just do plagiarism detectors. Are you just trying to be, like, intentionally blind to what's going on there? I actually don't know. Now, that might be one to think on. After reading through some of this, I don't think that Ant is giving him advice on how to, like, take accountability after the drama. He's giving him advice on, like, optics, right?
Here's the problem, Anthony. You can't build a channel on the premise that you're qualified to talk about these things, that you're qualified to call out grifters and teach people how to give proper media critique, and then proceed to be one of the last people to find out that Noah's a grifter. And ironically, the way you teach people to give proper media critique is that you claim you have to interpret and understand what the piece of media was trying to achieve. You have to understand and judge what a person is trying to say. It's almost like you're trying to say bad media critique is when you misrepresent a person's position and debunk that instead of what they're trying to get at. Kind of like what you did to me this entire video in the first minute. And right after that, you let one of the most obvious cases of grifting slip right under your nose. And then you act shocked that any of this happened. You admitted everything was right in front of you and you should have known. You are clearly incompetent when it comes to these things, assuming you weren't morally bankrupt and just covering up for him and you knew that he was lying. Who knows?
Because I genuinely think that he wanted utterly Noah to be a soldier. I will still stand by that.
That is the only conclusion I have, because we've seen what people like Jar, where they clearly want people in their corner just to have like little helpful soldiers, I'm like, why else would you go out of this way so much to fucking help somebody so clearly just in the gutter and fucking stupid, other than to have somebody with a decent sizable following who would be basically a slave to you and you're like little henchman that you can spread out to help you all the time, that's the only thing I could see.
Yeah.
Otherwise it wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, because honestly, it just looks like he was helping him this much here, so that Noah would feel like obligated to do anything that Anthony wanted him to do. That is genuinely just how that comes off.
And frankly, Anthony would have any sort of easy time to fuck with him because he'd have essentially blackmail over him.
Well, at least, like, you know, like, I don't know if I would go far to say blackmail, but definitely something to dangle over his head.
When I say blackmail,
I know you're using it loosely.
I'm saying it like, the term as in, like, he has stuff that would basically fuck him over.
Yeah.
Obviously not like in the legal sense, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, Anthony definitely did not intend for those DMs to leak. Utterly, Noah was convinced to do it.
Those are rough.
Yeah, those are bleak. So, yeah. Yeah, not a good look. Not a good.
Got a little tip for Anthony in the future. If you're going to do this little gay chivalry tactic where you help out your little guys, maybe do it in voice calls and hope they don't record.
No.
It's a lot harder. It's a lot harder to deal with.
Yeah, no, they'll still record. They'll still record. Trust. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't help but agree when plagiarism is seen as awful. Also, I'm curious. Did Ant ever made a plagiarism video like related to James Somerton? I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure of like his works in that regard. But obviously in that space, plagiarism would be an obvious no-no. So it's like, obviously he would know it's bad and know what it is. So, yeah, I don't know. But yeah,
doesn't he have like a degree or something in terms of like media stuff where like he knows heavily about plagiarism and shit? Doesn't he?
I'm not too sure about the degree. I'm pretty sure he used to be like a comic illustrator or something like that. Something on his Twitter that like.
Where did I hear that from? Was it like another person entirely or something?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, maybe.
But yeah.
We have two tough options.
Watching the raping.
Here we go.
Force. Are you an idiot or are you a liar? It's really hard to tell, but I wouldn't trust either of them. So that begs the question, why should anybody in your own audience listen to the criticisms you have? Well, believe it or not, guys, it gets worse from here. It actually gets worse from here. You thought that was the lowest point? No, it gets even worse. Even Anthony from a year ago would tell you not to listen to the things the present Anthony has to say. Because guess what? I did a little bit of digging and I found that he actively dismisses and disregards other people's opinions for far less than what happened with Otterly Noah. I'll show you what I mean. Harmful Opinions made a video reacting to Anthony, and it was hilarious. I found it really funny. And when this was brought to his attention, people said that Anthony should respond to Harmful Opinions. But instead, Anthony decided to blow him off and say that his opinion shouldn't be taken seriously. Why? Because he fumbled up coverage about Mudahar. Mind you, Harmful Opinions quickly corrected his mistakes, and he apologized for it. But according to Anthony, messing up one time about something that is pretty basic gives you the right to dismiss their opinions and say that they shouldn't be taken seriously. You hear that, Harmful?
What a deflection, bro. Holy.
That's fucking gay.
Oh my god. Dude, insane deflection right there. Yeah,
I think I know why he won't admit to any wrongdoing, because then he would have to go by the fact that he spouts this shit, basically, that you can't be wrong once and admit to it.
Giving yourself impossible standards and try to live up to it. Fucking hell, what an idiot, bro. Holy shit.
Yeah, at least just get the community doesn't even bother holding him to any of it.
Yeah. And I don't even know what Harmful Opinions messed up with Mudahar. I don't really remember, but if he did take accountability for it... Yeah, lol. But, like, if he did take accountability for it, then... Yeah, I mean, realistically, we're human. We make mistakes. We fuck up. What's important is how you handle the mistake you've made, right? That's clear. Difference with Harmful Opinions, seems like he owned up to it and was able to move on because he owned up to it at least decent enough where his audience was satisfied with it and his critics were satisfied with it. Anthony, he fucks up, crickets. Like that big difference. Big fucking difference. But yeah. Anyways, we continue.
Opinions, you messed up one time, and therefore your opinions don't count anymore. Oh wait, you know who else messed up horribly, Anthony? You know who else messed up a whole lot more than Harmful Opinions did that one time? You. Which means Anthony is an extreme hypocrite here. He is blatantly wrong. He's messed up a whole lot more than one time. How many times, though, do you think Anthony has messed up? How many times are we going to allow him to mess up before we say, nobody should fucking listen to you? You're a clown. I'm just calling you what you call yourself. You're a clown. Why should anybody listen to what you have to say about grifters, about proper media critique, about interpreting a piece of media the way it was intended to be understood, especially when you mess up so egregiously with covering explain me what I had to say, and it was right in front of your face. You had no f***ing excuse. This wasn't even improper media critique. You just lied about me. All the evidence is right there. You are a known liar, according to yourself. Nobody should take you seriously. Anthony is a hooligan. I mean, as Anthony would say, there is not a whole lot of meaningful discussion to be had with this clown. That's what Anthony would say. Again, this is just so astonishing. It's brilliant. Anthony, you are like dead on the money 50% of the time. The only problem is the criticisms are always directed at other people, the wrong people. You should instead go in front of a mirror and make a video essay exposing that guy you see, because you are not cut out for this. This is also a good time to go into why I removed the 2 videos in general that he talked about,
Lol.
and also where you can find them. You see, Anthony shares an audience with people like Utterly Noah, and Utterly Noah's audience doesn't have a problem when individuals falsely copyright strike those that they disagree with or deem as racist. This was especially true when I was told by Hempleton that there was another YouTuber named Blackish who made a video critiquing Anthony, and that got struck down for harassment 3 days after it was posted, which...
Oh, dude. Look, it's me, guys. That's me in the corner.
Okay. Sing it. Stop it.
Yep.
led to his channel's deletion. Now, to be honest, I don't know much about Blackish, so I'm not going to go out of my way to defend the type of guy. I don't know what type of content he posted. But I do know that the video that was taken down for harassment, the timestamp that was given by YouTube, was a green screen crashing into Anthony's forehead. So apparently that's enough to get your channel striked. Did Anthony do this? I don't know. I'm not actively claiming that he did. It could have been him or his audience. We don't have evidence. Either way, though, this was my thought process. If anything does happen to these types of videos, I'd rather 1 get struck down instead of possibly 3. I mean, if having a drawing and a thumbnail is enough to get you copyright struck, then yeah, I'm certainly going to be cautious around these people, which is why...
That's pretty fair, because I mean, at least with Utterly Noah, I don't think, like, I don't know of any false striking things with Ant, because I don't think there was really any that we could prove, if there is any. I don't think there is. Utterly Noah, the guy literally coerced an artist to do, like, strike a detractor. Yeah. That there's at least evidence of it there to have like reasonable doubt with their audience. Yeah, I think that's fair. But yeah, like I said with Blackish, to be very clear, I genuinely think it's far more convincing that it would be from the VivziePop audience that like mass reported it, because that community was like pack watching him consistently on Twitter, and some people were calling for his deplatformation. I think that
plus that community fucking sucks.
Yes, I think that there's a lot more circumstantial evidence to say that it was the VivziePop audience rather than Anthony. I know why Anthony's put in the speculation, because the video was about him, and yeah, sure, you can make that argument with the audience. But I still think it was a VivziePop audience.
Very disingenuous as a person.
Yes, I still think it's a VivziePop audience. But yeah,
that's pretty fair.
Yes, but yeah,
you have to wonder how stupid he'd have to be to actually do it.
Well, that would be career suicide. Are you kidding me? Not just because that wouldn't just be striking a critic. That's deplatforming a critic. That fucking career suicide right there. Holy shit! He would never hear the end of it.
Well, he already doesn't hear the end of a lot of things yet. Here we are.
Yeah. Damn it, Ace, you covered Utterly Noah without me? Yeah, my last stream, I went over it.
Yeah, no, I was on there for like 4 hours. It was.
I think you were on there since the beginning, I actually think.
I was on there since the beginning. It was long.
Yeah.
It was like 2 a.m. we got off at.
But yeah.
Fucking ridiculous.
Fucking hell, man.
You can probably have me.
We'll probably do that again tonight, man. I'm kidding.
Revisit them and see what they're about.
Probably have me for another 23 minutes because I got work in 4.5 hours.
I just need you. I just need you to stay a little bit long. But then I'll let you go. Let's go.
Okay.
Be sure to check it out on Rumble. Did you see that? Apparently to Anthony, that is me accusing him of getting Blackish's channel deleted. I know this for a fact because when he made a post claiming that I'm accusing him of getting Blackish's channel deleted, I sent him that clip. The part where...
Dude, that watching the clip itself sounded even better than how he said it in the comment section.
Yeah.
Like, even in the comment section, it wasn't as good as that. Like, he was just straight up like, no, like, we don't know. There's nothing to say it's him. Just straight up.
True. Ace, what if I torpedoed into your stream right now? Gilla, you better not be fucking drunk off your mind.
God.
But yeah, no. We continue. No, I'm ready. I got you.
Him explaining why I removed the videos and where you can find them. It's me accusing him of getting Blackish's channel deleted. And what started all of this was me making a community post at the time explaining why I removed the videos. I said exactly what I did in that clip, practically word for word. So I messaged him on Twitter. I said, hey, you're posting false information about me. Here's what I was going to say. I posted the clip and it didn't matter to him, which is funny because apparently me saying we just don't know is making an accusation according to him. This is a very interesting thing of him to claim. What about that time when he said that we don't know if my own personal story was true? Was that an accusation?
Yeah, not this time, Gilla.
You see, even assuming this actually happened and isn't made up,
I asked if he was implying I lied right there. It sure sounds like it, but according to him, he wasn't implying anything when he said that. He was simply stating there wasn't evidence to confirm either way. You see what I...
Yeah, wait, hold on.
like it, but according to him, he wasn't implying.
No, it means I can't verify it, and we are moving forward as if it's true. Is that really your smoking? Dude, you did the same thing! You're getting mad about the same thing! Bro!
Fucking
Fuck you. Fuck you.
fucking retarded ass.
Anything when he said that. He was simply stating there wasn't evidence to confirm either way. You see what I've been having to deal with before I even released this video? The evidence in your video where you bring up Blackish getting banned and draw a connection to me being involved, while just saying, well, I can't prove he did it, but isn't that odd? Which is not what I said anywhere. And you know he's got a really strong case against me when he has to literally make up what I said and emphasize on words that I never emphasized on. He claimed the difference between these two is that he disproved he had nothing to do with the channel being reported. And just so we're clear when I cover this, I said it before, multiple times, I'll say it again, I'm not saying he did anything. I literally don't think he did. However, showing those 2 emails and your report history definitively proves nothing. You can ask anybody. I mean, you just saying at the end of the day that you didn't do it is just as much proof as you provided in the screenshots. And the problem is, at the end of the day, Anthony, there's literally nothing you can actually show to prove you didn't report him. You had no involvement in it. It would be an infallible accusation. You could never clear your name with this, which is why I didn't say you reported him. I'm not going to accuse you of something that serious when it's infallible and there's no evidence, especially in a video to thousands of people. There is a post he is referencing, and I'll get to that in a minute, though. But if he watches this video, I know for certain he's still going to deny everything I said.
Yeah, no, genuinely. That's the problem with it. It's kind of a shot in the foot when you say that you have another account. Well, sorry, when you show you have another account, when you say you don't. So, a little cook there, buddy. But yeah.
Nice one. Nice one.
Yeah, nice one, pal. Yeah, lol.
He's still going to try and convince people that somehow he can prove that he doesn't have any other emails. Trust me, guys, it's 100% impossible to fake those screenshots by clearing your internet history and signing out your accounts. Nobody can ever do that. Faking screenshots, who's ever done that too? We totally don't have to just assume he isn't making everything up here. We know for certain he's telling the truth here. This doesn't prove anything. And again, I'll even end with this. I'm not saying you did it, even though I know you're going to be flipping out about this. I'm just showing there's no way to prove it either way. This is why I've gone on record many times to say I'm not accusing you of it. And what's funny is I think he knows this is true, because he's smart enough to point out that the recording I posted on X isn't definitive evidence. He said in response to me, you could have just recorded before filming, or B, still opens up the door to accusations, which regardless, merits a counter-argument. That is perfectly spot on and reasonable, 100%. I agree with you, Anthony, which is why I tried to reach out to you privately in DMs and to screen share the recordings. I can show you the audio recordings of that file was made on May 15th, and when I offered this to you, you just ignored it. Instead, he responded with, I will hold your final video accountable for whatever you say in it. You choose the rules of the game, do whatever you ultimately feel you must, but don't dish out anything you can't take. Perfectly reasonable, once again. But I responded with, I'd love those terms and would accept, but you are literally holding me accountable for things I never said in the video with this post you made, because he already made claims about my video in this post before he even published it. I even offered to not bring this up in the video if he retracted the post. I try to be reasonable with him. And in response to this, he said, this is responding to posts you already made multiple times. I don't have to retract anything if you already made the accusations previously. There is no value in retracting anything, nor am I asking you to edit posts that you already made. Anthony, I never said in any of my posts that I would be making a video accusing you of getting a person deleted. He also made it clear in multiple of these comments that he was talking about the video. And for context real quick, what sparked all of this is that I made a community post identical to that 1-minute segment I put in this video for why the videos are down and where you can find them. And in response to this, he said, this is the dumbest thing I've seen somebody do. Remnant is removing the vids I criticized in my video, responding to him out of fear of being DMCA struck, despite the fact that he owns the video and thus cannot be legally DMCA struck. Yeah, because that worked out so great for all the other people who falsely got
legally doesn't stop people, you fucked hard.
Yeah, well, that's why. Yeah, I mean, Callisto owned his own content, still got struck.
Yeah, like, come on.
Like, I mean, yeah, that's why we call it a false strike, right? Like, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, that's
it
just
is very rare for the strike to be legitimate.
Yeah, it's just
is impressive, even.
Common sense, bro. Fucking common sense.
And even to get your shit back and fight it, you have to give your whole fucking name and address to the person that struck you. Yeah, it's very smart to do that.
Fucking hell, man.
He just completely ignored what I said. Yeah, obviously, you can't legally be struck, but it doesn't stop you from being struck. By who exactly? Well, probably not you, Anthony, because I fucking clarified I wasn't talking about you. But that didn't stop him from claiming that I was talking about him. He then pinned this comment at the top of his video saying, Remnant has removed the videos and responded to here. He claims this is because I fear I will false DMCA strike them, because I knew a guy who did that. Which I never said. That's fucking bullshit. Literally, nowhere did I say that. You're just a fucking liar. You've lied about me for over a month. I literally said your audience multiple times in my posts and in this video. I made it abundantly clear. I said it multiple times. There's no excuse for you to just make up bullshit about me like this. You twist everything I'm saying. I never said that. I also specified what I meant, but it doesn't stop you from taking snippets and statements I say, isolating them by yourself to twist it to fit whatever narrative or lie you want to push about me. And after lie, I made a post saying, didn't stop utterly Noah. Again, this shows how blatantly dishonest Anthony is. He also never addressed Blackish's channel being deleted. Anthony has gone on record to say, always say less than needed, so you don't incriminate yourself, because he only focuses on optics, never truth. That's what his advice to utterly Noah was repeatedly. It feels like he's practicing what he preaches in this case. LOL. Now, if you took literally everything I said out of context, and you only focus focused on that one post and decided to reply to that with your terrible screenshots, I would be much more understanding. I don't care that the evidence you posted doesn't even prove anything. If you want to do your best to try and dispel any sort of rumors about you, especially if you believe I genuinely think you got Blackish removed, be my guest. But you're lying about me when you claim that I'm going to make this whole long response accusing you of getting Blackish's channel deleted. You thought this would set me back. That's what you were hoping for. I would have only talked about Blackish for maybe 60 seconds at most, in the context of why my videos are gone and where you can find them. Now we had to have this whole long segment dedicated just to the Blackish drama because of you. And the facts that you kept on twisting what I said repeatedly, refusing to engage with any of the things I said, try to work anything out on the side. You ignore any and all evidence that I do provide and that I offer to provide. When you're doing all of that, it makes you look irrational. You look insane. And you know what? I'm glad we had this interaction because it allowed me to fully articulate what exactly you're doing, Anthony. Why my audience literally begged me to make this video on you, which I originally wasn't going to do. It's all because of the implications. This is the last part of the video. You see, when it comes to writing or just even talking to people, there's always a degree of interpretation that goes on where people try to better understand what it is you meant by the words you said. This is good, it's natural, it's healthy behavior for anybody who genuinely tries to understand somebody. And on our behalf, as writers, as people who are trying to communicate and to try and avoid confusion with those who interpret what we say, we make attempts to clarify our positions and what we mean by going into detail. For me, in my video where I say why left-wing art looks so mentally ill, I clarify my position multiple times to say that I'm not referring to all left-wing art, because in some instances, especially without clarification, people can walk away with the wrong idea that I'm talking about all. That would be a genuine mistake. That's why I clarified numerous times. The problem is, though,
with this guy, he still will fucking find a way to lie to you.
Well, yeah.
That's just
Yeah, this guy seems like if you give him an inch, he tries to take like a fucking football field. Like, I'm not like
it's impressive.
Yeah, it's
the amount of time he lies.
Yeah, no, it's this has been bleak. Like this, I'm very, very curious of how Anthony is going to respond to this because this is
I'm gonna call
pretty
it.
damning.
You're gonna get some shit set up right, and he's gonna last second say an emergency or something came up. I'm fucking calling it.
Well, I'm not even just saying that, like, because he plans on making a response video, or like, you know, a public response.
It's not gonna address anything. It's not gonna address anything.
Yeah, I mean, we'll
It's gonna
see.
be skirting around everything. It's gonna be lying. It's just, I know what it's gonna be already.
Well, I'd still be very curious to check it out. Because
I am too.
Because fucking hell.
Because I love just catching things out. I just love catching out lies and just laughing at them. It's funny, easy.
Fucking
Especially
hell.
with this guy. It's like you have to like turn on your brain for 2 more seconds. You're like, wait, that's a lie.
True.
You put it in fucking B-roll. Yet, Anthony, if you're still watching, or if you're even possibly watching right now, at least make sure you watch your B-roll when you make your definitive statements. Just saying. Like,
Yeah.
Please lie better.
Well,
if you're gonna lie.
Actually, I would prefer that you don't lie at all. But that's just me.
Well, he's still gonna lie, so I at least lie better, so I can have a little more of like mental stimulation trying to laugh at you.
Lol. Dude. Fucking
That's all I
hell.
gotta say.
Yeah, well, let's keep chugging.
You feel at liberty not to be specific whatsoever with your language, and then you get angry and accuse people of lying and misrepresenting what you're saying
Got a
when they
couple
get the wrong
minutes left.
interpretation from what you wrote. In your video, Japan, their art, and the culture war, you said a lot of folks love Godzilla right now because it's doing better than Disney, especially those in the culture war, whereas you call them the culture warriors, or the right-wing trolls. But you never specified in your video at all that you were only referencing the quote-unquote culture warriors. You made no effort to clarify that you were strictly talking about them. You did mention them repeatedly, but you never specified that you were only talking about them. And what's worse is when Animus literally quoted you almost word for word, you claimed that he was lying and misrepresenting your position, despite the facts that there's literally no evidence to suggest that he was. I watched the video, Anthony. You never said you're only talking about the people in the culture war. You made it up. And then you get angry at people for having the wrong interpretation to the open-ended things you say. Actually, it wasn't even that open-ended. See, Animus simply quoted you word for word. You're just butthurt that he was able to rebuttal your position. Actually, that's not precisely what I meant word for word. I meant the specific thing that I never clarified. This is, by definition, extremely incompetent writing on your behalf. You pride yourself in the facts that you're a writer, so you can't get angry at people for not reading your mind when you make no clarification on what you specifically meant. And you do this repeatedly. This is a huge problem, especially given you can be as vague as you want, never clarify what you meant, and then accuse people of lying when they interpret what you say the incorrect way. Meanwhile, I can clarify my position repeatedly. I can tell you exactly what I think, and you'll deliberately ignore these clarifications and isolate these individual statements from their context, and then twist them to fit your narrative. You did this to me multiple times. When I made my video about left-wing art, you claim I'm talking about all left-wing art. Doesn't matter how many times I denounce that idea. You'll claim that I'm accusing you of getting Blackish's channel deleted, despite however many times I go on record to say otherwise. Yet you always feel at liberty to claim that people are lying and misrepresenting you when you make no effort to go into detail. Anthony, you do a horrible job at communicating precisely what you mean if this is unintentional. And if it is intentional, this just makes you a snake. You're avoiding any and all confrontation and accountability for the claims you make. That's what's happening.
Well, I'll just say, yeah, because this seems like closing thoughts. Yeah. Yeah,
I'm impressed. How did this Anthony guy manage to get to this many subscribers with just this level of dishonesty all the time?
Dude, this guy, man. This fucking guy, man, dude.
Fucking God. I do want to say, dude, I apologize, Remnant. I felt like I was XQC, seriously. Like, that was just such a good video. I literally didn't have anything to fucking say.
Dude, now...
Dude, just straight up, like, you packed him. I didn't have anything else to add. I don't like just sitting on a live stream just only watching a video, dude. Like, it was just fucking good, though. Holy shit.
Now, okay. Because before you leave, Roland, I do want to show you something, but I also want to offer for Remnant to come in here. Now, Remnant, I do fully plan on chatting with you, but I want to start it off by showing you two something I don't think you've ever seen before.
Oh, no. This is going to be bad. This is going to be bad.
It's going to be amazing. It's going to be great. Okay.
No.
Yeah, and just Remnant, you just hop in waiting. Okay. And then I'll drag you in.
Ooh, lordy.
But before I do that, might as well, put his character... We'll put his character here. Okay. Put his character here.
I see the right side is reserved for the ace and ace only.
Yep.
Hello.
What's up, Remnant? Now, here's the thing. Before we have any chat, I need to show you something. Okay.
You gotta show me it.
Fuck,
Now I don't think. Well, obviously you've seen the Wojak, but I don't think you've seen this before. Okay. Now, are you aware of Blackish making a diss track on this Anthony guy?
I do. I think I've seen a little bit of it, though. As a disclaimer, just in case Anthony does watch this, I do not condone people going after like his wife or any of like that stuff with the
Sure.
insults. I do want to make that abundantly clear. I'm
Sure.
against
That's
that.
respectable.
And-
That's respectable.
And you know that was a good disclaimer because
Because I think I remember hearing him say something about that. It's like, oh, like I think I heard him say something about that. I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna get behind that. But Blackish, I have seen a couple of his stuff, like clips and snippets. Like at least from UACE, he does look kind of funny. He's got Dorohedoro Shin. It's funny because that avatar he has of Shin from Dorohedoro actually inspired my look for my channel and everything, my character.
Right.
That's actually what inspired it.
Okay, fair enough. But now,
So that's fun.
now you're gonna get smoked, okay, buddy? You're gonna get absolutely cooked by this. You ready? Dude. I think it takes like 2 minutes to get to my favorite part, but still.
Go low, I go low. Have your wife in the bed yelling, please go slow. I got to bounce in that 24 frame per second. Then I put it in the kitchen like I'm 9 years in. And your son came in crying, bitch, who are you telling? I'm back
I don't
to
know
you,
what
man,
I'd
'cause
say.
you feeling like heaven. Thought you was this now it's your day. I wouldn't even keep your ass as a slave. Cause yeah, you feel like a Jew. Just like your bitch, cause now she's sneezing her Jew. She said that I think I doubt better than you. Like, tell me something I ain't already do. Gave your bitch a baby under the sun. Called her the infamous second son. Send my career over like, bitch, are you dumb?
Oh my goodness. I don't actually
But like my purpose, I get in.
remember him saying something about like his wife in a tweet. I don't remember seeing any of this. Oh my goodness.
It gets crazier, bro.
Man, I'm busting back my zone a little bit fast. I'm choking that down like she done with my rabbit chest. I'm making waves when she start acting right. Your wife struck my dick like a pro. I salute me up, writing and begging and pleading. Please talk me up. And these damn I'm running up. You call me baiting. Let's why you like shut me up. I do not fuck with Anthony Gramuglia. I do not fuck with Anthony Gramuglia. I do not fuck with Anthony Gramuglia. Now we about to take this beat and then switch it up. You want it, yeah, now you got my attention. Don't work from it now that I'm ready to give it. Thought that was a crash, you would not believe it. I'll really pull up us again in the business, screaming and crying. I'm ready to die about it. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Try it again. Yeah. This nigga don't get it. I'm 1 in a million. He been by the minute. I think I'm gonna take it. Try getting my ass. Push it. He wanna get dirty. 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 And we gon' get dirty. Hey, Ant, you live on. I know it's the house on the left.
What did he what?
Don't worry about it. Oh, I was about to get to my favorite part. It's getting there. The last beat switch, bro.
What the fuck?
This is my favorite part of this.
I think I saw something like this on your Twitter.
Oh yeah.
I think this is what I saw.
It says to me. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Fuck what I know that nigga talking about. Baby, I know you dirty, let me spit in your mouth. That pussy calling and begging, baby, wanna get out. Don't fight ever since you watched me, you been in the
I guess I saw like half of it, or it was muted or something.
Yeah.
That's why you told me that you did take it wrong.
It gets worse with those jokes in this song, bro.
You don't know, baby.
Who's that guy? Who's the white?
Schizo Toy Reviews. Different guy in the review space.
Schizo Toy Reviews.
Yep.
Let's talk about something called love. I know you might be thinking that girl's the one for you, but she ain't. I'm the only one that belongs to you. Yeah. Sorry, buddy, your wife is gone, cause I'm ripping her out like I'm hitting a bomb. We both already know that I'm the man that she wants, and now she gonna make like we living on a farm. Your pussy tight, baby, it barely fit. I'm getting closer and closer to my limit. Keep riding like that, we gon' be up all night. What's that?
This is the most evil joke in here.
In the closet, I think I see a light. I'm walking over, my heart is tight. Has an intruder been watching me get the lights? I pull the handle,
Hey,
I close
goodness.
my eyes.
Right here, right here.
Back in the bed in surprise. No, this can't be right. No, baby, not tonight. And the nigga make her watching me fuck his wife. In the closet.
You're all day and all night in the closet. The closet.
In the closet. His wife in the closet. His keys in the closet. His life in the closet. What are you cooking up? In the closet. I'm running out of things to sing and to say. I just need you out of the closet. Where you get your son? In the closet.
All right, I'm just gonna edit there. I'm gonna edit there. they just looped that. They looped that. But yeah.
You know, I used to think a lot of diss tracks would be fucking stupid, but you know that opened my eyes.
Yeah.
My eyes to
That's ironic because the one thing I really thought positively and I was happy for Anthony for was the fact that he was married and had a kid. I was like, oh, I'm good for him. That was the only thoughts that came to mind when I heard that. It's not none of that stuff.
Yeah.
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 Golly.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. Don't.
Ace, at least we know he's not totally a cuck for my jokes last time. He might be
True.
cracking utterly Noah, so they could be doing a 2-for-1 special.
Yeah, dude. Fucking hell.
You got him and Noah in the closet, and then you got his wife and the ball in the bedroom.
Fucking hell. Now, listen
I'm
here.
fucking stupid.
Listen here, Remnant.
What's up?
What are your actually? Wait, fuck. That's totally right. I was meant to look at some stuff after the video, and I'll just do it with you here, because I'm sure you've seen this, right? You've seen the fact that he wanted to put it up to a poll to his audience to see if he'll respond to you or not. Then he reminded his audience about his own video existing so that they have context for the
He does that a
follow-up.
lot. I'm gonna be honest. For somebody who makes it who literally builds their channel upon the idea of they call out grifters, they instruct people on how to spot grifting behavior. He does a lot of things that feel grifty, who feel like it's nothing but self-promoting himself to gain more money. Like when we were talking, I went to K-Huck's stream. She wanted to talk to me about the channel, all the rest. She said have an interview for me because I talked to Tactical Templar before.
Right.
And that was right after the video Anthony released. He went to that live stream, and it was just nothing but me and him going back and forth in the live stream. And
Yes.
one of the things was, I said, I don't know if I want to like talk to you about these things because it feels like I'm pulling like a horse by its teeth to even clarify what my position was. I want
Right.
to discuss whether these things are true or not whether what I believe. Bruh, you're just misrepresenting me. He fought me with that. And then to try and persuade me to have him on his podcast, he's just like, think about all of the super chats, man. Think about all of the money we would get. It's like I thought we're supposed to be above dictating our actions simply by how much money we're going to get by these things. I thought it was we have conversations with people like depending on who they are, what it would bring forth, whether we want to, or what good it really brings the audience. Different things like that. That's what's against the stereotypical grifting behavior. He's just trying to motivate everybody by think about the money. I'm going to antagonize you on my channel, lie about you, and then I'm going to bring you onto my channel so we can fight and I can make even more money. It's like he's a more sophisticated Alec Gunter. That's really what he is at the end of the day. Alec Gunter, is a crybaby, did the exact same thing.
Dude. What a cuck. No, kidding. But yeah, no, that's crazy. Wait, hold on. I will be honest. So, how many of these have you seen? Because he said, I will be honest with you, you should let it blow over. The right wing love to swarm videos. Every time they've ever swarmed my videos, it's been boosted in the algorithm, pushed to a larger audience
He's
that
such a
appreciates
retard
it.
with this. This is so stupid. He's like, he's trying to pretend as if it's every time they make videos about me, it just boosts me in the algorithm. Yeah, that's how YouTube response videos work. Like, Anthony, do you think this exclusively happens to you? It boosted my shit a lot. Analytically speaking, it doesn't look as much right now, but each and every time a person makes a video on you, that happens. Doesn't and he was like, "It didn't happen for you," or something like that. It's like the analytics are kind of fucked up because I took down the videos because I was paranoid that I would like get striked. All
Right.
of these people are like right at that time. So many controversies were happening with people's channels and shit. Yeah, I'm like, I don't want much to do with that.
Yeah. No, like I get that. I think that it's very clear, like I said earlier, it seems like you give the guy an inch and he took a mile and was like trying to like take it as like, oh, you're calling him a false striker.
I do want to clarify one thing for both of our sake with this.
Yes.
There was something you did say. I don't know if it's factually true or confirmed, and he will use it against you. So I'm just clearing it for the both of us so we can go on record.
Okay.
When it came to the screenshots, or like, how do I put it? Why he made that initial post trying to preemptively debunk me,
Mhm.
I don't know what exactly spurred that on. It could have been
Right.
my own posts that I made on my own channel he's referring to, or
Okay.
some other lead. But I initially thought it was some other lead because I was talking about these things privately in voice chat. And I was talking about how I would be explaining why I took down the videos and everything. My initial reaction was I thought somebody told him that I'm going to talk about Blackish in that context
Right.
and deliberately twisted it and told Anthony, and now he's spreading false information about me. I didn't even initially accuse him of lying. I thought he heard this from somebody else, and they're like, now he's spreading false information about me unknowingly. That's what I initially thought.
Right.
But there's no evidence really to suggest that. We'll just have to wait to see what he says. I
Sure.
just want to clear that up before, like, in case he ever were to use this against either of us.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Oh shit, I missed.
Okay. It still plays the rest.
That was cool.
Dude, poor Gilla. Okay.
It's a bit late.
Yeah, take care, little.
But those are my thoughts. That's just something that was on my mind.
Yeah.
Oh, is that me?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm here.
Just putting you there.
All right. You
it's
you and
just me.
Rem, you have a fucking great night. Have fun. Dump baller video.
Crazy name. I don't know who you are, but I
Oh
hope you
no,
have a
that's
good
not
one.
my name. They server nicknamed me that.
Yeah,
It's
I
kinda fun.
see that.
This is
Well,
this
I
is
mean,
Rolling.
everybody on
Okay.
Everybody on Ace's channel will know you as that, I guess, right?
A decent bit of them might know, and like people from like 2 years ago might know me as Rel. That's about it.
Gotcha.
Fair enough.
All right.
You have a good one.
Yeah, you too. I'll see you around. Peace.
Peace.
So then we got like this right here where it seems like he's like rubbing his hands together. Looks like you all voted for a response, but not a traditional one. Good. I was hoping for that. It's like, I don't know what he means
it's
by
just
that.
so fucking like, why don't you talk like a normal human being, Anthony? Like seriously. That's my biggest pet peeve. Why don't you talk like a normal fucking human being? I'm like the homeschooled one here. I should be the weird, goofy person who talks this way, not you who's gone like who's had several degrees or like he's got a master's degree. I do know that.
Okay.
He's just the epitome of a pseudo intellectual. I cannot take the guy seriously. Everything about him, everything that he uses to prop himself up, everything that he uses as arguments is extremely shallow. When you look deeply into it at all, it immediately falls apart. You cannot take him seriously as a person. His entire brand is literally a paper dragon. That is it.
Right. Yeah, no, I can't disagree. But actually, wait, did you
Like,
see?
do you know anything about his university?
No, actually, well, no, I did. Unless he made that
He
public himself, I
constantly
didn't pry.
talks shit. He constantly talks shit about universities. Fun fact: he publicly posts his university. I looked it up. It's a shit university, actually. Lower
Dude.
end. It's not. It's like literally a lower end university. You can confirm this. Look it up for yourself. I'm not just shitting on the guy for the sake of shitting. Objectively, pretty shitty university that has like an 80% acceptance rate. His career that he went into, film and media, easiest courses you will ever take in your fucking life in the university. It's just at the end of the day, he paid for a master's degree. It looks fancy. That's about it. There's literally nothing, honestly, brag worthy about it. That's why I always that's why he just says he went to university. And that's about it. That's why he never goes into detail about these things because it's fucking retarded and stupid when you look into it. So I just went into university. What did you do? Oh, retarded shit that people use as the types of classes he took for those things are the type of classes you take when you're failing your grades, you got a lower GPA and you want to artificially inflate it and boost it so that you can have like a scholarship, for example.
Sure.
That's how lousy the types of courses he took. It's honestly pathetic. Genuinely.
Yeah, that does seem a little bleak. But I'll show you this last one.
True. I'll let you get to that.
Yeah.
That was just in the back of my mind.
Yeah, no worries. And then we could definitely freely chat. But so let's see. I'm kind of right leaning, but I watched both videos, and I feel like your video was severely taken out of context by Remnant. It seemed more like a hit piece than an actual response to your criticism in the video. Then we have Anthony saying, which is what my response ultimately will focus on. If you criticize this right-wing faction's argument, you don't get counter-arguments. You get a character attack.
Yeah, go fuck yourself, Anthony. You make videos calling people grifters all the time. Go screw yourself. You can't live up to your own standards. You bitch and moan when people call you grifters, yet you built your whole fucking career on calling other people grifters. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, I mean, like, I will say, right, like, obviously, if you are intentionally lying about someone, your character is going to be brought into question. Like, that's just common sense. Like, that's not...
Oh my goodness, I lied and misrepresented what Remnant said, and instead of responding or debating the arguments I presented, he called me a liar. He called me a grifter because I literally did everything I accused people of grifting. How could this happen? Shocked Pikachu face. That's literally Anthony. Bruh.
True. Dude, I'm about to get an I disavow out of you, but thank you, Sneaker, for the 10. It's all the pent-up anger from his wife riding the bull instead of him.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Let's shit on Anthony. Let's leave his family out of this.
Yeah. I think that's fair because I don't think any of us realistically know his wife.
To go
or
on
should
record,
know.
I genuinely wish Anthony and his family the best. And I hope that things go well with them. I hope everything is I don't know. What kinder things can I even say than that, honestly? I don't know. I sincerely mean it though. I'm pissed off with Anthony, but I don't think it's right for people to really go after family individuals or anything like that. I one time actually called
Mhm.
Alec Gunter's wife ugly or something like that. I later I've to go on just to bring this up because I know if Anthony ever saw this, he might know about that because with Alec Gunter, we've actually apologized to each other in private, and I have actually apologized about his wife insult. And I think that's something that people shouldn't do. That's
Sure.
my thing. To be fair though, not Anthony, Alec Gunter said he kind of like it'd be better if I died. So what he did was a little bit more extreme. So
I mean, yeah. Yeah, no, I get that. I mean, honestly, kind of like where sit with Anthony is because like I see like a lot of like things being framed like disingenuously, a lot of like malicious things, just a lot of lies about like especially like people I'm chill with, right? Like you're not the first one that he like swung at. Like there was Blackish and Lio, and then he swung at me right as well, which whatever.
yeah,
Personally, I think I would be pretty satisfied if he just bent the knee objectively and was like, yeah, no, this was really fucking stupid of me. This was not right, and I will make efforts to not do this again. And like, bent the knee on every lie that he made. I would be personally satisfied with that.
I would too.
Yeah,
I would
but
too. I would take back the claim that he's a grifter. I'd go on record to take back that claim and everything. I'm fine with making amends and peace with people if they apologize. Alec Gunter, a funny thing that Anthony actually shared around like a debate and everything
Mhm.
that Alec Gunter tried to frame me as this evil racist who's homophobic because Alec Gunter originally made accusations saying that I wanted to erase gay people, which
right.
he literally acknowledged later was bullshit, according to himself, and that he literally went on a whole slander campaign against me. Anthony still didn't mind sharing around that video, saying like a lot of that stuff. But um, where was I going with that? Shoot, I don't even remember. That's the problem.
Poor guy.
But yeah, I get lost like halfway through the sentence.
It's okay, man. I mean, honestly, right. I said my critiques of like the video that I think that there was maybe like maybe a point or two that was fair. But like a lot of the points were just it felt like like you said, it felt like shower thoughts that he just put in the video. Like I think one thing I said that I thought was fair was the realistic art thing and the like what was it like well represented or whatever, like a well made point or whatever. Um, I think that you could definitely make a good point with art without it being like realism or whatever.
Yeah, oh, so about that, I
Hmm.
the thing was what I meant by realism and all of that stuff, it was more about just how
Hmm.
say truth and realism synonymously. And it's much more to say like you can depict a character visually, for example, unrealistically, but it would still be connected to a different type of truth. Like, for example, the way I view art is it's entirely about truth, I guess you could say, and realism. And what I mean by that
Hmm.
is the truth. Well, if you look at something and you would say, okay, where's the truth in a painting that is extremely realistic? Well, you have to understand physical reality, the truth about physical reality, to really depict it. You'd have to understand a person's face, for example, the different muscles, different things like that, in order
Hmm.
to realistically depict them. And what we like is what is true, how it accurately represents them. And that's
Yes.
more of what I meant. I'm not the best with my language with those types of things. For that, for example, I would say if Anthony got the wrong impression with that and he clobbered me for that, I couldn't really get mad. It'd just be like, okay, I'm like this stumbling little child that doesn't have the proper vocabulary formed to articulate my exact positions on these things. And maybe he got the wrong idea of what I meant. That's a
Sure.
problem with me, and that's not an issue of him lying or intentionally misrepresenting me. So, things like that, if he focused and did things strictly like that, I couldn't even be mad at Anthony. In fact, if he made a video strictly debunking that and
Hmm.
was purely honest, what I probably would have done, frankly, was okay, hey, people can make what videos they want on me, and he made some valid points. I probably wouldn't even be making a video against him. I've gotten tons of people making videos against me. If people make valid points, I admit it. I've made community posts even flat out saying it, or talked about people on stream. I said, hey, you made a good video against the things I said. Go check it out. I find it interesting because it spurs on discussion. I've
Right.
done that with people, you know.
Yeah.
Anthony lied about me, though. That's why I made that hit piece against his character, as he says. It's because you fucking lied about me. I have that right. If I lied about you, you feel as if I lied about you. Do you not have the right to respond to me and dispel these lies, you piece of shit?
Well,
Oh my goodness. Maybe I shouldn't be saying this as much, but he does deserve it. He insulted me a lot personally. Personally attacked me a lot. So I don't know. I don't know where I really should draw that. But I'm pretty
Mhm.
fucking pissed at his cowardly response. He's playing the victim of he went after my character instead of responding to my arguments. You didn't address the shit I said. And now you're complaining? You did this game. You live this. And now you're complaining when somebody else does it to you and I use your own words against you? Oh my goodness. I have no respect for that. That's pathetic.
Yeah, no, I think that is a genuinely fair take because obviously, if he feels like he's being lied about, evidently so, he makes a response to it, right?
And I'm
Like,
curious to see what he says. Yeah. Like,
yeah,
how's he getting out of that? You saw the video. What is he going to say to that?
um, I genuinely, if I had to make some guesses, maybe he's going to even like point at the Godzilla thing and just be like, "This guy already tried lying, and you're agreeing with like a known liar or whatever." He might say that. Genuinely, okay. The problem I feel like that you're gonna have with this, right, is all you could do is convince your audience and maybe some neutral people. Anthony's audience have sat through it, with the thick and thin, thick of it, right?
Yeah.
They essentially are going to like Anthony more because that's who they subscribe to, that's who they support, and any doubt of their creator being a bad person would be more of a self-reflection on themselves, being like, am I supporting a bad person? So they're probably going to be in a position where they either have to admit that they support someone that actually kind of sucks, or just act like you're lying, which gives this echo chamber mentality. So convincing Anthony's audience, probably not going to happen.
No, I
Yeah.
never planned on convincing his audience.
Yes.
It's going after the people who are more in the middle. That's the main
Yes.
thing. If I can convey that, hey, he's not willing to put aside his beliefs. Like, for example, I flat out say all the time, like, hey, I'm not center. I'm not at all. I try to put aside my political biases, though, when I cover things or talk about stuff.
Mhm.
But I don't believe this guy can. He's just bankrupt, you know?
Well,
But
yeah. The,
I actually
yes.
do have a few thoughts on what he probably will say.
Sure.
The video is 1 hour long. I don't think he's going to cover every single point I make in the video. So, what he probably is going to do is look at the weakest points that he can misrepresent the most, take out of context, not even give my full responses or complete thoughts to, and misrepresent that, fill it up for maybe an hour, hour and a half, who knows? Probably just an hour, 45 minutes at minimum, an hour and 20 minutes probably max.
Yeah.
And it's going to be taking the weakest points, obviously misrepresenting them and not giving the full picture, and twisting things. And he's going to focus on that. I think he's also going to be focusing on the other post, which is going to be where let me see, the one I said it didn't stop utterly, Noah, where you should say less than needed. He's going to focus on that one. He's going to
Yep.
claim I'm making a formal accusation that he got Blackish deleted from that, even though I've specified previously multiple times that's not what I meant.
Yeah.
And then he's going to deliberately ignore the part that he flat out said he was trying to cripple my video in response to the things I said in my video, and how he's going to deliberately ignore that fact. He's going to deliberately keep that out. I know this is what I'm thinking he's going to do. I'm trying to preemptively call because it'd be funny if I was able to predict it before he said it.
Yeah.
Though,
It's like
to be
sending
fair,
a kid for a card.
it is kind of what Anthony tried to do to me, right?
In a way, not really. Like, okay. we're making guesses. We're not saying that he's objectively going to do this. We're making guesses.
True.
He, like, literally, the way he went about it was acting like he just took away your smoking gun. Right? Like that.
He did.
That's
he
where I would say
did.
the difference is.
Yeah. I think Anthony only admits when he's wrong when it's completely obvious to everybody else, and he knows that admitting he's wrong is the only way he can damper his own humiliation. That's the way he can do damage control. That's the only utility behind admitting when he's wrong for him.
I actually can't remember. I know you've seen the same one I've been showing, his DMs between Otterly and Noah, right? Over and over again.
I've seen Dickers go over it and everything.
Yeah, like this is literally like the most chopped one. Like, because I can't stress enough. This is actually why I look at this guy as not a guy who just stumbled or misunderstands. It's just an objective liar. Because I can't stress this enough. He was in the chat. He had the context, 100% actively engaging with the points, right? For several hours. He knew about Otterly Noah false accusing people of being a doxer, like just doxing him. He knew about Otterly Noah falsely accusing someone of being a pedophile. And he knew about Otterly Noah plagiarizing and the context of the plagiarizing. So when he says stuff like, okay, initial recommendation, you got to say you were accused of plagiarism, then transition into the topic being not citing sources. That's an objective rewriting of history because Otterly Noah didn't have a citation issue. He objectively stole content from someone else and framed it like it was his own. So it's like, this is
Well, it would only become a citation issue if you said that you were planning to credit them originally.
Yes, which...
If you think about it.
Yeah, which he wasn't. He framed it as his own work and even like flexed about it being like his most viewed, like he's the most viewed video on the tech tone topic.
Well, if you're Anthony, reality can be whatever you want as long as you twist and manipulate the narrative.
Yeah.
Like he was doing here.
Yeah. Which, yeah, this is chopped. The only thing I can give to Anthony in the Otterly Noah stuff is he had no idea about Noah, like, coercing an artist to, like, fall strike a detractor or a critic or whatever. That's the only thing I could, like, confidently say because there's no evidence to suggest that. But he knew about all the other stuff and still tried to actively sweep for him and defend the guy. So that's an issue I definitely had, and he rightfully got torn apart for that. But I don't know. Personally, when I see something like that...
I think Anthony's here listening to this right now. Because what's interesting is he gave the excuse of, oh, I got to take care of my child, you know. When K-Hawk actually offered to have him on and everything so we could talk, he said the exact same thing. And he was taking care of his child while he was listening. So I bet Anthony's listening to this right now.
Oh yeah, I'm in a group chat with him right now because my friend Yen was trying to set up a conversation between us two.
No, I bet he's listening to the stream right now. He's hearing all of this.
Yeah, no. I mean, I don't think it's a secret that he's watched some of my coverage on him before. He outright admits that he did, so I fully expect him to. So yeah, he's probably right here. Everyone say hi, Anthony. But yeah.
Hello, Anthony. You should stop lying about people. You could have easily taken down a lot of the things I said, like from a whole year ago, which is funny because he'll use the excuse that he made a video a long time ago, so you can't really criticize it as heavily. He did that with Cianimus and everything. He did that, I swear, and he feels fine doing that to me, you know, which was objectively one of my more, I think it's one of my more shitty videos, but where was I going with that again? Oh yes, he literally could have made some good points. I'm not going to tell him what the points are and everything. He'll have to use his head for once to think of them. But there were some points he could have made against me, and I would have been forced to really concede on those things. What's funny is in his whole video, he portrays himself as such a fucking intellectual, yet he could have really dismantled a lot of the things I said in a funnier, more effective way. But common sense really escapes him.
Yeah.
It really does.
Yeah.
That's the thing, though. Anthony is I mean, we can both agree on this. Anthony is so incredibly boring.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
That's
why.
his greatest weakness.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't like, the same arguments looping. Yeah, no, the video was pretty tedious that he made. Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
annoying stuff.
It was just, oh my goodness, it was painful listening to a lot of his stuff. Just it's all so empty and shallow and blonde and boring. That's what it is.
Right. Yeah, no.
But waiting to see what he says.
Yeah,
We'll
no.
see.
I'm very curious too.
I wonder if he'll wonder what he'll say about harmful opinions and dickers. He might sidetrack and be like, Remnant's just trying to stir up drama and all of that stuff or something. I think he'll try and maneuver and play a victim card somehow. I
Yeah.
bet that's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, no, I don't
Wait,
disagree.
I gotta show you this real quick.
Oh, sure.
He posts a lot on Blue Sky, his little safe space.
Mhm.
His little safety bunker.
Yeah.
Let me show this.
Do you have access to side chat? I think you should.
No, I don't.
All right, hold on. Let me fix that for you, buddy.
He posted this really funny thing, and I know he took it personally because when I mentioned it, he immediately updated it. He was bragging about let me see.
I gave you access to side chat.
Look at this. So he's like, this is why call out videos rarely work. No one was viewing my vid on Remnant's art video, but now I got a huge shot of adrenaline, which will pump it to new audiences.
Oh, bro.
All he has done is ensure more people will see it originally. And it's like, you look at the stats, it's like, okay, so you got 900 views in the last 2 days on that video. Oof.
Bro, what is this
Yeah,
Cope
it sure
post?
was. It was sure dead, and now you're happy about just 900 views. Congratulations on getting your $3, buddy. You got $3, and now people went to his video and gave it a lot more dislikes. It's got compared to my video, I have 99% like ratio for my video. His video had a horrendous like ratio. He had 7,000
Oh, did you see
likes
this?
and 900 dislikes or something. Yeah, I'm
loading
loving
this.
So
It's just
cringe,
it's just
so
another 1,000
pathetic.
views, bro. Okay.
It's just another 1,000. Yeah, buddy.
Okay, bro.
Yeah. This guy tried to take me down. He doesn't fundamentally understand how these videos work. Do you honestly think when he does he think that when he made the video on me that I lost subscribers? No, I didn't.
Yeah.
So what he's saying right here just is a thing that applies to pretty much everybody else. So why is he bragging? Yeah, I got my 900 views. Guys, I got my 900 views. Oh, it's turned to 1,900 views. 937 views. I got $3 from that. I'm so happy. I'm loving this. He's doing the McDonald's quote. I'm loving this viewership. 2,000 over the course of 2 days. Oh, my McDonald's.
Yeah. Dude.
He's got no personality. I don't think he can win against people because he's boring. He's not going to convince anybody. He's uncharismatic. He's so incredibly dry. Bruh, if you make Anthony, here's a tip for you since you're a pro writer. You should already know this, but again, somehow, despite being a professional, you tend to not know or understand the most basic things. People tend to be convinced more of your arguments and remember them more when you're funny. And it doesn't cost money to be funny. It doesn't cost any extra time to edit to be funny.
Oh,
it doesn't.
I will say, just to read this out, this was the Blue Sky post that was referring to you and me, and I wanted to look for it, so that's why I was scrolling down.
Oh, yeah.
One thing I think about more and more is how when I find relatively small channels being critical of me, I find myself thinking responding would do more harm to the other person than anything else, so I just don't. I feel like I did enough harm to folks. To clarify, I mean acknowledging much smaller channels who criticize me, not people who did justifiably wrong stuff. And wait, dude, so you're oh, dude, he's responding. That means he's gonna do harm to you, bro. You're cooked. You're fucking cooked,
Oh,
bro.
I'm cooked. Oh
Um,
no.
you're
What's he gonna do? Is he gonna like send people to harass me or to like report my stuff? What? No, I shouldn't be saying that live. No, he's probably not
Nah.
going to do that. Anthony would never do such a thing. He just lies about people. That's all he does. Harmless lies, harmless slander. You
Dude.
know.
Dude, like this is literally like he made a statement to prepare to run with, like to prepare to run away, and then now he's going to engage. It just looks so gay.
Oh yeah, it's so pathetic. Oh my goodness, I almost called him an actual slur that time.
Yeah.
I gotta moderate myself.
Yeah. But
it's so funny. It's so ironic. He's like, Remnant is afraid to say the R word. I think he's just trying to hint at the idea that he wants to say the R word. It's like, buddy, I thought you saw my Twitter. Like you literally saw the debate beforehand with me and Alec Gunter. You know the things I say. Why would you ever pretend that I'm too afraid to say the R word? I honestly hope, this is what I hope. I hope he tries to detract this to be like, I'm going to go after Remnant's character and I'm going to expose him for being a homophobe or a racist, because that would be the easiest thing for me to respond to in the world. Because now I can just be like, okay, now I get to laugh and mock this guy, because calling me a racist or homophobe or sexist, it doesn't work against me, because nobody gives a shit about those criticisms, because we all know it's a bunch of bullshit from people like Anthony. It's the easiest thing to do in the world, to mock, to ridicule, to effortlessly just push to the side. That's what I'm hoping Anthony does. That'd
Right.
be the funniest.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Dude, not gonna lie. I am getting a bit tired. What about you, bro?
I was getting tired, but then I started waking up more when I talked about Anthony.
Well, don't worry. You get to go to bed now. Okay.
No, I get that. I get that. We'll let you go and everything.
Yeah, no worries, man. I do appreciate you for you coming on and giving context and
I
giving
appreciate
sides.
you for covering the video and spreading it more to other people. I do appreciate that, man.
Yeah, no worries, man. It was, to be fair, it was a pretty solid video. I thought it was like pretty good.
I'm happy you like it, man.
Yeah. So, hey, man, you take care, okay?
Be seeing ya. Peace.
Peace. Dude. Oh, I almost just banned him. Whoa. That would have been awkward. No, so, yeah. That was the topic, guys. Okay. That was the topic. And it's been several hours. I think that, this is pretty interesting to go through. Pretty meaningfully low stakes, right? Like, but, not too low. Not too low. I think the art debate, yeah, fun. But yeah. Oh, God, okay. Aiden wins again. All right. You guys have a wonderful night, and I'll catch you in the next stream.